Hello, English learners. Welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And I'm Erica.
And today we're going to be talking about a very special topic.
That's right. This topic was actually suggested by one of our listeners.
Exactly. So keep those comments coming because we want to create lessons that you need, that you want.
Exactly.
So what are we talking about today?
Today's lesson is about applying for a visa.
A very, very important topic.
Yes, and specifically, it's about a visa interview.
Exactly. As you all probably know, when you apply for a visa, especially for the US, you have an interview.
Yes.
Where you have to answer some questions.
Yes.
And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So before we jump into the dialogue, let's take a look at vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
Okay, so let's talk about visa.
Right. A visa, it's not a credit card.
No, not Visa or MasterCard.
No. So a visa is an official document that you get in your passport that allows you to travel legally to a country.
Exactly. So with this document, you can go into a country. Okay, so we have different types of visas. Today, we're going to be talking about a B2 visa.
Right. A B2 visa is a tourist visa.
A tourist visa.
Yeah.
This is only for the United States. Other countries may have different classifications for their visas, but B2 is for the United States.
Right. So, Marco, we use a tourist visa when we want to be a tourist and just travel in the U.S. What about a resident visa?
Well, you can have a temporary resident visa. Like, for example, an F1.
Yep.
An F1 is for foreign exchange students who go and live in the States maybe for a year or do a MBA for 2 years or 3 years. So that's an F1 visa. You can also get a J1 visa, which is a temporary exchange visitor.
Okay.
So it could be to maybe do some temporary work for 2 or 3 months and then go back to your country.
So basically, a resident visa allows you to live in that country.
Yeah, you can live in that country legally for a determined time. Okay, so let's listen to our dialogue. Where are we going to be exactly?
In this dialogue, we're going to hear two people, a visa officer and a person who's applying for the visa. Now, the person who's applying for the visa has an accent, right?
Yes.
But this is really good practice for helping you to understand people with different accents.
Exactly. So let's listen to the dialogue and then we'll come back and explain all the great vocabulary.
So you're applying for a B2 visa. Where's your final destination and what's the purpose of your trip to the United States?
I'm going to visit my brother. He's just had a baby. He lives in Minneapolis.
And how long do you plan to remain in the United States?
I'll be here for approximately 3 weeks. So here's my return ticket for the 26th of March.
And who's sponsoring your trip?
My brother. Here. This is an invitation letter from him. I will stay with him and his family in their home.
All right. Tell me about the ties you have to your home country.
Well, I own a house. Actually, I'm leaving my dog there with my neighbors. I have a car at home. And my job? I'm employed by Tornell as an engineer. Actually, I only have 3 weeks vacation, so I have to go back to work at the end of March.
And what evidence do you have that you are financially independent?
Well, I do have assets in my country. Like I said, I own a house and see, here's a bank statement showing my investments and my bank balance.
I'm sorry, sir. We cannot grant you a B2 visa at this time. Instead, you are granted a resident visa. Congratulations! You are the millionth person to apply for a visa. You win! Congratulations!
All right, what a lucky guy. He applied for a tourist visa and now he's getting a resident visa.
Yeah, that's great. But does this really happen,
No.
Marco?
No, that would never happen at a consulate.
Okay, well, we can dream that this might happen for us.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's take a look at the words in language takeaway today.
Language takeaway.
All right, on language takeaway, we have sponsoring.
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 So, Erica, what does it mean to sponsor somebody?
When you sponsor somebody for a visa, you take care of them and make sure they have enough money.
Okay.
So you are the one who's responsible for all of their expenses and making sure they just have enough money.
Okay. So, for example, when I was 16, I made a trip to another country.
Yep.
And my parents were my sponsors.
So they took responsibility for your money.
Exactly. Okay. Let's look at our next word. Invitation letter.
Invitation letter.
Invitation letter.
Invitation letter.
Now, this is a really important part for a visa application.
Yes, very important.
What is an invitation letter?
Well, an invitation letter is a formal letter that a friend or a relative or maybe a business writes to ask you to come to their country.
Exactly. So you're being invited for a specific purpose to the United States.
Yeah, and you have to give this letter to the visa officer.
Okay. Invitation letter. Our next word. Ties.
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 Looks exactly like tie, like the one you wear in your suit.
Not quite the same though.
All right, so what are ties?
The ties you have to your country are the things that keep you attached to your country.
Okay.
That make sure that you will return to your country.
Okay, so what are some examples of ties?
Like maybe a house or a wife or a child or maybe some money in your bank account.
Okay.
Or a job even.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, a good way to think of this is imagine like a rope that's attached to you and tying you to your country, to your house, to your job, to your kids.
Okay, so you can't run away.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, that was clear, but let's listen to some more examples of how we would use ties.
Example 1.
I sold my house and closed my bank account. I don't have any more ties to my home country.
Example 2.
Alvin enjoyed being single. He wasn't ready for the ties of family life.
Example 3.
Diplomatic relations have improved, and the ties between the two countries are stronger.
All right, it's clear now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at our next word. Financially independent.
Financially independent.
Financially independent.
Financially independent.
So that means that you don't need anyone.
That you have enough money.
You have enough money for yourself.
Right. So you don't have to ask your parents to pay for your ticket or pay for your food or whatever.
Okay. And our last word for today. Assets.
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 Okay, so your assets are kind of like your ties.
Right. There are things of value that you own, things that are expensive that you own in your home country.
So it would be a house,
Yep.
a car,
Yep. Maybe stocks
stocks,
or investments.
Okay, so all of those things are your assets. Okay, so we've seen a lot of great words, and I think it's time for us to listen to our dialogue again. We're going to slow it down for you.
Yeah, this will help you understand it a little bit better.
So, you're applying for a B2 visa. Where is your final destination, and what is the purpose of your trip to the United States?
I'm going to visit my brother. He's just had a baby. He lives in Minneapolis.
And how long do you plan to remain in the United States?
I'll be here for approximately 3 weeks. See, here's my return ticket for the 26th of March.
And who is sponsoring your trip?
My brother. Here. This is an invitation letter from him. I'll stay with him and his family in their home.
All right. Tell me about the ties you have to your home country.
Well, I own a house. Actually, I'm leaving my dog there with my neighbors. I have a car at home and my job. I'm employed by Tornell as an engineer. Actually, I only have 3 weeks vacation, so I have to go back to work at the end of March.
And what evidence do you have that you are financially independent?
Well, I do have assets in my country. Like I said, I own a house. And see, here's a bank statement showing my investments and my bank balance.
I'm sorry, sir. We cannot grant you a B2 visa at this time. Instead, You are granted a resident visa. Congratulations! You are the millionth person to apply for a visa. You win! Congratulations!
Yay!
Okay, today we're not going to do our regular toolkit like Fluency Builder or putting it together.
No, we're going to do something a little bit different today.
We're going to talk about the questions you will probably be asked at an interview for a U.S. visa.
Yes.
And the useful language that you can use to answer these questions in a good way. Okay, so let's take a look at our first question.
Where is your final destination, and what is the purpose of your trip to the United States? Where is your final destination, and what is the purpose of your trip to the United States?
So this is probably going to be the first question the interviewer is going to ask you.
Yeah, so Marco, I know you have a lot of experience with U.S. visas. How should we answer this question?
Well, it depends on what you're doing, right?
Right.
So if you're a tourist, you would say, I'm going on vacation to New York or anywhere. Also, if you're visiting a family member, like in our dialogue, you would say, oh, I'm going to visit my sister or my brother or my cousin. If you're applying for a business visa, then you would say, oh, I'm going to visit a company or etc.
Right.
So you just have to say why you are going to the States.
Now, is it important to be really specific?
Yeah, the more specific you are, it's probably better. So if you can name the state and the city where you're going, it's much better.
Okay. All right. Well, let's listen to our next question.
How long do you plan to remain in the United States? How long do you plan to remain in the United States?
Okay, so this is a really important question also because in your application, you have to put how long you plan to stay in the U.S.
Right.
It's a pretty straightforward answer. 2 months, 1 month, 3 weeks.
Right. But you just have to make sure that your answer matches
what's written in your application form.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, now let's take a look at our last question.
Tell me about the ties you have to your home country. Tell me about the ties you have to your home country.
Well, I think this is maybe the most important question that they'll ask you, right?
Yeah, this is the most important question. This is what the interviewer is most interested in.
Okay, so why is he interested in this?
Because he has to be sure that you will not become an illegal immigrant to the United States.
So that you will return to your home country.
Exactly. He or she has to be convinced that you're going to return to your home country.
So how can you convince him?
Basically by demonstrating your ties.
So showing the things that will pull you back to your home country.
So if you take documents to support this, bank statements, maybe a copy of your mortgage.
Yep, like maybe your wedding certificate.
I don't know, even a letter from your office, from your job.
So that shows that you have to return to your work.
The more things you bring, the better, even though the interviewer might not ask for the documents.
Okay, it's better to be safe, right?
Exactly.
So come with a huge file full of things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've had friends who've arrived to the embassy with a huge file of documents and weren't asked to show any of the documents.
All right.
But other interviewers will maybe ask for it. Okay, so now let's listen to the dialogue again.
And you'll hear how our traveler answers these questions.
So you're applying for a B2 visa. Where's your final destination, and what's the purpose of your trip to the United States?
I'm going to visit my brother. He's just had a baby. He lives in Minneapolis.
And how long do you plan to remain in the United States?
I'll be here for approximately 3 weeks. So here's my return ticket for the 26th of March.
And who's sponsoring your trip?
My brother. Here. This is an invitation letter from him. I will stay with him and his family in their home.
All right. Tell me about the ties you have to your home country.
Well, I own a house. Actually, I'm leaving my dog there with my neighbors. I have a car at home. And my job? I'm employed by Tornell as an engineer. Actually, I only have 3 weeks vacation, so I have to go back to work at the end of March.
And what evidence do you have that you are financially independent?
Well, I do have assets in my country. Like I said, I own a house, and see, here's a bank statement showing my investments and my bank balance.
I'm sorry, sir. We cannot grant you a B2 visa at this time. Instead, you are granted a resident visa. Congratulations. You are the millionth person to apply for a visa. You win. Congratulations.
Yay!
Well, I hope this was a useful lesson for all of our listeners, because I'm sure that in one point or another, in the future, you're going to apply for a visa. Mm-hmm. So now you know all the language that you need to more or less answer all these questions that you're going to be asked.
Yes. And Marco, I'm sure that people have already applied for visas for the US, right?
Probably, yeah.
And I want to hear from our users any stories that they have about applying for a visa.
Yeah, that would be great. I know that I have some stories to share on the comments board. Mm-hmm. And we want to hear your questions and comments and any suggestions.
So visit our website at englishpod.com, and Marco and I will be there to respond to you and answer your questions. Well, everyone, thanks for listening, and until next time, goodbye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Stay. Remain. An amount that is almost but not exact. Approximately. Someone who takes the responsibility for a person applying for a visa. Sponsor. A formal letter asking a person to come to a place. Invitation letter. Responsibility that links a person to a place or a thing. Tie. Something that shows the thing is true. Evidence. Have enough money to live alone. Do not need help with money. Financially independent. Things that are worth money that you own. Assets. Let you have something. Grant. A person whose job is to interview people for visas. Visa officer. An official document that allows you to live in a country. Resident permit. Embassy. A piece of paper you have to put information on to make a formal request. Application form.
Let's try that faster.
Let you have something. Grant. Have enough money to live alone. Do not need help with money. Financially independent. A person whose job is to interview people for visas. Visa officer. Someone who takes the responsibility for a person applying for a visa. Sponsor. Embassy. An official document that allows you to live in a country. Resident permit. Something that shows the thing is true. Evidence. A formal letter asking a person to come to a place. Invitation letter. Responsibility that links a person to a place or a thing. Tie. Stay. Remain. Things that are worth money that you own. Assets. An amount that is almost but not exact. Approximately. A piece of paper you have to put information on to make a formal request. Application form.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Sponsor. Nike is sponsoring our sports team. Sponsor. If you apply for a visa to another country, you must have someone who can sponsor you and guarantee that you have enough money. Sponsor. My father sponsored my visa application. Tie. I sold my house and closed my bank account. I don't have any more ties to my home country. Tie. Alvin enjoyed being single. He wasn't ready for the ties of family life. Tie. Diplomatic relations have improved and the ties between the two countries are stronger. Evidence. The evidence shows that this man is guilty. Evidence. The bank needs evidence that you own a car or house. Evidence. The police are searching the house for evidence that can help them find the criminal. So you have no house, no car, no investments, and no money at all. In fact, you have no assets. The total value of the company's assets is more than $1 billion. We have about $100,000 in assets. Grant. My college granted me a scholarship for being a good student. Grant. The genie of the magic lamp told me that he will grant me 3 wishes. Grant. He was granted a medal for fighting in the war.
Hello everyone, welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And I'm Erica.
And today we're going to be bringing you a great lesson that's talking about a bank robbery.
Yes, and this is an important lesson for all of our, future bank robbers out there.
Yeah, we are going to teach you some words that you would use for planning a bank robbery, but you can apply them to other situations. Hopefully not.
I hope you apply them to other situations.
Hopefully you won't rob a bank. We don't want to be responsible for any crimes you may commit.
Yep.
All right, so why don't we start by looking at some of the vocabulary in Vocabulary Preview.
Vocabulary Preview.
We have one word for you today that you'll hear in the dialogue, and it is filling in.
Filling in.
Filling in.
So to fill in for somebody, right?
Yeah.
That means that you are replacing them.
Yes. So if Marco can't host the show today, maybe Danny will fill in.
Okay, so to take the place of someone.
Exactly.
All right. Okay, so now let's listen to our dialogue. Let's listen to this bank robbery, and let's see what happens.
Well, it sounds like a pretty interesting plan.
It does sound like a plan. Do you think it'll work?
I don't know. I guess we'll have to maybe talk a little bit about that later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the language that we saw in Language Takeaway.
Language Takeaway.
Okay, we heard 5 really great words in this dialogue that I'd like to look at now in Language Takeaway. So let's go to the first one. Now, we heard the boss say that they got replicas of the uniforms.
Right, replicas.
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 So this is really easy. Something that's a replica is a copy.
Exactly.
Right? So for example, in Las Vegas, there's a replica of the Eiffel Tower of Paris.
Yes. Actually, I lived in a small city where there was also a replica of the Eiffel Tower.
Really?
Yeah, in France. That is kind of weird, you know?
Well, there are a lot of replicas. Even now on the street, maybe you can see replica watches, right? That supposedly are Rolex, but they're not.
Yep.
And many, many other things. So copies.
Yes. Not the real thing.
Not the real thing. All right. So let's take a look at the next word. Tapped.
We have the phones tapped.
We have the phones tapped.
Tapped.
So if you tap someone's phone, you do something to the telephone line so that you can hear their conversations, right?
Right. And actually the police do this sometimes, right?
Right. You see it in movies all the time.
Yeah. You connect a wire to the phone so you can listen to the conversation.
Exactly. So you tap the telephone line. So in our dialogue, they tapped the bank's phones, right? You know, he said if they make a call, he will patch the call through
Yes.
to him.
Yes.
Right?
So patch through.
Patch through.
Yeah, patch a call through.
Patch through. Now, we still use this today.
Yep.
Like if you call an office, right? And you say, oh, can you patch me through to Carol?
Yes.
Right?
So can you connect me to another phone line?
Connect me.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Now let's take a look at our next words. Clever.
Yes, the boss is very clever.
The boss is very clever.
All right, so if you're clever, you're
smart.
Yeah.
You're really smart.
Yep. Right, simple. So the boss is quite clever, and this is a clever plan.
Clever plan, exactly. Now, let's take a look at our last word. Don't be greedy.
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 To be greedy is a bad thing.
Right. You want everything.
You want everything for you.
Yes.
You don't share.
Yes. Okay. So like at lunch today, when you had that cake.
And I didn't share.
Yeah.
I was very greedy.
Uh-huh.
Yes. With food, I am greedy.
All right. So these are some great words. And I think, if we listen to the dialogue another time, a little bit more slowly, we'll be able to hear them a little bit better.
All right. So this is what we're going to do. I've carefully mapped this out, so don't screw it up. Mr. Rabbit, you and Mr. Fox will go into the bank wearing these uniforms. We've managed to get replicas of the one the guards wear when they pick up the money.
Got it.
No problem, boss.
When you get inside, tell them that you're filling in for Carl and Tom and say that they're on another route today. Don't lose your cool. Just act natural.
What if they want to call and confirm?
You let him.
What?
Don't worry. We have the phones tapped, so the call will be patched through to me, and I'll pretend to be the transport company.
You're so clever, boss.
Okay, shut up. Only take as much money as you can fit into these bags. Don't get greedy. Are you ready? Let's go.
Okay, so now we understand these words that we talked about in language takeaway. So now let's take a look at some of these great phrases in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
We've got 3 phrases for you here, and these are all phrases you might use when you're planning something. So the first one, mapped out.
I've carefully mapped this out.
Mapped out.
To map out.
So when you map something out, what do?
Well, you literally create a plan. You draw a map of what you're going to do.
So here, is it only for like travel or?
No. It's like, for example, if we're starting a new project in the company, you can map out the project, what you're going to do this month, next month. So it's a plan.
So you draw every step in the plan.
Every step, right.
Okay.
So you said, well, I've mapped out this plan for a new project.
Okay, interesting word. I think we should hear some examples of how it's used.
Example 1.
So I have the future all mapped out. Well, you'll get a job as a waiter, then we'll get married, and 2 years later, we'll start having kids.
Example 2.
We're mapping out the marketing plan at the meeting today.
Example 3.
Okay, I've mapped out our trip, and it should take about 10 hours.
All right, so mapped out. Really, really clear now. Let's take a look at our next word.
All right, so if you've mapped out a plan, you don't want to screw it up.
Right, screw it up.
Screw it up.
Or screw up.
Yep.
So to screw something up means that you made a mistake on something.
Or you did something wrong.
You did it wrong.
Yep.
Okay, so For example, if I'm taking an exam and I make a mistake, I screwed up on the exam.
Exactly. Or, for example, here, when we're recording, Marco and I make mistakes a lot. Maybe more me than Marco.
We always screw up.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, to make a mistake, it's a really informal word, but very, very common.
Yeah, and it sounds really, really natural when people use this.
All right, so now let's take a look at our last word. Lose your cool.
Lose your cool.
Don't lose your cool.
So what is this, to lose your cool? It's a weird expression.
It's a weird expression. Why don't we just give you an example of a person that loses his or her cool?
What do you mean you're not ready to go? It's time to go. We have to go now. Bonina to! We were supposed to leave! Puñeta, now we're sitting here again and I'm going to wait for you! Boninam!
Okay, so basically you lose your temper. You become irritated.
You lose control of your emotions.
Right.
So, Marco, when you lose your cool, is it always that you get angry?
You don't always get angry. Maybe you get irritated or impatient.
Or even nervous?
Nervous.
Yeah.
Right? So basically you're not in control of your emotions.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've looked at a lot of great phrases, a lot of great words. So we can listen to our dialogue now for the third time, and then we'll come back and talk about this bank robbery business.
All right, so this is what we're going to do. I've carefully mapped this out, so don't screw it up. Mr. Rabbit, you and Mr. Fox will go into the bank wearing these uniforms. We've managed to get replicas of the one the guards wear for when they pick up the money.
Got it.
No problem, boss.
When you get inside, tell them that you're filling in for Carl and Tom and say that they're on another route today. Don't lose your cool. Just act natural.
What if they want to call and confirm?
You let him.
What?
Don't worry. We have the phones tapped, so the call will be patched through to me, and I'll pretend to be the transport company.
You're so clever, boss.
Okay, shut up. Only take as much money as you can fit in these bags. Don't get greedy. Are you ready? Let's go.
So there's a lot of movies about bank robberies, but obviously they happen in real life. So this dialogue is actually based on real events, right?
Yeah, this actually happened in real life, and so it's actually a very creative and non-violent way of robbing a bank.
Okay, so what happened?
Basically, this guy went to a bank dressed up as one of those security guards that transport the money from the bank to another safe place. Mm-hmm. He had fake credentials or replica credentials. And
so fake ID.
Yeah, he had a replica of the uniform.
Wow.
And he walked in, he took all these bags, him and his partner, and they took him to the truck and drove off. And the bank didn't realize that they had been robbed. They thought it was a routine thing. 3 or 4 hours later, the real security guard shows up. They were long gone, and they still can't find them.
Really? So
Yep.
a very clever plan.
Very clever and very effective. I think they stole over $500,000.
Okay, well, guys, don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home, but real life, real English, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so come to our website, leave your questions and comments. Tell us what you think will happen with these guys. Do you think they'll be successful? Do you think they'll get caught?
Yeah, they might end up in jail. Who knows?
Maybe somebody will lose their cool
Yep.
and get caught, right?
Well, thanks for listening, guys. And until next time, goodbye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
A reproduction or copy of a product.
Replica.
Smart, intelligent.
Clever.
To not control your feelings or emotions.
Lose someone's cool.
Want too much, always wanting more.
Greedy.
Attach a device to a phone line to listen secretly.
Tap.
Connect or communicate over the telephone.
Patch someone through.
Planned, thought of.
Map out.
Mess up, make a mistake, fail.
Screw up. Heist.
An event where the police catch people doing a crime.
Bust.
Criminal who attacks and steals from people who travel.
Bandit.
Illegally entering a house or building to steal.
Burglary.
A planned way of going from one place to another and escaping.
Escape route.
Let's try that faster.
Planned, thought of.
Map out. Heist.
Attach a device to a phone line to listen secretly.
Tap.
Mess up, make a mistake, fail.
Screw up.
Illegally entering a house or building to steal.
Burglary.
An event where the police catch people doing a crime.
Bust.
Criminal who attacks and steals from people who travel.
Bandit.
To not control your feelings or emotions.
Lose someone's cool.
Want too much, always wanting more.
Greedy.
Smart, intelligent.
Clever.
A planned way of going from one place to another and escaping.
Escape route.
A reproduction or copy of a product.
Replica.
Connect or communicate over the telephone.
Patch someone through.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Patch someone through. Bob's not in the office? Can you patch me through to his mobile? Patch someone through. I'll patch you through to his voicemail. Patch someone through. No, I don't want to be patched through. I want to speak to someone now. Map out. So I have the future all mapped out. You'll get a job as a waiter, then we'll get married, and 2 years later, we'll start having kids. Map out. We're mapping out the marketing plan at the meeting. Map out. Okay, I've mapped out our trip, and it should take about 10 hours. Replica. This is a replica of the Ferrari F1. Replica. I built a replica of the building so that you can see what it's going to look like. Replica. I thought it was a Ming vase, but it was only a replica. Norman really lost his cool at the meeting. He started screaming when he saw the sales figures. If you do that one more time, I'm really going to lose my cool. Don't lose your cool and yell at me. Tap. The police caught the drug dealers by tapping their phone line. Tap. Don't say anything on the phone. I think my line might be tapped. Tap. Don't worry about it. The police are not going to tap our phone.
Hello, English learners. Welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And I'm Erica.
And today we have a great lesson for all our upper intermediate students.
That's right. We're talking about airplane travel today.
Airplane travel, right? So we're going to be in an airplane, basically.
Yes, and we're going to be listening to some of the common things you might hear on an announcement in the airplane.
Yeah, usually the flight attendant or the captain will come on and say something, and Well, usually it's in English, so we got to understand what they're saying.
That's right. And we'll also learn some great phrases that you can use when you want to describe flights to your friends when you're talking to them.
Yeah, that always happens. You arrive somewhere and people are like, hey, how was your flight? Now you know how to answer it.
Exactly.
Right? Okay, so why don't we take a look at our vocabulary preview?
Vocabulary preview.
Well, we've got 3 words for you here in vocabulary preview, all about flying.
Okay, so what's our first one?
Turbulence.
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 So turbulence. How can we describe this?
Well, turbulence when you're in an airplane basically is air that is moving in all directions really fast.
Okay, so what happens?
So the airplane will start to shake.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
It's the same thing if you're flying a kite and maybe some turbulence is in the air, your kite will maybe fall to the ground.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's air that's moving in all directions. It's really turbulent.
All right, well, we'll hear how this word is used in the dialogue. But another airplane word we hear a lot, crew.
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 Flight crew.
Yes, C-R-E-W, crew.
So the flight crew is basically the team.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
It's all the people that are in the airplane. So it's basically the captain and the co-pilot.
Yes.
And all the flight attendants, right?
Exactly, yep.
That's the flight crew.
Yes.
Okay. And what about our last word?
Bumpy ride.
Bumpy ride.
A bumpy ride.
Bumpy.
Not smooth.
Not smooth.
Yep.
So what would be an example of a bumpy ride?
Okay, imagine if you're driving in your car and you're driving on a dirt road, like with many holes in it and everything.
And rocks and everything.
You're driving on that road and it would be really, really bumpy.
Right, so your car will be moving a lot.
Shaking,
Exactly.
Yeah, so a bumpy ride is a trip where you move and shake a lot. It's kind of uncomfortable.
So you can say that is a bumpy road.
Or it was a bumpy ride.
Or it was a bumpy ride.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's listen to our dialogue. We're going to be listening to these people on an airplane, and the captain is going to give some instructions.
And the next thing you know, we're running towards the... Oh, did you feel that?
Yeah, don't worry about it. We're just going through a bit of turbulence.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. It looks like we've hit a patch of rough air, so we're going to have a bit of a bumpy ride for the next several minutes. And
This is why I hate flying.
at this time, I'd like to remind all of our passengers to fasten their seatbelts and remain seated until the fasten seatbelt sign is turned off. Please ensure that all cabin baggage is carefully stowed under the seat in front of you. I'll be back to update you in a minute.
Did you hear that? Oh my God, Brent!
Don't worry about it. This is totally normal. It happens all the...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain again. We've got quite a large patch of rough air ahead of us, and so for your safety, we will be suspending in-flight service. I would ask all the in-flight crew to return to their seats at this time. I would also ask that all our passengers refrain from using the lavatory until the seatbelt sign has been switched off. We can expect...
Well, here we are with another dramatic dialogue, another explosion in English Pod. What's happening?
I don't know. A lot of adventure is going on, so we'll see what happens. But I'm sure they're all right. Don't worry, everyone. I'm sure.
I hope so. It's kind of making me nervous for my next flight.
All right. So let's take a look at some of the words that the captain used in Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, all of these words you'll hear really, really often when you're flying. And the first one we have for you is fasten.
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 Fasten your seat belt. Now, this is a great word. Fasten means to...
Do up.
Do up or put on or...
Connect.
Connect, right?
Yeah.
So usually it'll be with a seat belt or a belt or something like that, right?
Yeah. Now, the pronunciation here is interesting.
Yes.
It's spelt F-A-S-T-E-N.
Right, so it would be fast N.
No.
No, right?
Fasten.
Fasten. The
Fasten.
T kind of becomes silent. So it's fasten.
Yep.
Okay. Let's look at our next word. Lavatory.
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 Okay, so what is a lavatory exactly? Because I'm always confused. What's the difference between bathroom, restroom, washroom, WC, lavatory?
I know, so many words for bathroom. A lavatory is a room with a toilet and sink only.
Only a toilet and sink, so no bathtub.
No.
So
no shower either.
No shower. So it's very, very common to find a lavatory in boats, airplanes, and trains.
Yep. But never in your house.
Never in your house, right?
Even if your room in your house is only a sink and a toilet, it's still not a lavatory.
It's a bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why. That's just the way it is in English.
And something interesting that you told me today, WC, right? That's a common thing that you'll see on a bathroom.
Yep.
What does that stand for?
Water closet.
Water closet.
Yep.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Water closet. Okay, anyways, let's take a look at our next word. Stow.
Stow.
To stow.
Yes, stow your luggage.
Stow your luggage. So if I stow my luggage, it means...
You put it in a place where you can get it easily, but it is very safe.
And maybe it's not even visible, right?
Yeah, so you put it away in a safe spot.
Okay, so usually in airplanes, they will tell you to stow your luggage under your seat.
Yes, or stow your luggage in the overhead bin.
Overhead bin or overhead compartment.
Yes.
Okay. And our last word.
Refrain.
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 Refrain from doing something.
So this is a verb meaning avoid doing.
Avoid doing. Do not do.
Exactly.
Something interesting about this grammar-wise is it's usually followed by from.
Yeah.
Refrain from. And the verb that follows is always gerund, right?
Yeah, so refrain from ing.
Right. Refrain from using the lavatory.
Yes, refrain from smoking.
Refrain from smoking. Okay, so refrain from.
Yep.
All right, so some really great examples in language takeaway.
Yep.
And well, now let's take a look at Fluency Builder and see some of these great phrases.
Fluency Builder.
All right, 3 phrases we have for you here. The first one, remain seated.
Remain seated.
Remain seated.
Remain seated. So to remain seated.
Really simple. To stay sitting.
To stay on your seat. Don't stand up.
Yes.
This is really important in airplanes, right?
Yeah, because otherwise, if there's turbulence, you could, end up flying around the airplane.
Or fall, exactly, and hurt yourself. Remain seated.
Now, one of the reasons they had to remain seated was because they were going to go through a patch of rough air.
Patch of rough air.
So patch.
Now, interesting. Okay, so patch is a small area, right?
Yeah. So a small area of turbulence.
A small area of turbulence.
Yeah.
Now, what would be another example of patch?
Maybe a patch of strawberries.
So it's like a little strawberry garden, right?
Yes. Or a patch of grass.
A patch of grass. Usually in front of your house, you'll have a little patch of grass.
Yep.
Okay, so patch of. And now our last phrase, suspend.
Suspend.
Suspend in-flight service.
Yeah, so stop for a short time.
Stop for a short time. So you could suspend your work.
Yeah, and if you're going on vacation, you could suspend your subscription to the newspaper.
Okay, so suspend to temporarily stop.
Yes.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of vocabulary and some great phrases. So why don't we listen to our dialogue one more time and we'll come back and talk about flying.
And the next thing you know, we're running towards the... Oh, did you feel that?
Yeah, don't worry about it. We're just going through a bit of turbulence.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. It looks like we've hit a patch of rough air, so we're going to have a bit of a bumpy ride for the next several minutes. And
This is why I hate flying.
at this time, I'd like to remind all of our passengers to fasten their seatbelts and remain seated until the fasten seatbelt sign is turned off. Please ensure that all cabin baggage is carefully stowed under the seat in front of you. I'll be back to update you in a minute.
Did you hear that? Oh my God, Brent!
Don't worry about it. This is totally normal. It happens all the...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain again. We've got quite a large patch of rough air ahead of us, and so for your safety, we will be suspending in-flight service. I would ask all the in-flight crew to return to their seats at this time. I would also ask that all our passengers refrain from using the lavatory until the seatbelt sign has been switched off. We can expect...
Erica, have you ever had a turbulent flight like this?
No, never this bad. A little bit of turbulence. Actually, I kind of like turbulent flights.
Why?
It's sort of like, I don't know, it's kind of fun. You get shaken around and your like stomach moves up and down. And
You don't
it's
get
like,
nervous?
No, I get a little excited.
Well, it is true that flying is actually very, very safe, right?
Yeah. I know we all hear that like more people are killed in car accidents than flight accidents.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very, very safe. So yeah, I don't worry about the turbulence.
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, so flying is really safe, and as long as you remain seated, you fasten your seatbelt, and you follow the instructions, you shouldn't have any problems.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Actually, that's a really good point, because actually, when I was reading about flight turbulence for this dialogue, I kept reading all of these stories about these people who, when they got into some turbulent air, were, knocked over, or they ended up like actually literally flying through the cabin and getting really badly hurt.
Yeah.
Everyone, you got to fasten your seatbelt.
Yes, remain seated.
Yeah. Flying tips here at English Pod.
Flying tips at English Pod. We don't want you to get hurt. And we know that you travel a lot, so be safe, right?
Yeah, and use this language to describe your flight.
Okay, so come to our website, englishpod.com, where you can leave questions. You can also leave your comments.
Yeah, Marco and I are always there. And actually, in fact, we have to go check the site now. So
yeah, we're out of time. So we'll see you guys next time.
Thanks for listening. Bye. Goodbye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Sudden, strong movement of air, especially that causes a plane to move up and down in the air.
Turbulence.
Having or causing sudden violent movements.
Rough.
Small area.
Patch.
Having sudden up and down movements.
Bumpy.
Do up. Connect one part with another.
Fasten.
Suitcase and luggage that travels inside the plane with the passengers.
Cabin baggage.
Put something in a place where it is safe but can be accessed easily.
Stow.
Stop something for a short time.
Suspend. Refrain.
A room with a sink and a toilet, chiefly on an airplane or train.
Lavatory.
Luggage, suitcases or bags, that travel inside the plane with you.
Cabin baggage.
Place above the seat in an airplane where you can store luggage.
Overhead bin.
A suitcase that you bring onto the plane.
Carry on.
A table that folds down from the seat in front of you on an airplane.
Table tray.
A piece of clothing that you wear to stay floating in the water.
Life jacket.
A mask worn over your mouth and nose so you can breathe.
Oxygen mask. Let's try that faster.
Having sudden up and down movements.
Bumpy.
Having or causing sudden violent movements.
Rough.
Do up. Connect one part with another.
Fasten.
Suitcase and luggage that travels inside the plane with the passengers.
Cabin baggage. Refrain.
Stop something for a short time.
Suspend.
Small area.
Patch.
A table that folds down from the seat in front of you on an airplane.
Table tray.
Luggage, suitcases or bags, that travel inside the plane with you.
Cabin baggage.
Sudden, strong movement of air, especially that causes a plane to move up and down in the air.
Turbulence.
Place above the seat in an airplane where you can store luggage.
Overhead bin.
A suitcase that you bring onto the plane.
Carry on.
A room with a sink and a toilet, chiefly on an airplane or train.
Lavatory.
Put something in a place where it is safe but can be accessed easily.
Stow.
A mask worn over your mouth and nose so you can breathe.
Oxygen mask.
A piece of clothing that you wear to stay floating in the water.
Life jacket. Now say the word and hear it in a sentence. Turbulence. There was a lot of turbulence on the flight. Turbulence. I don't think there will be any turbulence on this flight. We'll have a nice trip. Turbulence. We hit some turbulence when we were flying over the Atlantic. Stow. Can you stow this under your desk for me? Stow. Didn't stow your bags. You put them somewhere. Stow. I'll stow your computer under my seat, okay? Patch. We hit a patch of turbulence. Patch. There were some icy patches on the road. Patch. We drove through some foggy patches on the way here. Bumpy. It was a bit of a bumpy ride because the roads were terrible. Bumpy. We might have a bumpy ride because there is a lot of turbulence. Bumpy. It was a long and bumpy ride through the desert. Refrain. Please refrain from smoking until you have left the building. Refrain. I refrained from telling her what I really thought of her. Refrain. Please refrain from using your mobile phone in the hospital. Hello, English learners. Welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And I'm Erica.
And today we're bringing you our great suspense, scary series.
Our thriller. New Guy in Town, Part 4. All right. Well, I don't want to give you any hints about what will happen in this dialogue.
Yes, it's totally unexpected. So let's listen to our dialogue, and then we'll come back and talk about some of the great vocabulary.
All right, drag her over here and help me tie her up.
I can't believe she fell for it. She is a lot more gullible than I thought.
Well, you gotta admit, my acting was brilliant.
Whatever. I was the one that convinced her to come. Look, she's waking up.
What's going on, Ellen? What are you doing?
The cat's out of the bag, you witch! You can stop pretending now.
Yeah, Lois. We know who you are. Now, we want some answers. Why are you here?
Fools! You don't know who you're dealing with. You can't stop me!
Run!
Well, I certainly didn't see that one coming.
I know everyone thought that Armand was a vampire.
I know.
And now it turns out that they were acting.
Yeah, crazy.
Crazy, huh?
Strange things happen here on English Pod.
All right, so why don't we take a look at some of the language that we saw in Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Well, we have 3 words for you here that we heard in the dialogue. And the first one, Armand tells Ellen to drag her over here.
Right, drag.
Drag.
So when you drag something or somebody,
you pull them across the floor or pull them across the ground.
Pull them, but you don't actually pick them up, right?
No,
right?
Yeah. Their body is still touching the ground.
Okay, so just imagine if you have a really heavy suitcase, it doesn't have any wheels, you gotta drag it across the floor.
Yeah.
Right?
I've been there.
Yeah, it's happened to me too.
Yeah.
So drag.
All right. And then he says, tie her up.
Tie her up.
Tie somebody up.
So to tie somebody up.
To use rope and put it around a person so that they cannot move.
Right. So you take rope, you tie a person up. And it's always used like this, right? Tie somebody up.
Yes.
Tie him up.
Tie that up.
Tie that up.
Yeah.
Okay. And our last word.
I like this one. Fools.
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 So, or singular would be fool.
Yeah. Fool.
So what's a fool?
Well, a fool is a stupid person.
Right. A person that doesn't know something, or an ignorant person.
All right, well, Lois thinks that Armand and Ellen are fools here.
Exactly. Apparently she got really angry and managed to escape from the chair or whatever where she was tied up, right? Well, the dialogue was a little bit fast. There was a lot of sound effects as well.
Yep.
So let's listen to this dialogue again. We're going to slow it down a little bit, and I'm sure it's going to be a little bit easier to understand.
All right, drag her over here and help me tie her up.
I can't believe she fell for it. She is a lot more gullible than I thought.
Well, you gotta admit, my acting was brilliant.
Whatever. I was the one that convinced her to come. Look, she's waking up.
What's going on, Ellen? What are you doing?
The cat's out of the bag, you witch. You can stop pretending now.
Yeah, Lois, we know who you are. Now, we want some answers. Why are you here?
Fools! You don't know who you're dealing with. You can't stop me.
Run!
Well, Marco, I noticed in this dialogue, there's a lot of words and phrases that we can use to talk about lying or fooling somebody.
Exactly. There is a lot of language about lying. So let's take a look at it in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right. So in Fluency Builder today, let's take a look at 4 phrases. The first one, fell for it.
Fell for it.
I can't believe she fell for it.
Fell for it.
Okay, so it's not that she physically fell, right?
No.
Okay.
But she believed the lie.
She believed the lie. You fell for the lie.
Yep.
I know that we have some examples so we can understand this phrase, fell for it, a little bit better.
Example 1.
He might seem like a nice guy, but don't fall for it. He's a jerk.
Example 2.
I can't believe I fell for your lies.
Example 3.
I told my mom I was going to the library, and she fell for it.
All right, well, that's a lot clearer to me. I noticed that we have the preposition it here.
Yeah, it is at the end, and it's referring to the lie.
Yes.
Or the joke. Or the story.
Yeah.
She fell for the story, but you wouldn't say she fell for the story. You would say she fell for it.
Yeah, so these 3 words always go together. Fell for it. So don't forget the it.
Don't forget the it. Okay, let's take a look at our second word. Gullible.
So Ellen thinks that Lois was gullible.
Right, a gullible person.
Yeah, gullible.
A gullible person is somebody that always believes.
Yes, they always fall for it.
They always fall for it.
Yep.
They believe anything you say. So I know you were a little bit gullible when you were younger, right?
Yeah, that's true. You know what? My grandmother used to tell me every year, she would say, oh, I'm 35. I'm 35. And I really believed her until I was about 12 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you were really gullible.
Really gullible.
But you're not anymore.
No, I know better.
All right, so gullible, a gullible person. Okay, now let's look at the next phrase. The cat's out of the bag.
The cat is out of the bag.
The cat is out of the bag. Okay, so again, it's not literal. It's not like you had a cat in a bag and you let it out, right?
A nice idiom here, meaning the truth is out.
The truth is out. We discovered the truth.
Yes, so imagine that the cat is the truth.
Right, and it escaped.
Yes.
Okay, so the cat's out of the bag. The truth is out. We know the truth now.
Yep.
Okay, and our last phrase, pretending.
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 So Lois was pretending to be a normal housewife.
Let's listen to some examples of how we would use pretending.
Example 1.
Pretend that you're my boyfriend and he'll go away.
Example 2.
I can't believe Lucy pretended to be sick.
Example 3.
You forgot my birthday. Don't pretend that everything is okay.
Okay, so pretending is acting like you are somebody that you are not.
Yes, or yeah, it's sort of like acting a lie.
Okay, so for example, on Halloween, everyone dresses up as a monster or Spider-Man or something. So everyone pretends to be that character.
Yes.
But they are not.
Yes.
Okay, pretending. To pretend.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's listen to our dialogue one more time, and then we'll come back and talk some more.
All right, drag her over here and help me tie her up.
I can't believe she fell for it. She is a lot more gullible than I thought.
Well, you gotta admit, my acting was brilliant.
Whatever. I was the one that convinced her to come. Look, she's waking up.
What's going on, Ellen? What are you doing?
The cat's out of the bag, you witch! You can stop pretending now.
Yeah, Lois. We know who you are. Now, we want some answers. Why are you here?
Fools! You don't know who you're dealing with. You can't stop me!
Run!
Okay, so what do you think will happen in part 5?
I have no idea.
Well, what do you guys think will happen in part 5? Apparently, Armand isn't a vampire anymore.
But Lois is a witch. Who's Ellen? What sort of twist are we going to see here?
Is she an alien?
Oh my God.
We don't know what will happen, but you can tell us what you think will happen. Come to our website at englishpod.com and leave all your questions and comments and maybe your story ideas.
Yes, Marco and I are always around to answer your questions and to respond to your comments. So, guys, I think we're out of time for today, but thanks for listening.
And we'll see you next time.
Goodbye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. Move something, usually heavy.
Drag.
To attach someone or something with a rope or string.
Tie up.
Believe a lie.
Fall for it.
Easily believing something that is not true. Easily fooled.
Gullible.
The truth is revealed.
The cat's out of the bag.
The male form of a witch, man that practices magic.
Wizard.
Tell the truth when you don't really want to. Tell someone everything.
Spill the beans.
A state of not knowing where you are. Confused.
Disoriented.
Person that can't tell the truth. Lies about anything.
Compulsive liar.
Used to say that someone is speaking or writing in a very direct and honest way.
Frank.
Let's try that faster. A state of not knowing where you are. Confused.
Disoriented.
Person that can't tell the truth. Lies about anything.
Compulsive liar.
Believe a lie.
Fall for it.
The truth is revealed.
The cat's out of the bag.
Easily believing something that is not true. Easily fooled.
Gullible.
The male form of a witch, man that practices magic.
Wizard.
To attach someone or something with a rope or string.
Tie up.
Tell the truth when you don't really want to. Tell someone everything.
Spill the beans.
Used to say that someone is speaking or writing in a very direct and honest way.
Frank.
Move something, usually heavy.
Drag.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Fall for it. He might seem like a nice guy, but don't fall for it. He's a jerk. Fall for it. I can't believe I fell for your lie. Fall for it. I told my mom I was going to the library, and she fell for it. Pretend that you're my boyfriend, and he'll go away. I can't believe Lucy pretended to be sick. You forgot my birthday. Don't pretend that everything is okay. Drag. Help me drag my suitcase out of the... Drag. Stop dragging that chair. You're making marks on the... Drag. Can you drag that table over here? The cat's out of the bag. I know your secret. I'm sorry I let the cat out of the bag about your surprise party. John let the cat out of the bag, so we know all about the surprise trip to Hawaii. Gullible. Sarah is so gullible. She'll believe anything you say. Gullible. I'm not that gullible. You can't fool me. Gullible. You believed that robber when he told you he was a police officer? How can you be so gullible?
Hello, English learners. Welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And I'm Erica.
And today we're bringing you, again, the great series, I'm Sorry, I Love You, Part 6.
The newest installment in the English Pod soap opera.
Drama, romance.
Love, tragedy.
All of it here at English Pod and in our series. So today we have a really great dialogue.
I just can't believe what's happening here. But before we get into it, we need to preview one word.
That's right. So let's take a look at it in vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
Well, we're going to preview this word. Sleeping with.
Sleeping with.
Sleeping with someone.
Sleeping with him.
Yes.
So it seems pretty easy. I mean, sleeping with, it just sounds like you are in bed with somebody.
Yeah, but you are doing a little bit more than sleeping.
All right. So in English, this phrase actually means that you are involved with someone and have an intimate sexual relationship, right?
Yes, you are in a relationship with someone and you are having sex.
Exactly. So be careful how you use it, because I know that sometimes you want to translate and just say, well, they are in the same bed together, but it's not that they're having sex.
Right. So most of the time in English, the phrase sleeping with means sex.
Right. Okay. Sleeping with. Be careful.
Okay. Well, let's find out. Why are we talking about sleeping with?
Well, obviously somebody is sleeping with somebody. So let's listen to the dialogue and then we'll come back and talk about it.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe you've been sleeping with someone else. How could you do this? You know what? I'm out of here.
Wait! Doctor, how is this possible? I haven't cheated on my boyfriend.
I have something to confess. I'm sorry, Veronica. I lied.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
I lied. You aren't even pregnant. There's no bun in the oven. I was just so overwhelmed with jealousy that I couldn't help myself. Veronica, I love you!
What are you talking about? Who are you?
It's me, Daniel. Don't you remember me from high school? I sat behind you in science class. I used to go to every football game and watch you in the cheerleading squad.
You're insane. We never even spoke. Why did you lie like that to my boyfriend?
Because, Veronica, it's not fair. I love you. I have since the first day we met. Everything was going fine until that jerk came into the picture and ruined everything. I went to med school and became a doctor for you. You always said how you wanted to marry a doctor. You will be mine now, one way or another.
I heard everything, you lying bastard! Get your hands off of her!
Scandal again.
This poor Veronica and Steven. I don't know how their relationship could get more complicated.
It's amazing. They're having an amazing adventure in their love life.
I'm sure glad my love life looks nothing like this.
All right, so we saw some really great words. So let's take a look at them in language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
The words we're looking at now are about feelings.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's take a look at the first one. Confess.
Okay, confess.
To confess.
To confess. So confess, what does that mean?
When you confess something, you tell a secret that you've been hiding.
Okay, so that's pretty easy. So you have a secret and you want to tell it to someone, so you are confessing.
Yeah, and it's usually something negative.
Negative. Oh, okay.
So, Marco, I confess that I stole $5 from you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, sorry.
Ah, okay. No wonder my wallet was lighter.
Yeah.
All right. So, confess. I shall not forgive you for this.
Oh, no.
All right. Let's take a look at our next word. Overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed.
I am overwhelmed.
So when I am overwhelmed, I am filled with emotion.
Okay, with emotion. It can be good emotions and bad emotions, right?
Yeah, but you feel too much. It's like you're going to explode.
Okay, I am overwhelmed with joy.
Yes, or I'm overwhelmed with work.
And I am overwhelmed with jealousy.
Like this guy.
Right? And that's our third word.
Jealousy.
Jealousy. So this is interesting because jealousy is the noun.
That's right. It's the feeling
of being jealous.
Which is the adjective.
So what does it mean when you are jealous?
It means that you see somebody and you want what they have.
Okay. You want what they have.
Yeah. So in this case, the doctor is jealous of Veronica's boyfriend because the doctor wants Veronica.
Okay, jealous. Mm-hmm. So Erica, are you a jealous wife?
I don't know, maybe a little bit.
A little bit?
But I've never gone to the extent of telling someone that they're pregnant when they're not.
All right. Jealousy. Okay. And let's take a look at our next two words, which are actually kind of insults, right?
Yeah, they're not very kind words at all.
Okay, but you got to learn them anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at this one. Jerk.
Jerk.
He's a jerk.
J-E-R-K. Jerk.
Jerk. So what does it mean if someone is a jerk?
A stupid and mean person.
Plain as simple as that.
Yeah.
Stupid and mean. So can a woman be a jerk?
It's mostly male, but now it's becoming more common to use with women as well.
Okay, so I can say he is a jerk or she is a jerk.
Yeah, but it is more common for men.
Okay. And now let's take a look at our last word. You lying bastard.
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 Wow, this is pretty strong as well.
Yeah, you got to be careful about this one. This one is almost a swear word.
Almost.
Yeah.
It's not like on the line.
Yeah.
So what does it mean if you call someone a bastard?
Well, literally, it means your mother and father were not married when you were born.
When you were born, exactly. So it is a pretty big insult.
Yes.
A little bit, I guess.
But it doesn't really mean that your mother and father weren't married.
Right.
It means that you are a jerk.
You're a jerk. You're a really big jerk.
You're a mean person, a really mean person.
So jerk isn't as strong as a bastard,
yes,
right?
Bastard is stronger.
Okay, so you got to be careful when you throw that word in there or how you would use it. And again, it's for men, right? Not for women.
Yeah, you can't use this word with women.
Oh, okay,
There's another one out there, but that will have to wait for another English pod.
Well, apparently all of these words are just for men. What did we do wrong?
Marco, I can't begin to tell you.
Okay, so let's listen to our dialogue again, and then we'll come back and look at some great phrases.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe you've been sleeping with someone else. How could you do this? You know what? I'm out of here.
Wait! Doctor, how is this possible? I haven't cheated on my boyfriend.
I have something to confess. I'm sorry, Veronica. I lied.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
I lied. You aren't even pregnant. There's no bun in the oven. I was just so overwhelmed with jealousy that I couldn't help myself. Veronica, I love you!
What are you talking about? Who are you?
It's me, Daniel. Don't you remember me from high school? I sat behind you in science class. I used to go to every football game and watch you in the cheerleading squad.
You're insane. We never even spoke. Why did you lie like that to my boyfriend?
Because, Veronica, it's not fair. I love you. I have since the first day we met. Everything was going fine until that jerk came into the picture and ruined everything. I went to med school and became a doctor for you. You always said how you wanted to marry a doctor. You will be mine now, one way or another.
I heard everything, you lying bastard! Get your hands off of her!
All right, so great stuff. Jerk, bastards, all that good words going around.
But we've also got some amazing phrases. So why don't we take a look at those now in Fluency Builder?
Fluency Builder.
All right, so in Fluency Builder today, we have 3 great phrases. Let's take a look at the first one. Bun in the oven.
A bun in the oven.
A bun in the oven.
Okay, this is obviously an idiomatic phrase, right?
Well, it could be literal as well, right?
Like you could actually have a piece of bread in your oven.
Right. Bun is a piece of bread in the oven. But in this context, we're not using it.
No. It means you're pregnant.
You're pregnant. So the baby is the bun.
Yeah, and the oven is your stomach.
Right. So you say she has a bun in the oven.
Yes, she's pregnant.
She's pregnant. Okay. It could be difficult to understand if you don't really have the explanation, right? You would say, what? She has bread in the oven?
Yeah, a bun in the oven.
Okay. Now let's take a look at a second one. Couldn't help myself.
I couldn't help myself.
I couldn't help myself.
So when you can't help yourself, you can't control yourself.
Right. You did something, but you couldn't control it.
You couldn't stop it.
You couldn't stop it. Okay, so let's listen to some examples of how you would use I couldn't help myself, because it's a phrase that you can use in many different ways, right?
That's right. Let's listen.
Example 1.
I just couldn't help myself. When I saw your car, I just had to buy it.
Example 2.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. I just started laughing.
Example 3.
That cake was so good. I couldn't help myself. I ate it all.
All right, perfect. Couldn't help myself. Easy.
Now, the doctor, he couldn't help himself from lying to Veronica because he was angry that her boyfriend, Steven, came into the picture.
Came into the picture.
To come into the picture.
Okay, so what does it mean when somebody comes into the picture?
Well, basically, you appear in somebody's life. You come into somebody's life.
So imagine that your life is a picture, and somebody all of a sudden comes into it, so...
They come into the picture. They come into your life.
Come into your life.
Yes.
So he's angry that Steven appeared into Veronica's life, and they're in love and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. All right, well, these are some great phrases, and why don't we listen to them again in context? So let's listen to the dialogue.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe you've been sleeping with someone else. How could you do this? You know what? I'm out of here.
Wait! Doctor, how is this possible? I haven't cheated on my boyfriend.
I have something to confess. I'm sorry, Veronica. I lied.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
I lied. You aren't even pregnant. There's no bun in the oven. I was just so overwhelmed with jealousy that I couldn't help myself. Veronica, I love you!
What are you talking about? Who are you?
It's me, Daniel. Don't you remember me from high school? I sat behind you in science class. I used to go to every football game and watch you in the cheerleading squad.
You are insane. We never even spoke. Why did you lie like that to my boyfriend?
Because, Veronica, it's not fair. I love you. I have since the first day we met. Everything was going fine until that jerk came into the picture and ruined everything. I went to med school and became a doctor for you. You always said how you wanted to marry a doctor. You will be mine now, one way or another.
I heard everything, you lying bastard! Get your hands off of her!
Okay, so Veronica's not pregnant. That was a close one.
Yeah.
Okay. Phew. Actually, they're not married. So this is a very controversial topic, right?
Yep.
Being knocked up.
Yes, nice phrase.
Nice phrase.
So there's a lot of interesting phrases and ways you can talk about pregnancy. So if you're knocked up, you're pregnant.
Right. So you could hear that in movies. It's not really, I would say, a proper way of saying.
No, it's not that polite because it gives you the idea that it was a mistake.
Right. So you would say she got knocked up.
Yes. Another common phrase is preggers.
Preggers. Yeah. I heard this is more Australian, right?
She's preggers, so she's pregnant.
So it's actually a pretty interesting topic. I know that, for example, in Latin America, if a girl that's maybe in her early 20s gets pregnant accidentally by her boyfriend, usually the families expect them to get married.
Really?
Yeah, so it's kind of like, should they get married? Should they not?
So there's a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure. But it's different in other countries, right?
Yep. So I don't know, for you guys, what's it like in your country where you live? Is there pressure on the guy and the girl to get married? I mean, should Steven and Veronica get married in this situation?
Or what about just living together?
Yeah.
Or as they say, living in sin, right?
Living in sin.
Living together, living in sin.
Yeah.
So is it okay to just live together with your girlfriend, or should you get married before? This is a controversial topic, so we'll have a lot of different opinions. But it should be interesting.
Yes, so visit our website and tell us what you think. Englishpod.com.
All right, guys, we'll see you there. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. Absurd, not logical.
Ridiculous.
To admit a fault or crime.
Confess.
Informal way of saying pregnant.
Bun in the oven.
State of being affected deeply in mind or emotion.
Overwhelmed.
A feeling of being supplanted. Apprehensive of losing affection or position.
Jealousy.
Very crazy.
Insane.
Destroy.
Ruin.
A cruel or unkind person.
Bastard.
To have a sexual relationship with someone who is not your husband, wife, boyfriend, or girlfriend.
Unfaithful.
A person who is not who they seem. A person who lies.
A fraud.
A person who has a relationship with a married man or a married woman.
A homewrecker.
Dishonest behavior.
Deceit.
End a relationship with.
Split up with.
Listen to another person's conversation.
Eavesdrop.
Let's try that faster. A feeling of being supplanted. Apprehensive of losing affection or position.
Jealousy.
Listen to another person's conversation.
Eavesdrop.
End a relationship with.
Split up with.
Informal way of saying pregnant.
Bun in the oven.
A cruel or unkind person.
Bastard.
Destroy.
Ruin.
To have a sexual relationship with someone who is not your husband, wife, boyfriend, or girlfriend.
Unfaithful.
A person who has a relationship with a married man or a married woman.
A homewrecker.
Absurd, not logical.
Ridiculous.
To admit a fault or crime.
Confess.
Very crazy.
Insane.
Dishonest behavior.
Deceit.
State of being affected deeply in mind or emotion.
Overwhelmed.
A person who is not who they seem. A person who lies.
A fraud.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Confess. Barbara confessed to me that she stole the wallet. Confess. I have to confess something. I'm in love with. Confess. I'm innocent. I'll never confess to this crime. Overwhelmed. I was overwhelmed with joy when I discovered my wife is pregnant. Overwhelmed. She is overwhelmed with sadness since her dog died. Overwhelmed. Don't be overwhelmed by all the work you have to do. Take your time. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You are a jerk. My sister had a boyfriend who was a real jerk. I don't mean to be a jerk, but can you leave my house? I couldn't help myself. When I saw that car, I had to buy it. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I just started laughing. She couldn't help herself, and so she ate the cake by herself. I had a happy life until my mother-in-law came into the picture. Our company grew so much after the new CEO came into the picture. My life feels complete now that you came into the picture.
Hello, English learners. Welcome back. We are here at English Pod. My name is Marco.
And I'm Erica.
And today we're going to be bringing you a lesson about eggs.
That's right. And who knew there was so much to talk about when we're talking eggs?
Right. Well, we always have eggs for breakfast, and there are many ways of preparing them. So we're going to learn what the different ways are.
Yes, and we'll learn some of the language that goes along with eggs.
Okay. So we have 3 words that we want to take a look at before we listen to our dialogue. So let's look at these in vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
Our preview word for this lesson is picky.
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 So picky is an interesting adjective.
Okay, so if a person is picky, what does that mean?
They're very hard to please.
Okay, so if your boss is picky and you give him a report and maybe it has, I don't know, a couple of mistakes or something.
Yeah, he'll say, do it again, change this, this, and this.
Okay.
So if you are picky, you want everything to be perfect.
Okay.
And if there's one small thing that's not, you won't be happy.
Okay. So picky.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting word. Now our next word, yolk.
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 Y-O-L-K.
Yolk.
So this word is actually not in the dialogue.
It's not in the dialogue, but it's important that you know, right?
Okay, so if you have an egg, the yellow part is called the yolk.
Okay, and what about the other part?
The white.
The white.
The white.
Or also called the egg white, right?
Yes, egg white.
Okay, so pretty simple. Yolk and egg white.
Mm-hmm.
Let's listen to our dialogue. We are going to be listening to a couple who are having breakfast.
Wow, you're up early today. What's for breakfast?
Well, I felt like baking, so I made some muffins.
Smells good. I'll make some coffee. Do you want me to make you some eggs?
Sure. I'll take mine sunny side up.
Ew. I don't know how you can eat your eggs like that. Ever since I was small, I've had eggs and soldiers.
You know, my dad had scrambled eggs every morning for 20 years. It drove my mom crazy.
You know what really drives me crazy? When I ask for soft-boiled eggs and they overcook them so that they come out hard-boiled. How can you dip your toast into a hard-boiled egg?
You're so picky sometimes.
Here you go, honey. Fried eggs.
Damn it! I said sunny side up. How many times do I have to tell you?
Well, she is definitely very picky and has a very bad temper.
I know. I can't believe anyone would get so angry over their breakfast.
Yeah.
But I guess it is the most important meal of the day.
Exactly. So we heard a couple of different ways of describing how you prepare eggs. So let's take a look at that in language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Okay, so our first preparation method, my favorite.
All right.
Sunny side up.
Okay. Sunny side up.
Sunny side up.
Now, this is interesting. Sunny, like the sun, right?
Exactly.
So when you fry an egg, right, and the yolk looks like a little sun, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So why is it called sunny side up?
I think because of what you just said. It looks like the sun.
But you don't cook the yolk, right?
Okay, yeah, the yolk is still yellow. It's still a little bit liquid, a little bit soft.
Okay, because the opposite would be a fried egg.
Yes.
And that's our second word.
Fried egg.
Fried egg.
So this, you put the egg in the pan and you cook it all the way through.
All the way through. So the yolk is not liquid anymore. It becomes hard. And,
yes.
Right?
Exactly.
Okay.
A fried egg.
A fried egg. All right. So now let's take a look at our next set of eggs.
All right.
Soft-boiled egg.
A soft-boiled egg.
Soft-boiled.
Soft-boiled.
Okay. So to boil, you put the egg
in water.
In boiling water.
Yes, and make it cook.
And make it cook. So how long would you usually put it in for to be soft-boiled?
3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you only cook part of the egg, right?
Right. The yolk, the yellow part, stays a little bit wet, a little bit liquid.
Okay. So again, the opposite would be?
A hard-boiled egg.
Hard-boiled egg.
Hard-boiled.
So hard-boiled is when you cook the entire egg again.
Yes. So then it's hard like a ball.
The entire egg. So with this soft-boiled and hard-boiled eggs, this takes us to our next form, eggs and soldiers.
Eggs and soldiers.
Eggs and soldiers.
Eggs and soldiers.
Now, this is really interesting. I didn't really know about this before. It kind of sounds like you're having eggs with a group of soldiers from the army.
Well, this is a very British way of eating eggs. So you have your soft-boiled egg in a cup, and you have a piece of toast. But the toast is cut into long pieces.
Okay.
And then you take those pieces and you dip them into the egg yolk.
Oh,
it's delicious.
It's good.
Yeah. Typical English way of eating eggs.
Okay, so eggs and soldiers. Interesting. And this takes us to our last form of egg preparation and probably the most popular.
Yes, scrambled eggs.
Scrambled eggs.
Scrambled eggs.
Take eggs, put them in a pan, and then you just move them all over the place.
Mix them all up.
Mix them all up.
So the yolk and the white are mixed together.
Mixed together. All right. So we've looked at a lot of egg preparation, and now we can listen to our dialogue for the second time, and then we'll come back and look at some phrases.
Wow, you're up early today. What's for breakfast?
Well, I felt like baking, so I made some muffins.
Smells good. I'll make some coffee. Do you want me to make you some eggs?
Sure. I'll take mine sunny side up.
Ew, I don't know how you can eat your eggs like that. Ever since I was small, I've had eggs and soldiers.
You know, my dad had scrambled eggs every morning for 20 years. It drove my mom crazy.
You know what really drives me crazy? When I ask for soft-boiled eggs, and they overcook them so they come out hard-boiled. How can you dip your toast into a hard-boiled egg?
You're so picky sometimes.
Here you go, honey. Fried eggs.
Damn it. I said sunny side up. How many times do I have to tell you?
Interesting that the man in this dialogue is the one doing the baking.
Yeah, well, that's modern days. I don't know. Men are learning how to cook, and Yeah.
A house husband.
House husbands, yeah, more popular these days.
All right, well, since this house husband felt like baking, I think we should look at this and one other phrase in Fluency Builder.
Okay, so great phrase. He said, I felt like baking.
I felt like baking.
I felt like baking. So let's take a look at this. He feels like, or he felt like in the past. What does that mean when you feel like?
You want to do it. You have the desire to do it.
Okay, and then to bake. And now this verb is in the gerund form.
That's right, the ing form.
And that's the rule, right? I feel like playing soccer.
Right. I feel like eating lunch.
I felt like going to the movies. That's the way you would say this. You have the desire, you feel like doing something.
Exactly.
Okay, very good. And now let's take a look at this second phrase. Drives me crazy.
Drives me crazy.
Drives me crazy.
All right, this is a very descriptive phrase. And I think if we listen to some examples, it will help us understand the meaning.
Example 1.
This music is driving me crazy. Turn it down.
Example 2.
Don't leave garbage in my car. It drives me crazy.
Example 3.
Your mom is driving me crazy. She keeps calling me.
All right, so if something drives you crazy,
it makes you feel very angry or annoyed.
Irritated.
Or, frustrated.
Okay, but it can also be positive, right? Like, that girl drives me crazy.
As in you really, really, really like her.
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds a little bit inappropriate to
Really?
me. Yeah.
I think it's okay. It drives me crazy. It's like, she's got me thinking, and she's got me in the clouds or something like that.
All right. Well, maybe there's something about you that I don't need to know. So I'll just let you keep that thought to yourself.
All right. Well, I'm just saying we could use it in a positive form as well.
Okay. You're just saying.
I'm just saying. All right, so drives me crazy. Really great phrase, and you can use it in all of these different situations like we heard. So let's listen to our dialogue for the last time, and then we'll come back and talk a little bit more.
Wow, you're up early today. What's for breakfast?
Well, I felt like baking, so I made some muffins.
Smells good. I'll make some coffee. Do you want me to make you some eggs?
Sure. I'll take mine sunny side up.
Phew. I don't know how you can eat your eggs like that. Ever since I was small, I've had eggs and soldiers.
You know, my dad had scrambled eggs every morning for 20 years. It drove my mom crazy.
You know what really drives me crazy? When I ask for soft-boiled eggs and they overcook them so they come out hard-boiled. How can you dip your toast into a hard-boiled egg?
You're so picky sometimes.
Here you go, honey. Fried eggs.
Damn it! I said sunny side up. How many times do I have to tell you?
Well, I think there are some people who really, really love eating eggs for breakfast and some people who just can't stand it.
Yeah, I don't know who, though. I mean, who doesn't like eggs in the morning?
I know, I'm a big fan.
Right?
Yeah.
Eggs, bacon, toast.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Traditional American type breakfast.
Now, you were telling me that you have some traditions when you eat eggs.
I know. I'm not sure if this is just in my family, but I think actually it might be common with other people as well. When you eat a soft-boiled or hard-boiled egg, you have to, eat all of the egg outside of the shell, and then you have to break the bottom of the shell after you finished.
Why?
So that the fairies who live in your egg cup can come out.
So it's kind of like a superstition.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know. You guys, do you have any egg traditions or any other crazy food stories like that?
Well, for example, I was telling you that when I prepare scrambled eggs, sometimes I like to take some rice, some rice that has already been cooked, put it in the pan, and then take some eggs, 2 eggs, put it on top of the rice, and scramble the rice with the eggs.
Okay, for breakfast?
Yeah, it could be for breakfast.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit, not like a huge plate of rice. Or maybe at night you don't have anything to eat.
Okay.
Scrambled eggs with rice. It's a poor man's food.
All right. Well, it's also a quick man's food.
Yeah, exactly. So let us know if you guys have any egg preparations or any special egg recipes or traditions that you practice.
Visit our website at englishpod.com where you can leave all of your comments and questions.
Exactly. And as always, we are there to answer them and solve any problems.
Well, we're out of time for today, but until next time, bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. Let's try that faster. Now say the word and hear it in a sentence. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another lesson here at English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine. And today, Marco, you and I are talking about movies, right?
We're talking a little bit about movies, but mostly we're having a big argument.
Okay, I kind of like arguments. Lots of great words and phrases for you to learn here in English. But we've got an upper intermediate level lesson with some people who are not getting along very well. So
it's a couple, a guy and a girl, and they're having a fight, as couples do. So we're going to be learning a lot of the different language that they are using in this very heated debate. So let's listen to this dialogue for the first time, and then we'll be right back.
Wow, that terrible movie is finally over. Next time I'm picking the film because I don't want to end up seeing a chick flick.
Well, you should have picked. In the end, you always complain about everything.
Not everything, just this film. Even the title is ridiculous, and it's so long. Those were the 2.5 most wasted hours of my life. So much so that I'm thinking about asking them to give me my money back.
I'm thinking of taking you back home. I thought we could have a nice evening, but you're always so negative.
I'm only complaining about a movie that I could have rented or bought and then thrown in the garbage.
You see? That's what I'm talking about. I can't stand your sarcastic jokes anymore.
Next time, go with your gay friend who's more in touch with his feelings.
Well, he's more of a man than you are. At least he appreciates love stories.
Love stories? More like one-night stands.
Don't criticize Mario, or else I'll start on those fat drunk friends of yours. They're no saints.
My friends? Fat? What about those whales you call friends?
You're unbearable. You can walk home. I'm leaving.
Fine.
I think the guy was exaggerating a little bit. What do you think?
I think they were both exaggerating. You know, by the end of an argument, both people are saying things that maybe they don't mean.
I think we'll talk a little bit more about this towards the end of the show, but now why don't we take a look at language takeaway?
Language takeaway.
All right, on language takeaway today, we have 4 words. And the first one that you probably saw in the very first sentence is a chick flick.
Chick flick. So first of all, the word chick means a woman. It's slang, and it's not very nice.
It's not very nice.
No.
Well, I mean, between guys, you would use it as like, oh, this chick or that chick. But you wouldn't really walk up to a girl and call her a chick, right?
No, you wouldn't say, hey, chick, what's up? That's not something you want to say. So chick is a slang word for a girl or a woman. And a chick flick is a girl's movie.
So a flick is a movie. Yeah. Another slang word.
Exactly. So this is the slang phrase for flick. So, hey, Marco, what flicks are showing at the movie theater?
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
So movies. So, and a chick flick is usually a romantic movie, a drama, something that's very...
Like Beaches. Beaches is a chick flick. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I've never seen
also,
it.
He's Just Not That Into You is one of those new chick flicks.
Or like How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Or The Devil Wears Prada.
Bride Wars.
Wow, lots of chick flicks.
I've actually never seen any one of these except How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. I've actually only seen that one.
All right, so chick flick is a girl's or women's movie. And next up we have a word, sarcastic. We're talking about sarcastic jokes.
So, sarcastic jokes or somebody being sarcastic.
God, Marco, you're always so sarcastic.
So, what would sarcasm sound like?
Yeah, he's really funny.
All right, so it's not really what you're saying, it's kind of how you're saying it.
Right, so it's kind of like by saying, he's really funny. You're saying, yeah, he's a funny guy. But if I say, ugh, he's really funny, I'm saying he's not funny. He's being mean, or
yeah, he's a jerk.
He's a jerk.
Sarcasm is kind of one of those things that it's a little bit difficult to learn how to do or to actually get it right, especially in English, right?
Yeah, Marco, great explanation.
Exactly, that's the way it goes.
Oh yeah, you're so funny.
So,
wow.
You're amazing. You should go to. You went to sarcasm school.
So my parents.
You can be
like
really
to say.
mean, Catherine.
Sorry, just kidding.
All right. So, apart from being sarcastic, you can criticize someone.
Like you're ever critical.
All right.
Sorry, I'll stop.
You're really into character right now.
All right. So to criticize someone is to complain about them or to say that the things that they do are not very good.
So you can criticize a person or a movie.
Yeah, so this movie wasn't very good. It wasn't funny. The actors were bad. It was really long. Mm-hmm. These are criticisms.
Criticisms. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, and then moving on, the girl was finally tired of the guy and his complaints, and she said he's unbearable.
Gosh, you're unbearable. So the root of this word is to be able to to stand something, to bear it. And so if you're unbearable, something is unbearable, you just can't stand it.
All right, so you're tired of it, you can't stand it.
She thinks he's so unbearable, she makes him get out of the car.
And she leaves.
Yeah, she said, you can walk home.
All right, so that's an unbearable person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we took a look at those 4 main words here in our dialogue. Let's move on now to some of the phrases that we found in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
This first one's a common one, especially when we talk about women and men and the relationship between women and men. We say about men that maybe they should be more in touch with their feelings or their feminine side. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're saying to be more in touch with your feminine side, what exactly are you saying?
It's a good question. Well, what you're saying is that you want to be able to express your feelings more, or you want to be able to understand more about your feminine side or something like this. So to be in touch with is more about yourself. It's about self-reflection and self-understanding. So you could say, I'm a very serious person, but I want to make some changes in my life. So I'm trying to be more in touch with my inner child.
Your inner child. All right. So to be in touch with, and it's usually related to feelings, to something intangible,
or
right?
to behavior. Yeah.
To behavior. All right. Moving on now, a heated phrase, a one-night stand.
Oh, I'll let you explain this one, Marco.
All right, so a one-night stand is a casual and very quick temporal encounter that's usually a sexual encounter.
It's romantic, right? So it can be between 2 different people. They meet each other one night. they have a relationship for one night only, and then they never see each other again. So it's casual.
It's casual, very good. So yeah, you would see this. You see this a lot in shows like Sex in the City and all that.
Yeah, they have
stuff.
a lot of one night stands in that show.
All right, so a one night stand. And, well, related to this, the girl was criticizing his friends, and she said they're no saints.
Okay, so we could say this in many different ways. He's no saint. She's no saint. Or I'm no saint.
You're no saint.
So a saint is a good person. It's a word that we use in religion to say someone who's like Mother Teresa or someone who's just really good and kind. And
doesn't commit any sins.
Exactly. And so to say I'm no saint is to say, well, I do bad things or I say bad things. I'm not perfect, okay? So he or they're no saints. They do bad stuff too.
Yeah, very good. So that's the way that you would use he's no saint, they're no saints. All right, so I think now we should listen to our dialogue for the last time, and we'll be right back.
Wow, that terrible movie is finally over. Next time I'm picking the film because I don't want to end up seeing a chick flick.
Well, you should have picked. In the end, you always complain about everything.
Not everything, just this film. Even the title is ridiculous, and it's so long. Those were the 2.5 most wasted hours of my life. So much so that I'm thinking about asking them to give me my money back.
I'm thinking of taking you back home. I thought we could have a nice evening, but you're always so negative.
I'm only complaining about a movie that I could have rented or bought and then thrown in the garbage.
You see? That's what I'm talking about. I can't stand your sarcastic jokes anymore.
Next time, go with your gay friend who's more in touch with his feelings.
Well, he's more of a man than you are. At least he appreciates love stories.
Love stories? More like one-night stands.
Don't criticize Mario, or else I'll start on those fat drunk friends of yours. They're no saints.
My friends? Fat? What about those whales you call friends?
You're unbearable. You can walk home. I'm leaving.
Fine.
All right, so Catherine, is this an argument that you would say is typical among couples? Or maybe people that are probably about to break up, right?
Yeah, not couples that are happy, I would say. But yeah, you definitely have people who are, well, I guess it's kind of the battle of the sexes, right? You have people who are different genders, and so they don't always understand each other. You know, you want to have your girlfriends as a girl, and your girlfriends behave and talk in a certain way together, and guys do the same thing, but with their friends. And so sometimes you have these clashes, these interactions that are negative, and you know, when people are upset with each other, they say mean things.
And especially, I think in this case, they don't really like each other's friends.
Exactly.
And that's a kind of a common thing. Like a guy doesn't like his girlfriend's friends because maybe they gossip too much or something like that. And the same thing with the girls, right? Because a guy's friends maybe drink too much,
play too many card games.
They're single.
So I think a lot of times these problems also have to do with the fact that, like, when a girl is with her girlfriends, she maybe acts differently, or when a guy's with his guy friends, and so that's weird sometimes for the relationship because you see your partner acting differently with other people.
Right.
So. Do you like your boyfriend or girlfriend's friends? Do you get in fights about this kind of stuff?
Or you know what? The in-laws.
Ooh, that's a whole nother situation.
That's a whole nother situation.
Absolutely.
All right, so we want to hear from you, and also if you have any questions or comments, suggestions, come to englishpod.com and you can leave it on our lessons page, or you can email us at englishpod@praxislanguage.com.
We hope to see you on the website in the near future. Please get in touch with us. That's all for today. So bye-bye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. A film that appeals to women. Chick flick. The use of words to show irritation. Sarcastic. To be in close contact with. In touch with. A random and temporary romantic encounter.
One night stand.
To express disapproval.
Criticize.
Too bad to be accepted or endured.
Unbearable.
Let's try that faster. To be in close contact with.
In touch with.
To express disapproval.
Criticize.
A film that appeals to women.
Chick flick.
The use of words to show irritation.
Sarcastic.
A random and temporary romantic encounter.
One night stand.
Too bad to be accepted or endured.
Unbearable.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Chick flick. My girlfriend dragged me to go see another chick flick. Chick flick. This channel only shows chick flicks. Chick flick. The chick flick genre enjoyed great success a few years ago. I can't stand the weather here. It's too hot. She told me she can't stand me, and then she left. Now I'm all alone. Turn that music down. I can't stand country western. Sarcastic. Don't be so sarcastic because it's really obnoxious. Sarcastic. Thank you for the wonderful service, the customer said sarcastically. Sarcastic. Many performers use sarcasm for comedic effect. In touch with. Let's see this chick flick and get in touch with our feminine side. In touch with. He's just more in touch with his feelings, but he's not gay. In touch with. Please remember to write and stay in touch. Unbearable. I couldn't stand the flight attendant's unbearable politeness. Unbearable. The summers here are unbearable because of the heat. Unbearable. This music is unbearable. Turn it down.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another lesson here at English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine. So, Marco, what are we talking about today?
Today, we are taking a look at a guy who is a little bit too afraid of people in general.
There's a good word for this in English, someone who's almost too afraid all the time, someone who is overly cautious. We call this person paranoid.
Okay, so if you are paranoid, you think that everyone is wants to hurt you or that everyone is out to get you.
Wait, did you hear that? Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
Someone at the door. Marco, can you check the... Okay, that's paranoid. You know, you're always hearing voices and noises and things.
Yeah, so a paranoid, somebody that is paranoid. All right, so why don't we listen to this dialogue for the first time and see what this person is all paranoid about.
There it is again.
Dan, dude, you have to come over to my house right now.
Is everything okay?
Just get over here.
Come in. Quickly.
So, since when is your house a bank?
What do you mean?
I mean, what's up with the 4 locks and iron bars on your windows?
Security, Dan! Security! You can never be too safe, you know. A lot of sickos out there. Just the other day, they caught that peeping Tom, red-handed. Had a high-power telescope and binoculars by his window.
What's the matter with you? Why are you acting all paranoid?
Paranoid? I'm not paranoid! I'm cautious! You see, Dan, we have to be on guard at all times. People just invade your privacy as if they knew you. Telemarketers, solicitors, even your bank. They have way too much information. I like to keep everything on a need-to-know basis.
Okay. Well, what did you want to see me about?
You're being watched! Be careful, Dan. Be careful.
All right, we're back. So, I think this guy is a little bit too cautious.
I would have to agree with you, and I would go so far as to call him paranoid. But there's a lot of great stuff in this dialogue that we can use in a lot of different situations. So let's take a look at some of these new words in today's language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, the first word on language takeaway today is sicko.
Sicko is also the name of a movie that was a documentary famous in America by Michael Moore, actually.
Right.
But sicko, in this context, means someone who is a bit weird in a bad way.
So if you tell somebody you're sick, but like in that tone, right? You're saying you're sick. You're a sick person.
You're gross.
Right. You're saying you're gross.
Or people who have inappropriate humor, who make jokes about not so nice things.
Right.
Yeah, they're sick. But in this case, sickos are people who maybe like to hurt other people, or people who are a little bit crazy, people who are not normal.
So it's not a nice way of calling someone crazy, right? If you say, oh, he's a sicko, it's not really nice.
Not at all. It's a way of saying that you're almost scared of this person because they're kind of weird and almost they have problems.
All right, so sicko. Moving on to our next word. We saw that the guy was afraid of
telemarketers.
Exactly. So what are these guys?
Well, we've got 2 words being put together here, tele and market. So tele...
Like telephone.
Telephone. Over communication. So they're not in person. They're people who call you up and market things. They try to sell you stuff over the phone.
So this is very common. You get a phone call on your cell phone and they ask you if you're happy with your long distance calling plan, or if you need new TV cable or something like that.
And they always call during dinner or late at night, which drives me nuts.
Exactly.
So these are telemarketers. These are people who call you trying to sell things to you.
And very similar to these is a solicitors.
Exactly. But the big difference here with solicitors and telemarketers is that solicitors actually go to your house. They knock on your door.
So they're also called door-to-door salesmen or saleswomen.
That's right. So door-to-door salesmen, they go from door to door trying to sell things. But in this case, a solicitor is someone who comes to your house to try to get you to do something, to buy something.
All right, very good. And moving on to our next word, we have a peeping Tom.
That's right. We heard this a little bit earlier in the dialogue, and a peeping Tom is, again, a negative thing to say about someone. A peeping Tom, well, the word peep means to look, but kind of
quick
like...
look.
Yeah, it's a quick look. So peeping Tom is a person who spies on other people.
Okay, so a synonym of a peeping Tom would be a voyeur.
A voyeur. So someone who... without getting caught, tries to look at other people while they're in their homes. And so it's really bad because it's usually inappropriate. It's usually people who are watching women get undressed or...
Right.
Yeah.
So a peeping Tom is just an informal way of saying a voyeur, or somebody who is spying on people. So those are the words for today in Language Takeaway. Let's listen to our dialogue again, and then we'll be right back.
Dan, dude, you have to come over to my house right now.
Is everything okay?
Just get over here. Come in. Quickly.
So, since when is your house a bank?
What do you mean?
I mean, what's up with the 4 locks and iron bars on your windows?
Security, Dan! Security! You can never be too safe, you know. A lot of sickos out there. Just the other day, they caught that peeping Tom red-handed. Had a high-power telescope and binoculars by his window.
What's the matter with you? Why are you acting all paranoid?
Paranoid? I'm not paranoid! I'm cautious! You see, Dan, we have to be on guard at all time. People just invade your privacy as if they knew you. Telemarketers, solicitors, even your bank. They have way too much information. I like to keep everything on a need-to-know basis.
Okay. Well, what did you want to see me about?
You're being watched! Be careful, Dan. Be careful.
Now we're back, and we had some interesting phrases in the dialogue. The first one being, you can never be too safe.
Fluency builder.
All right, so this is a common mom phrase. You often hear mothers say this when they're sending their kids off to school or whatever. They say, don't talk to strangers, and the kid says, well, why not? You can never be too safe, right? It's good to err on the side of caution.
So it's okay to be extra safe or extra cautious, just in case.
Exactly. You never know what's going to happen, so it's better to be cautious than not. Mm-hmm. And that's what this person's saying. He's saying, well, security, it's important. You can never be too safe. You never know what might happen.
Mm-hmm. Is there another way that we can combine it? Like, you can never be too careful?
Exactly.
It's basically the same thing.
Same thing, yeah.
All right. What's our next phrase?
Our next phrase is about this peeping Tom, this person that they caught. They caught him red-handed.
We caught you red-handed.
Or he's been caught red-handed.
Mm-hmm. So what does that mean?
It's a very colorful phrase, and I don't just mean that because we're calling him red-handed, but to catch red-handed means to catch someone while they're doing something wrong. Mm-hmm. So if I see you breaking into someone's house and I say, Marco, stop! I'm catching you! Stop now! Mm-hmm. I just caught you red-handed.
You saw me doing the act.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And another way of saying this is you caught him with his hand in the cookie jar.
Okay, and this is another great phrase. You can imagine a child who sees the cookies in a very special jar on the counter in the kitchen. Mm-hmm. And mom says, don't eat the cookies. Well, the child goes into the kitchen and sees the cookies and opens the jar and puts his hand in the jar. And then mom comes and says, caught you. That's a boy with his hand or a child with their hand in the cookie jar.
So it's the same thing. I can say, I caught you with your hand in the cookie jar.
Or you were caught red-handed.
Mm-hmm. All right. And our last phrase for today is, you are on a need-to-know basis.
All right. This is a great one. This is often said in spy movies, I think. So we say, you're on a need-to-know basis. That means that if you really need to know something, then I will tell you.
Right.
But if not, I won't.
So you only have the information that is necessary, no more or less, right? You're on a need-to-know basis.
Right, so I say, tell me, Marco, tell me what happened. I want to know.
Right, and I can say, no, you're on a need-to-know basis and you don't need to know this. All right, so a need-to-know basis, as you say, very popular among spy movies and government movies and stuff like that.
Conspiracy movies.
Yeah. All right, so let's listen to this dialogue for the very last time and we'll be right back.
Dan, dude, you have to come over to my house right now.
Is everything okay?
Just get over here. Come in. Quickly.
So, since when is your house a bank?
What do you mean?
I mean, what's up with the 4 locks and iron bars on your windows?
Security, Dan! Security! You can never be too safe, you know. A lot of sickos out there. Just the other day, they caught that peeping Tom red-handed. Had a high-power telescope and binoculars by his window.
What's the matter with you? Why are you acting all paranoid?
Paranoid? I'm not paranoid! I'm cautious! You see, Dan, we have to be on guard at all times. People just invade your privacy as if they knew you. Telemarketers, solicitors, even your bank. They have way too much information. I like to keep everything on a need-to-know basis.
Okay. Well, what did you want to see me about?
You're being watched. Be careful, Dan. Be careful.
All right, so the guy's a little bit paranoid. There's another word for this as well, similar, right? It's schizo?
Schizophrenia is a disease, and a lot of people have it, and it's not too uncommon. But a popular slang word to say someone's crazy is schizo.
So if you guys remember this movie, A Beautiful Mind, it's all about this famous mathematician named John Nash. And, he was a genius. He came up with game theory and a lot of subsequent usage of this for economy, for many things. But it was proven that he was schizophrenic, right?
A paranoid schizophrenic. So not only did he kind of have experienced reality in different ways, but he's also paranoid. So he was afraid that the government was trying to kill him. And so he was irrationally afraid of everything going on around him. And it made him very unsafe because he could hurt himself or hurt other people.
And the interesting thing about this is that there is no actual cure for it. You just learn to cope and live with it. So you never really get cured. You just kind of live with it.
Learn how to understand what's real and what's not.
So it's interesting. It's a great movie also, by the way, if you've never seen it or you get a chance to watch it. And that's all the time we have for today. So if you have any questions, doubts, or comments, please come to our website, englishpod.com. And we're there to answer them.
Yeah, we hope to see you there. And until next time, English Potties.
All right. Bye-bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. A deranged, psychotic, or morbidly obsessed person.
Sicko.
Doing something wrong or illegal.
Red-handed.
To affect in an unwanted way.
Invade.
Having a feeling that people will harm you.
Paranoid.
Situation where you have only the information you need.
Need to know basis.
Let's try that faster. Having a feeling that people will harm you.
Paranoid.
To affect in an unwanted way.
Invade.
A deranged, psychotic, or morbidly obsessed person.
Sicko.
Situation where you have only the information you need.
Need to know basis.
Doing something wrong or illegal.
Red-handed.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Sicko. That sicko just brushed against me again. Sicko. Get your hands off me, you sicko. Sicko. Our society is full of these types of sickos. Red-handed. The little boy was caught red-handed stealing cookies out of the pantry. Red-handed. Caught red-handed, you little thief. I knew someone was stealing my change. Red-handed. The graffiti artist was caught red-handed, He was identified by the paint on his hands. Paranoid. Don't be paranoid, Bob. Even if there were aliens, they wouldn't want to abduct you. Paranoid. Paranoia is characterized by extreme anxiety and fear. Paranoid. I don't think he is just being paranoid. There really is a vampire waiting outside. Invade. The troops invaded at dawn. Invade. The place is invaded by tourists every summer. Invade. I must insist you not come in. It really is an invasion of privacy. Need to know basis. The details of my date last night are on a need to know basis. Need to know basis. If you don't have a specific need to know, I can't tell you. Need to know basis. Access to the report of the UFO crash are on a need to know basis.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine. So, Marco, today we're talking about rent and housing.
Right. We're actually going to be moving. We're going to be going to a new apartment or a new house. And so we're going to look at all the words related to this because sometimes it can be a real hassle, right? It can be really difficult.
Absolutely. Well, you love moving, right? You were telling me how much you love moving your stuff and negotiating a new lease.
Well, I like the negotiation of the lease, but not the moving aspect.
I don't think anyone likes moving.
Actually, I do like it at times because then you can just throw away so many things that you have no need for and you wouldn't throw away unless you moved.
So let's go check out today's dialogue to find out what happens to the characters.
Okay, that's fine. Bye.
What happened?
That's it. My lease is up. I have to move.
What? Why? Can't you renew it?
The owner apparently is selling this place to make way for the construction of a parking lot.
Well, I can help you pack. We should start looking for a new place for you ASAP.
I think I might move in with my parents for a couple of months until I can find something. You know how hard it is to find a decent place around here. I'm gonna have to put most of my stuff in storage for a while.
Well, let me know if there's anything I can do to help out.
Actually, would you mind looking after my pet tarantula and snake for a couple of weeks?
Sure.
All right, we're back. So, well, it's not much of a big deal. I guess if you have your parents nearby, you can just move back in with your parents.
Easier said than done.
True. We'll get to that in a little bit, but let's take a look at the words that are used today in Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, so this first one is an important one because generally when you're looking for a house or an apartment, there are two things you can do. You can buy a house or you can lease a house or apartment. Mm-hmm. So lease here, Marco.
It's basically to rent, right? Mm-hmm. It's a contract where you agree to pay a monthly or a quarterly fee for using that house or apartment.
So do you own your apartment or do you lease it?
No, mine, I lease. I am not a home owner yet.
Right. So owning a home is a lot more expensive at one kind of period where you have to just pay in and you have maybe a mortgage. But leasing is just a monthly fee, like you said.
So in this case, they had to leave because their lease was expired.
Exactly. So you can, at the end of a lease, do one of two things. You can stop and you can find a new apartment, or you can renew your lease.
All right, and that's our next word. To renew your lease basically means to
continue.
To continue.
And this is actually a good word because it can be used with any contract, because really a lease is a kind of contract.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can say, I renewed my job contract.
Or maybe a magazine subscription.
Yeah.
You renewed your magazine subscription.
It's a way of saying that you've committed to paying for the next 6 months or 1 year.
Okay. Well, and after that, as we said, the person decided to move in with the parents. So move in.
Move in, well, we can say he moved his car. He put it in a different place. But to move in is actually to change houses or to change apartments. And you're literally moving your things in, you're moving your clothes in, you're moving into a new home. So you're living in a new place.
So in this case, this person is going to live with the parents. Move in. All right. And our next word is when you have to move, you have to pack.
Okay, so you can pack a lot of things. In this case, you're packing a box with all of your belongings, your books and your pillows and all that. But you can also pack a suitcase, or you can pack luggage. So packing is putting things into something so that you can move them.
So you can carry them or take them somewhere.
Exactly.
So in this case, you have to pack your things, put them in boxes to take them to your new home. And our last word is an acronym when you said ASAP.
All right, snap. Come on, ASAP, Marco.
ASAP.
Describe this for us quickly.
All right. So ASAP is an acronym for as soon as possible.
Okay, so you often see this in the office on envelopes or emails.
Right.
So please respond ASAP, ASAP. This means please respond right away.
As soon as you can, as soon as possible. All right, so 5 great words that we've just taken a look at. Let's listen to our dialogue again, and we'll be right back.
Okay, that's fine. Bye.
What happened?
That's it. My lease is up. I have to move.
What? Why? Can't you renew it?
The owner apparently is selling this place to make way for the construction of a parking lot.
Well, I can help you pack. We should start looking for a new place for you ASAP.
I think I might move in with my parents for a couple of months until I can find something. You know how hard it is to find a decent place around here. I'm going to have to put most of my stuff in storage for a while.
Well, let me know if there's anything I can do to help out.
Actually, would you mind looking after my pet tarantula and snake for a couple of weeks?
Sure.
All right, we're back, and we have a couple of different phrases for you, so let's look at those now in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
Our first one's a little bit unusual. We heard the phrase, my lease is up. So, Marco, let's talk about this phrase, to be up.
All right, so if something is up, as in this case, the lease, it means it's expired, it's finished, right?
So it's over.
It's over.
You can also say, our time is up. Right. If we have a meeting. So that's all the time I have. Time to go away.
Time is up. Very good. So it's always related to time or maybe a contract, as in this case, or your lease is up.
So it means over or finished.
All right. So moving on to our second phrase.
To make way for. All right. So this is a great one. This often makes me think of kings and queens in the old days. They say, make way for the king. So you have to
get out of the way.
Yeah, get out of the way, or to clear some space for them to move because there's too much stuff in the way. And so in this case, the owner of the apartment where the guy was living in is trying to make some space or make way for a parking lot.
Right. So he's basically going to sell the building or house and build a parking lot instead. So they are making way for the new parking lot.
They're clearing space. And this is actually really sad because my childhood home, they destroyed to make way for a larger, ugly, big
building
house. Yeah.
Really? See, it happens all the time. Now they're making way for malls and big buildings, and all of our little houses are destroyed. And, well, moving on to our last phrase, the person asked the friend if he would mind looking after the pet snake and tarantula.
I would mind.
You don't like snakes or tarantulas?
Well, I don't mind them as long as I don't live with them.
So would you mind? This is a nice way to start a sentence if you want to ask for a favor, right?
Exactly. So here's an alternative. Hey, Marco, can you do this for me?
I could, maybe.
I could say, Marco, would you mind doing this for me?
It's more polite.
It is more polite, and it's a little bit gentler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's nice. It's a nice way of asking someone for a favor.
Exactly. And that's why this is funny, because the favor is not like, would you mind watching my kitty? The favor is, would you mind watching my poisonous pets?
Right. All right. So would you mind it? But in the end, the person agreed. So it works, right?
It does work. So would you mind, so listeners, would you mind listening to today's dialogue one more time at its normal speed before we come back to you and talk more about renting an apartment?
Okay, that's fine. Bye.
What happened?
That's it. My lease is up. I have to move.
What? Why? Can't you renew it?
The owner apparently is selling this place to make way for the construction of a parking lot.
Well, I can help you pack. We should start looking for a new place for you ASAP.
I think I might move in with my parents for a couple of months until I can find something. You know how hard it is to find a decent place around here. I'm gonna have to put most of my stuff in storage for a while.
Well, let me know if there's anything I can do to help out.
Actually, would you mind looking after my pet tarantula and snake for a couple of weeks?
Sure.
All right, so moving in now, you have different stages in your life, right? When you move out, for example, you move out of your parents' home and you live on your own. And then maybe, like in this case, you would move back in with your parents. How do you see that happening?
I see it very often. My brother just moved back in with my parents.
Really?
Yeah, I think that it depends on the person, honestly. I mean, especially because the economy has really been suffering for the last year. A lot of people are doing this because, you know, in a lot of cities in America, you can spend $1,000 to $2,000 a month for an apartment to rent.
Right.
And that's a small apartment or a shared apartment. And so I understand this is it's a better option now than it was before because everyone wants independence.
Right.
But sometimes you just can't afford it.
Exactly. And it's a cultural thing because some people move out of their parents' home maybe for college. It's very common in the U.S. to study in another city or another state, right? And but then maybe coming back home and moving in with your parents. Or in other cultures, maybe they don't move out at all. Maybe they only move out once they're married.
Exactly. So a lot of people in China, I think in Shanghai specifically, don't move out of their parents' home until they're going to get married.
Right. Well, it does make sense in many big metropolis because, as you say, rent is expensive. Living on your own is expensive. And, well, you don't have anyone to share those costs with, like gas, water, electricity, even food, right? It's cheaper among more people.
And not to mention a little bit scary living on your own for the first time.
It is a little bit scary. What about having somebody move in with you? Maybe a roommate or a girlfriend or boyfriend?
Ooh, that's always the big step.
The big commitment.
A big commitment. You're in a relationship and you ask your partner to move in with you. It's the step before marriage, I guess.
Wow. There's nothing before that? Nothing before marriage?
No.
That's pretty much it.
You tell me. I don't know.
All right. That's all the time we have for today. But be sure to come to our website, englishpod.com. If you have any questions or any comments about this topic, we would be glad to have your input on it. And we'll see you guys there.
And if you have any suggestions for the step before marriage, please let us know because we're in the dark on this one. So until next time.
All right.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. A contract granting use of property.
Lease.
To cause something to continue to be effective.
Renew.
Wrap up.
Pack.
To put articles in a case or container for moving.
Pack.
A building or an area.
Place.
A space for storing goods.
Storage.
Take care of.
Look after.
To create space for something else.
Make way for.
As soon as possible.
ASAP.
Good.
Decent.
Take care of.
Look after.
Let's try that faster. Wrap up.
Pack.
Good.
Decent.
As soon as possible.
ASAP.
A contract granting use of property.
Lease.
Take care of.
Look after.
To put articles in a case or container for moving.
Pack.
To create space for something else.
Make way for.
Take care of.
Look after.
To cause something to continue to be effective.
Renew.
A building or an area.
Place.
A space for storing goods.
Storage.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Lease. We are only leasing the apartment for 1 year. Lease. I didn't buy the car. It's a lease vehicle. Lease. According to your lease, you will have to pay a fine for destruction of property. Make way for. Make way for the king. Make way for. We'd better make way for that ambulance. Make way for. The company reduced its stock to make way for the new products. ASAP. I want you to clean up this mess ASAP. ASAP. Get back to me ASAP about the details of the deal. ASAP. If we don't finish this project ASAP, we could be fired. Decent. The city government was full of decent, hard-working people. Decent. The car is decent enough. It gets me from point A to point B. Decent. This is a matter of common decency. You should really apologize for your behavior. Look after. We're looking after my friend's dog this week. Look after. Can you look after my daughter while I'm away? Look after. I put Mary in charge of looking after the Jones account.
Hello everyone and welcome back to English Pod. We have an upper intermediate lesson for you today. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine. So today we're talking about something that everyone who's ever lived away from home has felt before.
Right, and that's the word we're going to preview today. The word is homesick.
All right, so let's take a look at that in today's language preview.
Vocabulary preview.
All right, so homesick. If you feel homesick or you are homesick.
Well, yeah, you could say, I'm homesick right now, or are you feeling homesick? So it's a word that means I miss my home, I miss my family, I'm far away, or I haven't seen my family in a long time, and for some reason you just feel sad.
Okay, so it's a feeling. You feel a little bit depressed, you feel sad because you're homesick.
Right.
Okay, so this is what's happening today in our dialogue, so let's listen to it for the first time.
Tom, how are you? Hey, we missed you at the party last night. Are you okay?
I don't know. I didn't really feel like going out. I guess I'm feeling a little homesick.
Come on. We've been through this already. Look, I know the adjustment was hard when you first got here, but we agreed that you were going to try and deal with it.
I was. It's just that the holidays are coming up and I won't be able to go home because I can't afford the airfare. I'm just longing for some of the comforts of home, like my mom's cooking and being around my family.
Yeah, it can get pretty lonely over the holidays. When I first got here, I'd get depressed and nostalgic for anything that reminded me of home. I almost let it get to me, but then I started going out, keeping myself busy, and before I knew it, I was used to it.
I see what you mean, but I'm still bummed out.
Okay, how does this sound? Let's get you suited up and hit the dance club tonight. I hear that an awesome DJ is playing, and there will be a lot of pretty single girls there.
You know, I could really go for that. You don't mind being my wingman for tonight?
Not at all. It'll be fun. It will be like a boys' night out. Well, kinda.
Great. I must warn you, though, whatever happens, don't let me go on a drinking binge. Trust me, it's not a pretty picture.
Alrighty, we're back. So, yeah, I guess he's very homesick.
Very homesick. And his friend is really worried.
Yeah. But actually, I think this is common, right? To be homesick during the holidays, like Christmas, for example.
Oh, man. It's the worst during the holidays because you think of all the traditions and all the things that you normally do at home and you're not doing them.
So this is something we're going to talk more about a little bit later on. But let's take a look at some of the language that was used in Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
This first one is key, right? So when you move away from home or when you move to a new place, you have a period of adjustment. So adjustment is kind of finding the right balance or doing something so that you can kind of feel comfortable.
Okay, so you have to adjust to your new life away from home.
Or your new environment. So many times people say, wow, moving to China must be a big adjustment. So it means there's so many differences that it must take a long time to feel comfortable again.
Okay. All right, so that's adjustment. What else do we have?
Well, we've got this next phrase that's really important, I think, but often gets overlooked. We say the comforts of home, right?
Comforts of home.
So comfort's pretty easy, right? Feeling comfortable. So you have comfort. But the comforts of home are things that are different with every person. But those are things that you have at your home or your childhood home or your parents' home that make you feel good and feel happy.
So they're not only physical things or objects, right? They can be like your mom's cooking or maybe even just spending time with your family.
Right, or reading the newspaper with your dad or things that you're used to that you don't have anymore. And so those are the comforts of home. I could say, Marco, do you miss the comforts of home in Ecuador? I mean, do you have anything that's really...
Of course. I think one of the main things is actually not living in the city because I used to live in the valley a little bit further away and kind of almost countryside. So that's one of the comforts of home that I miss.
Oh, you're making me nostalgic and I've never even been. All right, well, this is our next word actually.
Right, nostalgic.
Nostalgic, it's a feeling. I'm feeling nostalgic or he's just really nostalgic. And so to be nostalgic is to kind of think about a time before or, think positively about something that you experienced before. So it's not usually a bad thing. It's never a bad thing. It's nostalgia is a good, warm, fond memory of something.
Of something from your past. So you start thinking of something from your past that maybe brings nice, warm feelings. Maybe a little bit sad because you miss those times, but it's usually thinking about the past.
Right. So I have nostalgia for my childhood. I loved, summers in Chicago when it was hot and the kids would play in the sprinkler, and I had my dog, and it's a happy feeling. Mm-hmm.
Right. So nostalgia would be the noun and nostalgic would be the adjective.
Exactly.
All right. And our last word for today on language takeaway is bummed out.
Bummed out. Okay.
I'm bummed out.
We've got another feeling here, so we're all full of feelings today. Bummed out is a sad feeling. So to be bummed is kind of slang, and it means to be sad.
Okay, or disappointed.
Disappointed. So you come into the office, Marco, and you look a little tired, and I said, "Are you okay? Are you bummed out about something?"
I can say, yeah, I lost my wallet last night, so I'm really bummed out.
Oh.
Or something like that.
So yeah, you feel bummed out when something bad or sad happens to you.
All right, so why don't we move on now to a couple of different phrases on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right, this first one is something that you often say to old friends or family. When you're friends with someone, they go through periods of happiness and sadness. And so when someone's going through a down period again, you say, "Oh, we've been through this already."
We've been through this already.
Or, when you're giving someone advice and they never take your advice, you say, "Listen, we've been through this already. You should know by now that I," and then, whatever the advice
So
is.
this has happened before, or we have experienced this before, or we already solved this problem or situation.
Right. You could imagine two bank robbers who are going over their plan for the 10th time, and then the one says to the other, "Hey, we've been through this already. You should know the plan by now."
Exactly. All right, so we've been through this already. They were talking about the adjustments and everything. And then what other phrase did they use?
Well, the next couple of phrases have to do with the friend's suggestions, because she has a lot of ideas to cheer her friend up, the depressed one. And the first thing she says is, "Hey, let's hit the dance club."
Okay, let's hit the dance club, or let's hit the dance floor tonight.
All right, so hit in this case doesn't mean like hit.
Right.
Doesn't mean you're punching someone. It means to go to or to do.
All right, so we can say, let's go to the dance club tonight. Let's hit the dance club.
Exactly. It doesn't have to be a dance club, but let's hit that concert tonight. I really want to go there.
Okay, so you can hit pretty much any place, right?
Exactly. And this is a very kind of spoken language, so you wouldn't say this in your essays, but it's a good way to talk about plans with friends.
All right. And our next word actually is kind of interesting because it's very colloquial, and it's a wingman. I can be your wingman tonight.
So wingman, you have to think about wing meaning side, not like a bird's wing. So a wing means side, and a wingman is a guy who will go with you to a bar or a club to kind of help you find a date or a girl or someone to talk to.
Okay, so this person, this wingman, usually keeps you company and helps you decide maybe what girl to talk to, or maybe even introduces you to someone.
Right.
At a club or at a restaurant or bar or whatever.
And, the key is that people don't like to go alone to bars, right? Because you feel sad and then you look weird because you're all alone. And the same is true for girls. And so if a guy wants to go to a bar and he sees two girls, well, he has to have a friend to talk to the other girl.
Right.
So a wingman also helps in that sense. He helps balance things.
All right. So there's a whole science behind the wingman.
Yeah, I'm sure if you look it up on Wikipedia, you'll find 10 pages of information.
All right. So since they are going out tonight, they said it could be boys' night out.
Okay, so this is another phrase you hear all the time, especially among young people. Boys' night out and girls' night out. And so, sometimes you spend a lot of time with your husband or your wife or your boyfriend or your girlfriend, and you just want to have some time with your friends.
Right.
And so you call this girls' night. For me, girls' night out, you just go out and you do girl things. Guys' night out, you do other things.
Okay.
And so in this case,
girls only or guys only. Boys' night out is only guys.
Exactly. And that's why this is funny, because it's the girl who says, "Hey, let's have boys' night out." And she's not really a boy.
All right, great. And, he agreed to go out and everything, but he warned her about him going on a drinking binge.
Okay, now this is important. A lot of people who are depressed or sad, when they drink a lot. And so binge means to do something in excess, to do it too much.
Okay, so a drinking binge would be drinking alcohol in excess, too much.
Too much, so getting drunk right away.
Okay.
And it's not healthy, and we do not condone it. No.
Right, exactly. Very good. So some very interesting phrases in this dialogue today. I think we should listen to it one more time, and we'll be right back.
Tom, how are you? Hey, we missed you at the party last night. Are you okay?
I don't know. I didn't really feel like going out. I guess I'm feeling a little homesick.
Come on. We've been through this already. Look, I know the adjustment was hard when you first got here, but we agreed that you were going to try and deal with it.
I was. It's just that the holidays are coming up and I won't be able to go home because I can't afford the airfare. I'm just longing for some of the comforts of home, like my mom's cooking and being around my family.
Yeah, it can get pretty lonely over the holidays. When I first got here, I'd get depressed and nostalgic for anything that reminded me of home. I almost let it get to me, but then I started going out, keeping myself busy, and before I knew it, I was used to it.
I see what you mean, but I'm still bummed out.
Okay, how does this sound? Let's get you suited up and hit the dance club tonight. I hear that an awesome DJ is playing, and there will be a lot of pretty single girls there.
You know, I could really go for that. You don't mind being my wingman for tonight?
Not at all. It'll be fun. It will be like a boys' night out. Well, kind of.
Great. I must warn you, though, whatever happens, don't let me go on a drinking binge. Trust me, it's not a pretty picture.
All right, we're back. So speaking of homesick and holidays, do you actually get very depressed or homesick during Christmas?
I do. Well, my family has a lot of Christmas traditions that are just really kind of wonderful, and we do them every single year.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first time I spent Christmas away, I was living in Italy, and it was kind of similar. But then the second time was when I was living in China.
Mm-hmm.
And China was just not the same. No
Right.
oven, so no Christmas cookies. And no granny who, pours vodka and eats meatballs. And like my mom not running around the kitchen. You feel lonely. And then all of a sudden you get a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the entire family. And they're all together eating,
Right.
having an amazing Christmas. And they think it's going to help you feel less homesick, but it makes you feel more homesick. So you definitely have nostalgia for those days during the holidays. But what about you?
I rarely get homesick, but yeah, sometimes during Christmas or New Year's. New Year's, we usually have more unique traditions in Ecuador.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very fun. The family gets together, we dance, we eat. So, but yeah, I've been away from home so long that I rarely get homesick anymore. But it's great to go back and spend time with the family. So after my visit to Ecuador, then I might get homesick for a little while, but then it goes away.
passes.
Yeah.
Well, you guys should tell us. Do you ever feel homesick? And if you do, what do you feel homesick about? What do you miss?
Maybe mom's cooking, maybe family, maybe the comforts of home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're curious to hear your answers. We have a website, englishpod.com. You can, of course, also leave us questions. We're happy to answer those. And until next time, everyone.
Bye-bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Sad because you're away from home. Homesick. Bear the cost of. Afford. Showing a strong desire for something. Longing for. Homesick. Nostalgic. Disappointed. Bummed out.
Let's try that faster.
Homesick. Nostalgic. Sad because you're away from home. Homesick. Bear the cost of. Afford. Disappointed. Bummed out. Showing a strong desire for something. Longing for.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Homesick. After 6 months living abroad, Ben started feeling homesick. Homesick. The best cure for homesickness is a phone call home. Homesick. I became homesick after looking at our family pictures. Afford. Unfortunately, I can't afford to spend money on entertainment these days. Afford. You can't afford to miss this opportunity. Afford. We were too poor to afford a doctor. Longing for. We are all longing for a peaceful world. Longing for. After 3 months of separation, he longed for his wife. Longing for. I'm longing for the summer to end. Nostalgic. The old friends shared many nostalgic memories. Nostalgic. A wave of nostalgia swept over me after seeing my childhood home again. Nostalgic. She spoke nostalgically about her school days. Bummed out. He is bummed out because his girlfriend dumped him. Bummed out. Don't be bummed out about the bad weather. There's nothing you can do about it. Bummed out. Our team lost. What a bummer.
Hello everyone, welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine. Welcome back, everyone. So what are we talking about today, Marco?
We are going to the flower shop.
Okay, so this is an intermediate level lesson, and we're going to be learning about the different kinds of flowers you can buy at a flower shop. And so we've got a guy here who's probably trying to say something to someone he loves.
Yeah, I think he did something to his girlfriend or wife. And, well, that's the typical thing, right? You do something wrong, so you got to get her flowers.
And that's why women are often very nervous when their husband or boyfriend gives them flowers, because she's thinking,
what did
he do wrong?
All right, so let's listen to the dialogue and we'll be back soon.
Hello, sir. How may I help you?
I would like to buy some flowers, please. Something really nice.
I see. May I ask what the occasion is?
It's not really an occasion. It's more like I'm sorry.
Very well. This arrangement here is very popular among regretful husbands and boyfriends. It has a dozen long-stem red roses with a couple of sunflowers and a single orchid that stands out. It includes a small teddy bear to achieve the effect of immediate forgiveness.
I think I'm going to need more than just a dozen red roses and a bear. What else do you recommend?
Well, this is our I'm sorry I cheated on you package. 2 dozen red roses lined with tulips, carnations and lilies. The fragrance and beauty of this flower arrangement is sure to make her forgive you.
I don't think that's going to cut it. I need something bigger and better.
I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly did you do?
Well, I may have accidentally insinuated that she is getting chubbier.
Get out of my store, you jerk.
All right, we're back. So what do you think? Is this really like a bad thing to do?
Heck yeah.
No, really?
Well, no one wants to hear that someone thinks they're fat, okay? And chubby is maybe not as bad as fat, but the guy could have been a little bit nicer.
All right, so we'll give our listeners some advice towards the end of the lesson. So now why don't we take a look at all the flower names in Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Okay, this first flower is a beautiful one, and it has delicious seeds that people like to eat. It's called a sunflower.
A sunflower. All right, so that's a yellow flower, right?
It's bright yellow, and in the middle is orange, and the stems are very, very long.
And
so
thick.
And thick. So it's a tall flower.
Okay, sunflower.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, as you mentioned, some people eat sunflower seeds. They're like the little salty ones, right?
That's right. They're really good.
All right, next is an orchid.
Okay, an orchid is a beautiful flower, and they're often grown just one at a time. And people collect orchids, so these can be very, very expensive.
They're very expensive.
And they
right?
come in all shapes, sizes, and colors.
Okay, an orchid. Now what about a tulip?
A tulip is another pretty flower, and I think they're most famous in Holland for their tulips because this actually used to be the kind of money that they would use. This was their currency for many years. So
they used to use tulips.
And the tulip flower is kind of like it's like a champagne glass. It's tall and it's kind of empty in the middle.
Wow, that's interesting. So next time somebody says, do you think money grows on trees? In Holland, it literally did.
Well, yeah.
Almost.
Almost.
All right. What about a carnation?
Okay, a carnation is another pretty flower, and they come, I think, in red, pink, and white.
Yeah, I've mostly seen white carnations.
Yeah, and, flower giving, there's a whole
definition
method to it, right? So, yeah, every flower is symbolic of something. Red roses are for love and carnations, I think, are generally
friendship?
For either friendship or, like, when someone dies. I'm not sure.
Or
but
you can give them to
when
somebody.
Someone has passed away.
Really?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up. But carnation is another very, very common flower that you'll see in many different colors.
Okay. And the next flower is also really common. It's a lily.
All right. A lily is a beautiful flower. And usually you see these on water. So water lilies, for example, is another name you might hear.
Okay. A water lily or just a regular lily. And next we have the most common of all the flowers. But we've added a little twist to it. It's a long stem rose.
Right. So rose, everyone knows. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Shakespeare wrote a lot about roses. But in this case, we're talking about long stem roses. And we talked about this with sunflowers. The stem is the green part that grows out of the ground. And you think of the flower as the head. And so the stem is actually the connector between the ground and the flower.
Okay, so these types of roses have a really long stem, so they're very nice to like maybe give one of them away or something.
That's right. And you see, for example, at the opera, you see singers, people throw these roses at them and they pick them up and they're so long, the stems are so long and they collect them in their arms. And so that's a long stem rose.
All right, interesting. Okay, why don't we listen to our dialogue for the second time? Let's keep a lookout for these flower names and their pronunciation, and we'll come back in a little bit.
Hello, sir. How may I help you?
I would like to buy some flowers, please. Something really nice.
I see. May I ask what the occasion is?
It's not really an occasion. It's more like I'm sorry.
Very well. This arrangement here is very popular among regretful husbands and boyfriends. It has a dozen long-stem red roses with a couple of sunflowers and a single orchid that stands out. It includes a small teddy bear to achieve the effect of immediate forgiveness.
I think I'm going to need more than just a dozen red roses and a bear. What else do you recommend?
Well, this is our I'm sorry I cheated on you package. 2 dozen red roses lined with tulips, carnations, and lilies. The fragrance and beauty of this flower arrangement is sure to make her forgive you.
I don't think that's going to cut it. I need something bigger and better.
I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly did you do?
Well, I may have accidentally insinuated that she is getting chubbier.
Get out of my store, you jerk!
All right, we're back. So in this dialogue, we had a lot of interesting phrases. So let's look at them now in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
A lot of these phrases, Marco, have to do with, well, what the guy did wrong in today's dialogue. And so the first one is to cheat on.
So the woman offered him the I'm sorry I cheated on you package, right? So it's like an arrangement of flowers that usually people buy when they cheated on their boyfriend or girlfriend.
Right. And so in this case, to cheat on means to see another person. So if you're married to a woman, seeing someone else, having a date or a romantic encounter with another person is cheating on your wife.
So you're cheating on your wife.
Right,
and you use it like this, cheat on, right?
Cheat on. So he cheated on her, or they were both cheating on each other.
Okay. So to cheat on, not a good thing.
Not a good thing.
All right. So he was explaining to her that wasn't enough, the arrangement wasn't enough, and he said, I don't think that's going to cut it.
Well, okay, you've probably heard the word cut before, but in this case, Marco, we're talking about to be able to cut it. So that's not going to cut it, or it's not going to cut it.
It's not going to be enough.
Exactly. So that's not quite what I'm looking for. It's not enough. He wants bigger and better.
He wants more.
And so, for example, we could say, you know what? This dessert's not going to cut it. We need something much fancier.
Okay, so
to be good enough for.
Okay, so to be good enough for. All right, very good. And then he was explaining to the shop lady what happened, and he said, well, I accidentally insinuated.
Okay, to insinuate is to suggest. So I could say, hey, you're really chubby. That's not an insinuation,
Right.
that's a statement. But I could say, well, you're looking a little bit round at the sides. That's an insinuation because I'm suggesting without saying something.
Right, so you're saying something indirectly, right?
Exactly.
And he was insinuating that his girlfriend was getting chubbier.
Chubby. So chubby, chubbier, chubbiest. In this case, we're talking about being round or a little bit overweight.
Right, so it's not really saying fat.
No, fat is rude.
Right.
Chubby is, it's in
Just
between.
a little bit extra pounds.
Yeah, like maybe you had a little bit too much ice cream over the past couple months.
All right, very good. So why don't we listen to the dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back.
Hello, sir. How may I help you?
I would like to buy some flowers, please. Something really nice.
I see. May I ask what the occasion is?
It's not really an occasion. It's more like I'm sorry.
Very well. This arrangement here is very popular among regretful husbands and boyfriends. It has a dozen long-stem red roses with a couple of sunflowers and a single orchid that stands out. It includes a small teddy bear to achieve the effect of immediate forgiveness.
I think I'm gonna need more than just a dozen red roses and a bear. What else do you recommend?
Well, this is our I'm sorry I cheated on you package. 2 dozen red roses lined with tulips, carnations and lilies. The fragrance and beauty of this flower arrangement is sure to make her forgive you.
I don't think that's gonna cut it. I need something bigger and better.
I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly did you do?
Well, I may have accidentally insinuated that she is getting chubbier.
Get out of my store, you jerk.
All right, so if you make a mistake, like as a guy, right, you give flowers to your girlfriend. What about women giving flowers to guys? Is that common? Do you think that's possible? Can you do that?
I'm sure you can do it, but I don't know if it's as common.
Like, I think as a guy, I wouldn't really feel comfortable receiving flowers.
Really?
I mean, I would be touched by the gesture and I would be like, oh, that's really sweet. But like flowers, it's a little bit too feminine, I think.
Generally, I think it's a one-sided thing. So you can get flowers for your mother, or you can get flowers for a friend, or if someone, passed away, you can get flowers for their family.
Right.
But in a romantic situation, rarely do you get flowers to a guy.
So if you want to say I'm sorry to a guy, what do you give him?
Season tickets to his favorite football team.
That works. Yeah.
Or
like a game for his PlayStation.
A game for his PlayStation, or offer him a new coat of paint on his car. I don't know.
Have you never given a gift to somebody, like saying I'm sorry?
No.
No, you don't make mistakes.
I like to use my words.
That's good. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Why do we do this though? Why do we give gifts to people as a token or as a demonstration of our regretfulness?
Well, can I get personal for a second? I just was thinking about this in terms of engagement. So why do people give a ring when they get engaged?
So it's
I
like
think
symbolic.
it's because people like things that glitter. It's like distract the woman and she'll say yes. And so it's the similar thing with flowers and forgiveness. You say, oh gosh, these flowers are so beautiful. Oh, of course I forgive you. Oh, they're so pretty and they smell so, it's just like, it's like distraction from the matter at hand.
Right. Oh, maybe that's it.
I don't know. If you disagree with me, please.
It was a very
write us.
wise man who invented this.
Absolutely.
All right. So if you have any questions, doubts, or comments, please come to our website, englishpod.com, and we'll see you guys there.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Occasion. Occasion. A word used to describe 12 units. Dozen. Says something deserves to be chosen. Null. 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 More polite way of calling someone fat. Chubby.
Let's try that faster.
Occasion. Occasion. Null. Null. A word used to describe 12 units. Dozen. Says something deserves to be chosen. Null. More polite way of calling someone fat. Chubby.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Dozen. I would like to buy a dozen of eggs. Dozen. He sent her 6 dozen flowers, representing the 6 years that they have been married. Dozen. Take a dozen of your best men and scout the forest. Occasion. On this occasion, I would like to buy something very special. Occasion. Occasions like this don't come so often in my life. Occasion. What's the occasion for your visit? Null. I recommend you to stay away from that jungle. Null. He would recommend many unnecessary things. Null. He recommended me to hire this man. Null. The fragrance of lilies is very pleasant. Null. He always has such a sweet fragrance. Null. She bought a new perfume with a fragrance too sweet for my taste. Chubby. She got so much chubbier over the summer. Chubby. My dog keeps getting chubbier. Chubby. He was a lot chubbier last time I saw him.
Hello everyone, welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine, and today, Marco, we're talking about something that I know you're a big fan of.
I am. We're talking about computer games, video games.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! So yeah, we're going to be looking at some vocabulary and phrases related to computer games and video games, and this is actually a request from one of our users.
Awesome. So before we get started, we do have the name of the game that we're going to look at. So let's listen to that in today's vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
All right, so the game that we're going to preview today is called Counter-Strike.
Okay, so first you have a strike or an attack.
Right.
And then you have a counter-strike.
So that's an opposite attack or something like that, right?
So it's a reaction to the first thing that happens. So
Right.
you hit me, and my counter-strike is I hit you back.
And this game is actually very, very popular all over the world because many players are able to compete at the same time. So it's a shooting game. You shoot each other. You are the terrorists, and then the other team is like the police or the army or whatever.
Wow, sounds really exciting. Well, we're going to learn more about the specific vocab that goes with computer games and video games in a minute. But first, let's take a listen to our dialogue.
Mark, where have you been? I've been calling you all morning.
I've been playing computer games.
What? So you blew me off yesterday and today over a stupid video game? What game is so important that you have no time for me anymore? What are you playing?
It's called Counter-Strike. It's a first-person shooter game. It's awesome! It's a multiplayer game where you can go online and compete against players from all over the world.
You've been wasting your time on this? I can't believe it. It doesn't even look fun or challenging.
My laptop is on my bed. If you think it's so easy, then get online and try to beat me.
Fine.
Damn it! How are you killing me with a single shot? It's not fair. I don't want to play anymore. Let's go get something to eat.
Can you bring me something? I'm totally hooked on this game.
All right, we're back. So there was some really interesting vocab here. And so let's look at it now in language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Okay, so what kind of a game was this, Marco?
All right, this game was a FPS, or also in the dialogue we heard a first-person shooter game.
So our users might have heard this phrase first person before because it's a grammar term in many ways.
Right.
We talk about I do this, I can sing. That's the first person. But when we're talking about games, first person shooter means that what you do, you're doing as if you were the character in the game.
Right, so even the way that you're looking at the game, it seems like you're looking through the eyes of the character.
Okay, so you don't see the body, you are the body of the person.
The body, exactly.
So first person shooter. So shooter obviously means that this is a shooting game. What you do is you pull the trigger and shoot people.
Exactly. And as we mentioned, a lot of players are able to compete against each other, so it's called a multiplayer game.
Okay, so multi is a prefix. It goes at the beginning of a word. In English, that means many. So you could hear multicolored or multi-ethnic.
Right.
And the meaning of this is that there are many different colors or many different ethnicities, or in this case, multiplayer, many different players at the same time.
Exactly. So in this game, many players can play, whether it's in a local area network or online over the internet.
Cool. So you actually have to have the internet, right, when you're doing this, because you're using many different computers, so they have to be connected to each other.
Right. So, and that's our next word. You go online in order to play.
Okay, so online you've heard before. Online means on the internet. But in this case, the action of using the internet is called going online. So I want to go online to read my email.
Right. Or I can't go online. I don't have a connection.
My mom won't let me go online. I'm in trouble.
All right. So this is the way that you use it. You go online. In order to use the internet, you go online.
Very interesting. Well, the last word we've got here in language takeaway is a very important one when we talk about video games, because many people are in this situation. They're hooked on video games.
Right. So if you are hooked on a video game, or you are hooked on anything, it means you're kind of addicted, or you're very, very interested in something.
Exactly. So I'm hooked on the TV show True Blood. I
Right.
love to watch it, and every day I run home so I can watch it. But is there a game that you're hooked on, Marco?
Currently, I am hooked on a game called Guitar Hero Metallica.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah, it's really fun.
When I borrowed your PS3, I was hooked on Bad Company.
They're great games. It's very easy to get hooked on video games.
Too easy.
All right, so that's all the words we have for language takeaway. Why don't we listen to our dialogue again, and we'll be back in a bit.
Mark, where have you been? I've been calling you all morning.
I've been playing computer games.
What? So you blew me off yesterday and today over a stupid video game? What game is so important that you have no time for me anymore? What are you playing?
It's called Counter-Strike. It's a first-person shooter game. It's awesome! It's a multiplayer game where you can go online and compete against players from all over the world.
You've been wasting your time on this? I can't believe it. It doesn't even look fun or challenging.
My laptop is on my bed. If you think it's so easy, then get online and try to beat me.
Fine.
Damn it! How are you killing me with a single shot? It's not fair. I don't want to play anymore. Let's go get something to eat.
Can you bring me something? I'm totally hooked on this game.
All right, we're back, and we have a couple of phrases that we want to look at, specifically 2 phrases. So let's look at those now in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So what's the deal? You blew me off yesterday, and now you're not even going to say sorry?
All right, so blew me off. What do you mean when you say you blew me off yesterday?
Okay, so let's take a look at the infinitive version of this phrase. So to blow someone off. Mm-hmm. And they all go together. It's a fixed phrase. Mm-hmm. And this means to have an appointment with someone, but to not go.
All right.
So we had a date planned, but he blew me off.
Okay.
What a jerk. So he didn't go.
But
I went.
Did he tell you that he wasn't going to go?
No.
Okay.
No. So it's a surprise. It's like you expect someone to come meet you or do something with you, but they don't say anything and they don't go.
So there's another word very similar to this it's to stand someone up, right?
Exactly. So he stood me up.
All
he
right.
didn't come. He blew me off.
Okay. Very good. Mm-hmm. All right. And what's our next phrase?
To waste your time.
All right, so the girlfriend in this case was like, you're wasting your time on these video games.
That means you're not getting anything out of this. You're not benefiting. It means that you could spend your time doing other things.
Okay. So if you're wasting your time on video games, you're not being productive.
Exactly.
You're not learning anything.
So your mother might say to you when you're a kid, don't waste your time on games. You should be studying.
Okay. Or he wastes a lot of time watching TV.
That's a common problem.
All right. So let's listen to this dialogue again real fast, and we'll be back in a bit.
Mark, where have you been? I've been calling you all morning.
I've been playing computer games.
What? So you blew me off yesterday and today over a stupid video game? What game is so important that you have no time for me anymore? What are you playing?
It's called Counter-Strike. It's a first-person shooter game. It's awesome! It's a multiplayer game where you can go online and compete against players from all over the world.
You've been wasting your time on this? I can't believe it. It doesn't even look fun or challenging.
My laptop is on my bed. If you think it's so easy, then get online and try to beat me.
Fine.
Damn it! How are you killing me with a single shot? It's not fair. I don't want to play anymore. Let's go get something to eat.
Can you bring me something? I'm totally hooked on this game.
All right, so we talked about, being hooked on TV shows and video games. But this is actually a very big problem in some Asian countries specifically, right?
I've heard that. Actually, I heard that in Japan, Korea, and China specifically, there are psychological treatment centers for kids who are addicted to gaming. Mm-hmm. And so there's a big thing in the news in China recently where there were parents who were sending their kids to this treatment center. Rehab for games. And that actually they found out that the rehab center didn't know what they were doing, and they were giving the kids electroshock therapy to get them off games.
Really?
So the parents took their kids back.
That's scary.
It is scary.
But I guess it's a very popular thing in Asian countries specifically, right? To play online, to go online. There's a lot of other factors that influence this, but I think it is like everything in excess is dangerous.
This is true, and actually, some people have been using this addiction to be a productive use of their time. So you have some people who play a game called World of Warcraft.
Oh, and they win money.
And they sell things to other players all over the world. And so you have these kids in America buying toys and shields and
gold
from kids in, for example, Indonesia,
Right.
and the kid in Indonesia is making money.
Right. And also, if they're really good, they go on to become professional gamers and compete in world competitions and also test out new video games. So yeah, it has its advantages as well.
Can you imagine what your business card would look like? Professional gamer.
Professional gamer. All right, that's all the time we have for today. We hope you enjoyed this lesson. And of course, if you have any questions, comments, or doubts, please come to our website, englishpod.com, and we'll see you guys there.
Until next time, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. To ignore someone or not appear to an appointment. Blow someone off. Difficult in an enjoyable way. Challenging. Defeat. Beat. Addicted. Hooked. Use more than necessary. Waste. Let's try that faster. To ignore someone or not appear to an appointment. Blow someone off. Defeat. Beat. Difficult in an enjoyable way. Challenging. Use more than necessary. Waste. Addicted. Hooked. Now say the word and hear it in a sentence. Blow someone off. I can't believe she blew me off again. Blow someone off. I swear if you blow me off again, I won't talk to you again. Blow someone off. You can't let him blow me off like that. Challenging. I like games that are challenging. Challenging. I was expecting something a little bit more challenging. Challenging. Everyone says this career is so challenging, but it hasn't been for me so far. Beat. Two guys showed up out of nowhere and started beating me up. Beat. Try and beat me if you can. Beat. I want to beat that guy up so hard. Hooked. He got really hooked on that game. Hooked. She seems to be really hooked on you. Hooked. Some drugs are so strong that you can't avoid getting hooked on. Waste. I have wasted enough time by doing nothing. Waste. I don't want to waste my time doing something I don't enjoy. Waste. He wasted so much time on a project that was rejected. Hello everyone and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have a very special lesson for everyone. It's a new level for us.
Right, it's an advanced media lesson, and we are going to be listening to an apology. Well, it's an apology letter, but we're going to actually have someone talk it out.
Right. So what's happening here is someone is reading a letter they've written and they're trying to apologize for something. And we don't really know what this something is, but I want everyone to really listen here to the words that are being used and to the ways in which we can say sorry, because as they say, there are 1,000 ways to say I'm sorry.
Dear Mary, I come here today in this way because I need to apologize to you. I failed you. Although I did not lie to you in words, I lied to you with faces that did not belong to me. I never meant to ruin the friendship that meant the world to me. You mean the world to me, and now I come to you asking for forgiveness. If in your heart you find you can't, then I will understand and learn from this experience. You came into my life at a time when I needed you the most. We talked about so many things that I started to realize my heart and my soul could actually feel something other than hurt. You placed comfort where there was fear, confidence when there was doubt, a shoulder where tears could fall, and completeness where there was emptiness. I wanted to hold on to this so badly that I did whatever it took for you to notice. What I didn't realize was that I could lose my entire being, all of who I was and all of that I had placed in you. I wanted to be the one who would be there when you needed to talk. I wanted to be the comfort for your soul when the world was too much to handle. I wanted to be strong for you when everything else seemed impossible. I wanted to love you in only the way you deserved to be loved, never realizing that I was destroying myself and you. Somehow I needed you to be a part of my life. The only problem was that I was willing to jeopardize everything to get that done. All the things that I told you about how I felt and how you make me feel were true. Nothing else mattered to me except hearing the laughter in your voice when you were happy. You made my days easy to get through and my nights peaceful. You helped me look forward to another day. Even though distance separated us, just being was enough. I'm sorry for hurting you, and if I had to do it all over again, I would have been 100% with you. Forgive me, please.
All right, we're back. So the guy seemed to be pretty sad.
Yeah, this is a very intense, well, it's not a dialogue, it's a monologue. One person is reading it, so it's a very intense monologue.
Very romantic.
Yeah, romantic, but also an air of melancholy.
Yeah, that's true. He's kind of like apologizing and at the same time expressing love and all these feelings. So it was very interesting, but why don't we take a look at a couple of phrases. Now, in advanced media, we're not going to analyze the entire dialogue or, as we do in the other levels, actually pick out items for language takeaway or fluency builder. So in advanced media, we're only going to pick out a couple of words and phrases and just talk about it and talk about the topic in general.
Exactly. And so one of the first phrases that we decided to talk about here is this phrase, I failed you, because this is really the theme of the letter.
Right. So if you fail someone, it means that you let that person down.
Okay, so you fail someone. I failed you, or you can say, he failed me.
So when I really needed that person the most, that person didn't come through or let me down or failed me.
All right, so let's give an example maybe. I needed my brother to pick me up because I don't have a car. And my brother was supposed to pick me up at 4 o'clock and he forgot. He didn't come. So he really failed me.
All right, he failed you.
Yeah, I was disappointed.
Well, that's not as serious as what happened here in this letter, I think, right?
I think so, but we can talk about what did happen. I think I have a theory, and I know you have a theory, so we can talk about that in a minute. But before that, we have some other phrases about forgiveness and disappointment.
Right. Well, he also said, you mean the world to me, and now I come to you asking for forgiveness.
Okay, so we've got a positive and a negative. So the positive here is, you mean the world to me. You mean the world to me. Mm-hmm. This means you are so important to me. You're one of the most important people in my life. You're worth the entire world, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a very poetic way of saying you're very important.
Yeah.
And then he says, and now I come asking for your forgiveness.
Okay, so this implies that he did something wrong. I come asking for forgiveness. So in English, we ask for forgiveness. Mm-hmm. You can also beg for forgiveness. Right. So please forgive me. But
you can't demand forgiveness, though.
I demand you forgive. No, that doesn't quite work.
All right. What else do we have?
we've got the world again here. He says, the guy who's reading, he says, I wanted to be the comfort for your soul. So this is very, again, poetic. When the world was too much to handle.
Wow.
Too much to handle is a really important English phrase.
Right.
And I'm sure you've heard it before, but we could talk about it a little bit here.
Right. So he says when everything else was too much to handle. So everything was so difficult or it was overwhelming.
Right. So you could say even in the office, man, all this work I have to do, it's too much to handle.
Right. Okay.
So too much to handle. You could also say a child is too much to handle. I think they said this about my brother. He was very difficult growing up.
Too hard. He's too difficult to handle.
All right.
Well, what about in the part where he says, you placed comfort where there was fear, confidence where there was doubt. So this structure is interesting because you placed something where there used to be something else.
So you're replacing something, you're changing something for something else. It's an exchange. So you could say you placed comfort where there was fear, you placed
happiness where there was sadness.
Where there was sadness.
So it's always like kind of opposites, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Instead
light
of,
where there was dark.
Right, exactly. So that's an interesting format of saying something. You did something where there used to be something else. All right. And what about this word to jeopardize?
This is a good one. I always think of the TV game show Jeopardy, but that's a noun. This here is a verb, to jeopardize, and that means to put something in danger or to risk losing something.
Okay, so to jeopardize your health if you're doing something dangerous.
So smoking jeopardizes one's health.
You're putting your health at risk.
Or I don't want to jeopardize my savings by investing everything I have in stocks. That means I would prefer to do something safer.
So you don't like to jeopardize your well-being.
I like to play it safe, as we say.
All right, very good. And last but not least, this almost the last phrase when he says, even though distance separated us, just being was enough. What does he mean when he says just being was enough?
All right, this is very romantic, intensely romantic. He says, even though we were far apart, just being, so just existing, just breathing was enough. So just knowing that she's in the world was enough for him to feel happy.
So that's what he means with just being was enough.
Right, so being is existing. It's being alive.
Okay, very good. I think we should listen to this apology letter one more time and we'll be back.
Dear Mary, I come here today in this way because I need to apologize to you. I failed you. Although I did not lie to you in words, I lied to you with faces that did not belong to me. I never meant to ruin the friendship that meant the world to me. You mean the world to me, and now I come to you asking for forgiveness. If in your heart you find you can't, then I will understand and learn from this experience. You came into my life at a time when I needed you the most. We talked about so many things that I started to realize my heart and my soul could actually feel something other than hurt. You placed comfort where there was fear, confidence when there was doubt, a shoulder where tears could fall and completeness where there was emptiness. I wanted to hold on to this so badly that I did whatever it took for you to notice. What I didn't realize was that I could lose my entire being, all of who I was and all of that I had placed in you. I wanted to be the one who would be there when you needed to talk. I wanted to be the comfort for your soul when the world was too much to handle. I wanted to be strong for you when everything else seemed impossible. I wanted to love you in only the way you deserve to be loved, never realizing that I was destroying myself and you. Somehow I needed you to be a part of my life. The only problem was that I was willing to jeopardize everything to get that done. All the things that I told you about how I felt and how you make me feel were true. Nothing else mattered to me except hearing the laughter in your voice when you were happy. You made my days easy to get through and my nights peaceful. You helped me look forward to another day. Even though distance separated us, just being was enough. I'm sorry for hurting you, and if I had to do it all over again, I would have been 100% with you. Forgive me, please.
All right, so what do you think he did that he's apologizing in this way? Because I don't think there were a couple, right? Because he mentions friendship a couple of times.
Yes, with a but. You don't write a letter like this to someone who you want to stay friends with. You write a letter to this to someone who you have some kind of romantic or intense feeling for, right? So to me, this seems like a letter that was written to someone who was a great friend, and he's afraid of losing that because he cares even more for her.
Right. But yeah, I guess, but do you think he's confessing his love in a certain way here?
I think in some ways he's confessing a love. You can love your friends, that's okay. But more than that, he's apologizing for something that he thinks has completely destroyed their friendship. And that is where I'm very confused because I have no idea what he did.
Well, maybe he did something that let her down. Maybe he became jealous of her new boyfriend or something like that.
Yeah, or maybe it's something catty, like he was supposed to do something with her and ended up doing something with other people and left her out or embarrassed her in front of people. It's hard to say.
Have you ever written an apology letter?
Yeah, I have. I've written a few apology letters. I have a very strong sense of guilt. I was raised Catholic. It happens.
So an apology letter, do you usually plan out what you want to say, or you just splurge your feelings onto the paper?
Well, you know me. My personality is very planned and organized, and so normally I have points. So I say, if this is the problem, there's 3 parts. I have an answer for each part, and at the very end, I have the heartfelt apology.
Oh, wow.
It's like an essay.
I guess it's a little bit more organized. If I were to write something like this, I would just start writing and whatever comes out. So it would probably make less sense than your letter.
Well, I just try to stay on focus, stay on point, and address the matter at hand, because otherwise then you get into other stuff and you can make people more angry.
Right. But it is really important to write an apology letter. Now, some of the words and phrases and the vocabulary used here can be used in circumstances that are not only romantic, right? You can be used in a professional way as well, right?
That's true. In a professional sense, you want to be careful not to get too personal. So in a professional sense, it's good to say that, you're sorry for any mix-ups or for misunderstandings, but in the future you will try to make things better or improve. But in friendships and in families and in romantic relationships, apology letters are very, very important because I'm a big believer in mending bridges. I know a lot of people who we say in English, to burn a bridge, that means to destroy a relationship and never go back. But I like to mend bridges to make sure that people who I was friends with don't, if we have a fight, don't just hate me forever.
Right.
That even if there's a disagreement, that they understand my perspective or that I understand theirs.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's important. What about apology emails? Do you agree with those?
I think that they are a necessity of the 21st century. I mean, I live far away from most of my friends and family, and so it's important for me to be able to communicate in any way. But, and sometimes, I'm very shy with some people, so sometimes it's hard for me to talk on the phone because I get stuck and then I can't think of what I wanted to say. And so if a letter helps in that way to get you past your fear or your anxiety, then by all means, an email is just as much.
I actually received a letter, a handwritten letter through an email.
How did that happen?
So the person...
They scanned it.
They scanned the letter.
Oh, wow.
So it was still it still had a very intimate and personal sense. But obviously, since the mail takes so long and everything, they just scanned it and then they sent it to my email.
Well, that's nice.
So I think that's a good idea. Maybe you could try that one.
I'll try that one. I don't agree with the one-line email. I'm sorry, forgive me.
Yeah, that's not good.
As my parents always used to say when I was growing up and I'd get in fights with my little brother, the only apologies that we accept are the ones that are from the heart.
Right.
So I used to have to apologize again and again and again until
you actually
meant it. And so I think that this is a very true kind of idea that well, maybe not in business and work where you have to be cordial, but with friends and real relationships with people who you care about, obviously real apologies are very important.
Of course. So this is an interesting topic, and we recommend that if you have any other questions or doubts, or maybe you want some other explanation for this letter, you can come to englishpod.com, leave it in the comments section, and we'll be there. So until next time.
Bye.
Hello, English learners, and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine, and today we're talking about money, but this time we're talking about borrowing money.
Right, so we're asking for money. We're going to the bank, and we are asking for a loan. But before we go, why don't we take a look at vocabulary preview?
Vocabulary preview.
Okay, so a loan is some money that you get from the bank. So we're talking about requesting a loan today.
All right, so you request for a loan or you ask for a loan.
Exactly. So to request is to ask.
Okay, very good. And that's the word that we have for vocabulary preview. So let's listen to the dialogue for the first time.
Hello, sir. May I help you?
Yes, I would like some information for requesting a loan.
Very well. Here are the general terms of our loan policies. We pride ourselves in having the lowest interest rate in the country for personal loans.
I see. So let me get this straight. If I borrow, let's say, $10,000, how much will I have to pay each month?
It depends on how long you take to pay it back. If we lend you $10,000 at an annual interest rate of 10% for 48 months, you would have to pay each month a portion of the loan, which is called the principal, and another small portion of the annual interest rate. This, of course, is considering that you don't default on a payment.
It sounds good, but there's just one problem. I have a terrible credit score.
That is a very serious problem, you see. The bank must assess your personal information, past loans, assets, and any other relevant information, such as your credit score, in order to approve your loan.
You know what? I don't really need the money. Thanks anyways.
All right, we're back. So now why don't we take a look at some of the key words that we'll find in language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, so on language takeaway today, we have a couple of different words. Why don't we start off with the loan policies?
Okay, so a policy is like a rule. For example, a government can have policies, but in this case, a loan policy is the rules regarding the loan that you have.
Right, so maybe the loan policies could include how long, what's the maximum length of your loan, or maybe what's the annual interest rate, etc.
How much you have to pay each month, like
Exactly.
that. So a loan policy is the rules related to the loan that you've taken out. And we have some very, very important words following this. They go together. So the first word is to borrow.
Okay, so you probably know this word already, to borrow. So can I borrow your pen? Can I borrow some money?
Sure, let me give you my pen. Let me give you my money.
Okay.
But wait, giving is different because giving means I don't have to get it back.
Right. So if you want to give it to someone temporarily, then you lend them your pen or you lend them some money.
Great. So to borrow is to take something from someone knowing that you will have to give it back later.
Right.
And to lend is to give it to someone, right?
Uh-huh.
So can you lend me your pen? That means, can you give it to me, please?
Right. And this is a common mistake with language learners, especially English learners, that they make the mistake of using borrow instead of lend. So, can you borrow me some money? Right. So, can you lend me some money?
Sure, but I expect you to pay me back later.
Okay, very good. And if I pay you back later, I'll include an interest rate.
Will you really?
No, not really.
No, not really. Mostly it's banks that ask for an interest rate. So in this case, an interest rate means the amount of money that a bank will charge you in addition to the money that you owe them.
Exactly. So it's called an interest rate, and it's a rate because it's a percentage. So
like
it's usually
5%.
Exactly, 5, 10%. That is an interest rate. And now moving on, if you have a loan and you have to pay each month, be careful to not default on your payments.
Okay, default. In the banking world, this means to not be able to pay your loan.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that if I owe $1,000 to you, Bank of Marco, and I don't have the money, I can't pay for it, then I default.
Mm-hmm. So to be late or to not make the payment.
It's a verb, to default.
Very good. And well, the person asking for the loan has a small problem. His credit score is not very good.
Okay, I think he calls it terrible. And one of the ways that you get a terrible credit score is by defaulting on a loan.
Right.
But it also means that maybe you borrow money or you have credit cards and you can't pay off your bills.
Mm-hmm.
And so a credit score is very important in America, and it's like a report card for your finances.
Right. So for example, if your credit score is a report card and you have an A credit score, that means that banks won't have a problem with lending you money. Or if you want to buy a new car, it'll be okay. But if you don't pay your bills on time or you default on your loans, then maybe you'll have a C or a D, and then people will not really lend you money in the future.
They won't trust you.
Exactly. All right, so that's credit score. That's all the words we have for Fluency Builder. Why don't we listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back shortly.
Hello, sir. May I help you?
Yes, I would like some information for requesting a loan.
Very well. Here are the general terms of our loan policies. We pride ourselves in having the lowest interest rate in the country for personal loans.
I see. So let me get this straight. If I borrow, let's say, $10,000, how much will I have to pay each month?
It depends on how long you take to pay it back. If we lend you $10,000 at an annual interest rate of 10% for 48 months, you would have to pay each month a portion of the loan, which is called the principal, and another small portion of the annual interest rate. This, of course, is considering that you don't default on a payment.
It sounds good, but there's just one problem. I have a terrible credit score.
That is a very serious problem, you see. The bank must assess your personal information, past loans, assets, and any other relevant information, such as your credit score, in order to approve your loan.
You know what? I don't really need the money. Thanks anyways.
All right, we're back. So now why don't we take a look at 3 key phrases on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
Let me get this straight. We're going to do Fluency Builder?
That's right.
Wait. So, okay, so this is our first phrase. Let me get this straight. And this is a fixed phrase. That means we always say it the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let me get this straight. We always say it the same way?
Right, so you're asking for a confirmation, or you're repeating what that person said just to be sure that it's correct.
Exactly. So maybe you don't understand something, or maybe you think you might have misunderstood. Mm-hmm. You say, hey, so let me get this straight. And you repeat what the person just said. Mm-hmm. It's a way for you to, like you say, get confirmation on what you've heard.
Very good. Let me get this straight. And now moving on, we have the phrase, pay it back. You have to pay it back.
Okay, and so in this case, we have the verb to pay, but we also have the word back. So pay it back means to repay. Mm-hmm. So if we take out a loan, we obviously have to pay it back to the bank.
Right, so you have to pay the loan back.
Okay, so just remember that these words often go together, to pay it back. I'll pay you back, I promise.
Right, can you lend me $1? I'll pay you back tomorrow.
Don't worry about it.
All right, and the bank started off saying, we pride ourselves in having the lowest interest rate in the country.
Yeah, right.
All right, so we pride ourselves. What does it mean if I pride myself in something?
The word pride means to be really happy about something that has to do with yourself. So something that you're proud of is something that you want to tell a lot of other people about. So, for example, a father may say, my son just got straight A's and he's an excellent soccer player. And so he's proud of his son. But to pride oneself means to be really happy with the way that you do something.
Right. So, for example, if I've never smoked, right? So I can say, I pride myself in being a non-smoker.
Or I could say, I pride myself in always saving lots of money for my paycheck.
Very good.
So it means I try to do this because I know it's a good thing.
But you feel very good about this, and you feel that, people should be proud of you as well.
So we could ask our students here, what do you pride yourselves in as a challenge?
As a challenge for the website. All right, so why don't we listen to the dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back.
Hello, sir. May I help you?
Yes, I would like some information for requesting a loan.
Very well. Here are the general terms of our loan policies. We pride ourselves in having the lowest interest rate in the country for personal loans.
I see. So let me get this straight. If I borrow, let's say, $10,000, how much will I have to pay each month?
It depends on how long you take to pay it back. If we lend you $10,000 at an annual interest rate of 10% for 48 months, you would have to pay each month a portion of the loan, which is called the principal, and another small portion of the annual interest rate. This, of course, is considering that you don't default on a payment.
It sounds good, but there's just one problem. I have a terrible credit score.
That is a very serious problem, you see. The bank must assess your personal information, past loans, assets, and any other relevant information, such as your credit score, in order to approve your loan.
You know what? I don't really need the money. Thanks anyways.
All right, very good. So as you say, saving is important, and well, sometimes do you think you need a loan?
I think sometimes people need loans because they want to go into business, for example. So people who want to go into small businesses or open their own companies need startup capital. And so this is a really great example of when people don't have the money lying around and will go to find a bank that will give them a loan.
So yeah, I think it's really important, especially for the economy of a country, for business loans or small business loans to be available, because sometimes it's very difficult to find a bank that will actually lend a person money to start a business. Usually they won't have a problem with lending them money to buy a new car.
Right.
But to start up a business, it's completely the opposite.
It is. And one of the really popular trends in foreign investment right now is called micro lending. So micro loans. And that means that if I want to help people in a very poor country, I can lend $100 for someone to buy a sewing machine or for someone to buy a small computer, $500 for a small computer. And that is a microloan. It's a very, very small loan for one thing. And that can help them towards their goal of being a business person.
Right. And you're not really getting money out of it, though. You're not charging like 100% interest rate.
You're not. You're charging like 1 or 2% interest, very low interest. And you're giving people a chance to pay the money back because it's such a small amount.
Wow, that's really good. A really positive thing. Very good. So if you have any questions, any comments, or any suggestions, please come to our website at englishpod.com, and we'll see you guys there.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Percentage of the money paid to you by the bank. Interest rate. Common rules listed in an agreement. General terms. Measure. Calculate. Credit score.
Let's try that faster.
Measure. Calculate. Common rules listed in an agreement. General terms. Credit score. Percentage of the money paid to you by the bank. Interest rate.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Calculate. I have calculated the interest rate, and things are starting to look better. Calculate. Give me a moment to calculate your salary for this month. Calculate. Someone at work miscalculated my salary, and now I have to wait for another month to get paid. Credit score. I have a perfect credit score. There is no way I'm not getting this loan. Credit score. I forgot to pay my credit card bill, and now my credit score is compromised. Credit score. I really hope this doesn't ruin my credit score. Interest rate. This interest rate is insane. Interest rate. I wish I could get a loan with a lower interest rate. Interest rate. The bank's interest rate is lower than it used to be last month. General terms. I can help you understand this topic in general terms. I'm not so familiar with the details. General terms. In general terms, your behavior must improve, or else we will have to let you go. General terms. He explained some complicated science, but only in general terms. I forgot to read the fine print, and now I'm in trouble. Please make sure you read the fine print before you sign any document. I just read something in the fine print I don't completely understand. Can you explain?
Hello, English learners. Welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have an intermediate level lesson talking about appearances.
That's right. We are going to change, or somebody wants to change their appearance, and they're going to have surgery.
Well, before we get started, let's look at what kind of surgery they're having in today's vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
All right, so today we're going to be talking about plastic surgery specifically.
Plastic surgery. So, why plastic?
I have no idea.
I don't either. No.
Well, basically, plastic surgery is, surgery for your appearance, right? It's not really for health reasons.
That's right. And sometimes they add things to you. Sometimes they take things away, but they're not for your health. They're not for your heart or your lungs.
Right.
It's for your appearance.
Mm-hmm. And also called cosmetic surgery, right?
That's right. And we'll be hearing that later. But cosmetic means having to do with your appearance, like cosmetics.
Right, exactly. All right, so we're going to be talking about this. Let's listen to our dialogue for the first time, and we'll be back.
Weak.
All right, we're back. So, yeah, I think this girl really wants to get this surgery.
But she doesn't seem to know why. She's just like, I'm in a bad mood. I want surgery. And that's the worst reason.
And it's pretty painful from what I hear.
Expensive and painful and potentially dangerous.
Yeah, exactly.
But we can talk about that at the end.
All right, so why don't we start with the words that we saw that are all related to surgery in language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Okay, well, this first one might be the reason for surgery, not necessarily a kind of surgery. If someone is vain.
Okay, so if a person is vain, this is an adjective. That means that they are they care too much about their appearance, right?
Right, and they care so much that they only care about themselves. So, do I look good? I love my face, my eyes. I look so good. So a person who is vain thinks very highly of themselves.
Okay, very good. And, well, this person, I think, wanted to get surgery as well because she said she had wrinkles.
Okay, wrinkles are little lines on your face. So maybe on your forehead or next to your mouth. And generally, when we get older, people get more and more of these.
Right. So you would say you have wrinkly skin when you're in the bathtub for too long and you look in your hands. They look like raisins. You have wrinkly skin.
That's right. Wrinkles are little lines in your skin.
All right. And well, you have wrinkles, as you said, around your mouth and eyes. And sometimes under your eyes, you also have some sagging skin.
Or under your chin.
Under your chin as well, yeah.
That's right. So sagging means coming down, means it's heavy.
It's like hanging.
Yeah.
Right?
So sagging. Something sags.
Okay.
It's heavy, it pulls down. But if you have sagging skin, that means your skin is no longer tight. It's kind of loose and it hangs.
Falling off your face. Okay. And well, a new popular treatment that is not really surgery is this Botox.
That's right. So Botox is something that women and some men do every couple of months, I think, and they have to get shots.
Right. They're like injections.
That's right. And they tighten your skin. And so you can get Botox in your face, so your forehead or your eyes, and it makes you look younger for a couple of months.
I've heard that they also put them in their lips to make them like fuller, right?
That's right. And sometimes you can say that someone's had too much Botox because they can no longer smile. Or they can't stop smiling.
Exactly. And well, very related to this is also when people get a facelift.
Okay, a facelift. So that means that a doctor, a plastic surgeon, will tighten the skin on your face. So he'll pull your eyes and the skin next to your ears to make your face look younger.
Right. So that's called a facelift. So it's to kind of take away those wrinkles, right? Or the sagging skin.
Right. Lift means to pull up.
Right.
It's the opposite of sag.
Very good. All right. So this dialogue has a lot of rich vocabulary related to surgery. So why don't we listen to our dialogue again, and we'll be back with the second part of language takeaway to explain a little bit more.
What are you doing?
Look at me. I look so old. I look as if I were 30.
Come on. Stop being so vain. You look great. You are beautiful.
Yes, I am, but I think it's time for some plastic surgery. I'm tired of these wrinkles and sagging skin. See?
I don't see any wrinkles or sagging skin. You're 25. Stop being ridiculous. Besides, I think that people who get Botox, have facelifts, or tummy tucks look weird. It doesn't look natural.
Whatever. I think I'm going to get liposuction and a nose job, and some breast implants as well.
I think you need to get brain surgery. I honestly don't think you need cosmetic surgery. You look amazing.
I thought you were my friend and would support me on this. I just want to feel better about myself and feel more attractive.
You don't need plastic surgery to do that. You're fine the way you are, and you have guys drooling all over you. Plus, plastic surgery hurts.
Really?
Yeah. When I got my nose job, I was black and blue for a week.
All right, we're back. So what other surgical procedure is in store for us?
Well, now the big ones. So we've left the face and we're talking about the rest of the body.
All right.
The first one is a tummy tuck.
Okay, so a tummy tuck. Well, what is that exactly?
Well, let's look at these two words by themselves
All
because maybe tummy people have heard before. This is another way to say stomach. Usually children say tummy.
Right. My tummy hurts.
My tummy hurts. And doctors, they'll say stomach.
Yeah.
But the name of this surgery is tummy tuck because tuck means to put in or to fold. And so my mom used to say, tuck in your shirt. You know, when your shirt comes out of your pants and that means you put it back in. Well, a tuck means to fold your stomach under. Means to make your stomach look smaller. And they put staples or I think they sew you up.
Yeah, they sew you up. It's pretty painful, right?
I've heard that.
Usually this is because somebody got a liposuction, for example. And that's our next word, liposuction.
Okay, lipo, that's kind of fat, right?
Yeah.
And suction means to pull, like a vacuum.
Like, right. So that's basically what they do. They open the person up and kind of use a sort of vacuum type device and suck all the fat out of the stomach or the balcony areas, you know, the love handles that are also called. And this way they remove all this excess fat. And because they do this, sometimes the skin, since it's been stretched out because you were a little bit fat, they need to have a tummy tuck.
That means to hide the extra skin.
The extra skin to kind of
That's right.
hide it. So these two procedures actually go hand in hand, because maybe if you're very fat, you get a liposuction, but that doesn't solve your problem because now you have all this sagging skin off your stomach.
That's right. So you have to have a tummy tuck as well. Ugh.
All right. So yeah, very, very dangerous procedure, I've heard as well, right?
Yeah. And they usually only do it with people who are very, very fat. That means dangerously fat. Because if you do it on a skinny person, you could really hurt them.
Yeah, of course. Fat is also necessary for our bodies. All right. So now moving back up to the face again, a very common procedure, I think one of the most common ones, is a nose job.
A nose job. And so nose job is very colloquial. You'll hear this on the TV. Nose job means to fix someone's nose, to change the shape or appearance of their nose. And so oftentimes people with really big noses want smaller noses.
Right.
And so the doctor will take some bone away and will put the skin back.
Yes, that's right. So this is called a nose job, or formerly known as like a nose surgery, right?
That's right. Rhinoplasty is the official name.
Rhinoplasty, that's
and
right.
actually, I've heard it's very painful because they have to break your nose before they fix it.
Exactly. Wow. I can't believe people do this. All right. And well, one of the very common ones among women, most likely, is
I hope so.
are breast implants.
That's right. So breast implants, am I allowed to say boob job?
Yeah, you can.
Well, the very common phrase for this is boob job.
Right.
Boob is a very colloquial term for breasts. And breast implants are, well, an implant is something that you put inside something. Okay, and so a breast implant is a piece of silicone. So it's like plastic, but it's more like a liquid plastic.
Yeah, just imagine like this big plastic bag with like gel inside of it.
And they put that inside a woman's chest to make her breasts bigger.
Right.
And so these are very, very popular surgeries, breast implants.
Right, exactly. I guess many models and many different types of women get breast implants.
That's right. And the verb there is to get. So
To get.
she got breast implants.
Right.
Okay, because they're things.
Very good. All right, so why don't we listen to our dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back to talk a little bit more. All right, we're back. So as you mentioned, all of these surgeries are very painful and very expensive, right?
They are. The plastic surgery industry is huge. And I was just reading an article that said that redos are becoming very popular. So there are doctors who perform redos.
That means to redo a surgery.
That's right. They're fixing other surgeries because oftentimes, people go in, they say, I want a nose job. They get a nose job, and then it's not the nose they wanted. And so they have doctors now who specialize in fixing former surgeries.
Wow. Yeah, I've heard also a lot about the plastic surgery tourism industry, where people get offered a package, for example, to go to countries like Argentina, where they have good doctors and it's very inexpensive compared to the States to get plastic surgery. And it's also popular now in Asia. I believe they're traveling to Hong Kong to get plastic surgery done.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know. But it's one of those things that if you have the money and you really feel that you want to improve your appearance, then
But is it an improvement? I don't know.
It is.
It's a little fake.
Yeah, it is a little bit fake. Like, for example, but it does help people with their self-confidence, right? Sometimes, for example, with the case of breast implants, some women feel very, very self-conscious about them having smaller breasts. So they want to get bigger breasts and they feel more confident, happier, and, stuff like this. So I guess if it helps and if you really want it, everyone's to their own.
Well, I'm curious what our users think about this. Have you had plastic surgery? Would you like to have plastic surgery? Let us know on our website, englishpod.com.
Right. We'll see you guys there. Until next time.
Bye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Too proud of good looks. Vein. A fold, ridge, or crease in the skin. Wrinkle. A medical protein injected into facial muscles. Botox. Plastic surgery. Cosmetic surgery. A plastic surgery on breasts to make them bigger. Breast implant.
Let's try that faster.
A fold, ridge, or crease in the skin. Wrinkle. A plastic surgery on breasts to make them bigger. Breast implant. Plastic surgery. Cosmetic surgery. A medical protein injected into facial muscles. Botox. Too proud of good looks. Vain.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Vain. I wish my girlfriend was less vain than she is now. Vain. Why am I surrounded by so many vain people? Vain. Stop being so vain and give the guy a shot. Wrinkle. These wrinkles are the result of so many bitter years. Wrinkle. Why is my skin getting so wrinkled? Wrinkle. Excessive use of makeup makes skin get premature wrinkles. Botox. I really don't like girls who have Botox. Botox. I saw an actress with Botox, and I think it ruined her looks. Botox. I wonder how much it costs to get Botox. Cosmetic surgery. I've heard that in Korea, it's really cheap to get cosmetic surgery. Cosmetic surgery. I wouldn't have cosmetic surgery unless someone was paying for it. Cosmetic surgery. Cosmetic surgery has become so popular in the last few years. Breast implant. Breast implants look so fake. Breast implant. There are many men who like women with breast implants. Breast implant. I think breast implants can be dangerous.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine, and today we're going on a little driving lesson.
That's right, we're going to learn how to drive, but not only how to drive, but all the vocabulary and words associated to this activity. So why don't we listen to this dialogue for the first time, and we'll be back to explain it.
Okay, I'm ready for my driving lesson. Should I start the car?
Hold on there, Fittipaldi. First, let's go over things one more time. Now, before you even think of starting the car, make sure your seat is at a comfortable position and you can grip the steering wheel firmly. Next, check your rear view mirrors to make sure you can see properly.
We've been through this a million times. Let's get going already. I'm ready.
Fine. Start the car. Okay, now gently step on the clutch and shift to first gear. Good. Now accelerate gently and let go of the clutch as you do it. There we go. Good.
I'm doing it. I'm driving. This is awesome. Let's turn some music on.
Keep your eyes on the road. No music. We are coming up to a red light. Step on the brakes. What are you doing? I said the brakes. Look out for those people. Get off the sidewalk.
Get out of my way. Oh, this is just like playing video games.
It's the police. Pull over.
They'll never take me alive.
All right, great. So it's a great driving lesson, just like the video games.
Well, hopefully not like video games. We don't want to hurt anyone. But that comes a little bit later. First, let's check out some of these very important phrases in today's language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, so on language takeaway, we have 5 words for you today, starting with the first one, the steering wheel.
Okay, steering wheel. So this comes from the fact that we have a wheel that we use to turn the car left and right. Mm-hmm. And so that's called to steer, to change the direction of something.
So the verb to steer is to take it left or right.
Exactly. So steering wheel is the instrument that we use to change the car's direction.
Very good. And well, apart from this instrument, also in order to look to other cars that are behind you, you would look at your rear view mirror.
Great. So rear view mirror. This is a mirror that you have in front of you in the middle of the car, and you look at this mirror to find out if there are cars behind you. So it's a rear view. That means you're looking at the back. Rear means back or behind.
What about the mirrors that are on the side of the car, on the doors?
Those are called side view mirrors.
Side view mirrors.
Very literal. Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. And well, moving on, he was instructing her on how to drive, and he said, step on the clutch.
Well, this is an important word for those of you who are driving manual cars. That means that you have to control the way that the gas goes into the engine by yourself. Mm-hmm. And so a clutch is a pedal. It's the third pedal on the left, and you push this pedal to change gears. Okay, so some cars, they don't have this. For those of you who don't worry about it. But if you do, a clutch is on the far left. It's the third pedal. Okay,
so this is for a manual car, manual transmission car, because many people have automatics where you just accelerate and the car automatically changes gears.
Exactly. And so a lot of Europeans drive manual cars and have this clutch.
Okay, so you step on the clutch, and in order to change gear, you say to shift into first gear.
That's right, because if you're driving, you know that you can't go from first to fifth gear, right? There's 4 or 5 gears. And so you have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have to go in order. So we're shifting. We're moving up or we're moving down. So that's called to shift.
All right, to shift. And now in the dialogue, we heard to shift into first gear. So that's what it's called.
Exactly. And so normally the car starts in N, neutral. That was when you're at a brake, you're to stop. And if you want to start the car, you have to shift to first gear. And that's the lowest. That's going to help the car go.
Okay, so to shift into first gear. Awesome vocabulary. I think this is really useful, especially because it's very specific, so you don't really see it very often in anywhere, but sometimes you need to use it.
That's right, and it's especially useful if you're trying to teach someone
how to drive.
Yeah, because not everyone knows how to drive manual.
Exactly. So why don't we listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back to explain Fluency Builder.
Okay, I'm ready for my driving lesson. Should I start the car?
Hold on there, Fittipaldi. First, let's go over things one more time. Now, before you even think of starting the car, make sure your seat is at a comfortable position and you can grip the steering wheel firmly. Next, check your rear view mirrors to make sure you can see properly.
We've been through this a million times. Let's get going already. I'm ready.
Fine. Start the car. Okay, now gently step on the clutch and shift to first gear. Good. Now accelerate gently and let go of the clutch as you do it. There we go. Good.
I'm doing it. I'm driving. This is awesome. Let's turn some music on.
Keep your eyes on the road. No music. We are coming up to a red light. Step on the brakes. What are you doing? I said the brakes. Look out for those people. Get off the sidewalk.
Get out of my way. Oh, this is just like playing video games.
It's the police. Pull over.
They'll never take me alive.
All right, we're back. So now why don't we take a look at 4 key phrases in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
Well, the first phrase is maybe the most important when driving. It's the first thing you do. You start the car.
All right, so you don't say you turn on the car, right?
No, so you put the key in the ignition and you start the car. That means you turn it on.
What about when you want to turn off the car, turn the car off? You say stop the engine.
Stop the car.
Stop the car.
Stop the engine.
Stop the engine, right? All right, very good. Moving on, our next phrase is a million times. Why is this a phrase, a million times? It's pretty literal, right?
We've been through this a million times. Well, no, it's not literal. Otherwise, I think I might kill the person. Because a million times means that we've had this same conversation many times. But you can't actually have it a million times. That's way too many.
So it's an exaggeration.
Yeah, it's a way to say a lot. So
a lot.
I've heard him say this a million times.
I've heard this story a million times.
Or I've done this. I've turned the car on a million times.
Okay, awesome. And now, well, they were driving and they heard a police siren and the guy told her to pull over.
Okay, so this is a very common car phrase again, especially when you're dealing with the police. So to pull over means to slow the car down and to stop it on the side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
So you could hear a policeman say, pull over. So pull over your car. That means slow down and stop the car on the side. Because obviously you can't stop in the middle of the road.
Right. So sometimes your mobile phone will ring as well. And you don't have a hands-free. So you have to pull over to the side so you can pick up the phone. Usually, right?
Exactly. Or you could say, hey, Mom, could you pull over? I have to use the restroom.
Exactly. Awesome. All right. And our last phrase for today is to take me alive. To take someone alive.
They'll never take me alive.
All right.
That's what the character says. And so this is a phrase that we use when we're talking about people who are running away from the law.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, they'll never capture me. And if they do, I'll be dead. So he's saying either I run free or I die.
All right. So to take someone alive is basically that. But is it literal? Would you say?
No, this is not literal. He's saying they'll never catch me.
Okay, very good. All right, so that's all the phrases we have for today. Why don't we listen to this dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back.
Okay, I'm ready for my driving lesson. Should I start the car?
Hold on there, Fittipaldi. First, let's go over things one more time. Now, before you even think of starting the car, make sure your seat is at a comfortable position and you can grip the steering wheel firmly. Next, check your rear view mirrors to make sure you can see properly.
We've been through this a million times. Let's get going already. I'm ready.
Fine. Start the car. Okay, now gently step on the clutch and shift to first gear. Good. Now accelerate gently and let go of the clutch as you do it. There we go. Good.
I'm doing it. I'm driving. This is awesome. Let's turn some music on.
Keep your eyes on the road. No music. We are coming up to a red light. Step on the brakes. What are you doing? I said the brakes. Look out for those people. Get off the sidewalk.
Get out of my way. Oh, this is just like playing video games.
It's the police. Pull over.
They'll never take me alive.
All right, we're back. So driving now, this is interesting because as you mentioned, a lot of people in America usually have automatic transmissions, whereas in Europe, maybe they have manual transmissions.
Exactly.
Is there a reason for that, do you think?
I'm not sure what the reason would be. I think a lot of American car makers manufacture more automatic cars in general.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say that it's because People in America are less concerned with gas,
Mhm.
but if you have a manual transmission, you can actually conserve a bit of gas. And so, because gas prices in Europe are higher generally, more people are interested in having manual transmissions.
Also, I remember when I was younger, my dad always bought cars that had a manual transmission because he said that if ever they break down, it's much easier and cheaper to fix in a car that has a manual transmission than it is to fix an automatic one.
That's right. Well, and I personally think that it's better to learn how to drive on a manual transmission car because you can drive any car afterwards. But if you learn an automatic, you'll never know how to drive a manual.
There was also a case on television recently about a small child that actually the dialogue is based on it is he took his dad's car and he was like 7 years old and he was driving and was being chased by the police.
No way.
And then he pulled into his house and got out of the car and ran into the house. So obviously he was an underage driver, but he didn't get into much trouble. But it was interesting because he drove very, very well.
That's unbelievable.
And basically almost learned it by game simulators, by video games, on how you drive on a video game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
well, NASCAR, here he comes.
Right. So if you have any questions, any comments, or any other suggestions for lessons, please come to our website, englishpod.com, and we'll see you guys there.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Hold, reach. Grip. The pedal that you press before you change gear. Clutch. The part of the road where people walk. Sidewalk. The wheel which the driver holds in a car. Steering wheel. To move a car to the side of the road and stop. Pull over.
Let's try that faster.
Hold, reach. Grip. The wheel which the driver holds in a car. Steering wheel. The pedal that you press before you change gear. Clutch. The part of the road where people walk. Sidewalk. To move a car to the side of the road and stop. Pull over.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Grip. I have a bad grip when it comes to holding on to things. Grip. Grip the steering wheel firmly and make sure your hands have free space. Grip. What, are you crazy? Get a grip. Clutch. I have to take the car to the mechanic because the clutch is broken. Clutch. Remove your foot from the clutch very slowly as you accelerate. Clutch. Remember to clutch when you want to change gears. Sidewalk. I hate it when people ride their motorcycles on the sidewalks. Sidewalk. Some sidewalks in this city are too crowded. Sidewalk. I slipped and almost broke my leg in that sidewalk right there. Steering wheel. I'm thinking of buying a new steering wheel for my car. Steering wheel. The steering wheel of the car just came out. Steering wheel. Someone took the steering wheel from my car and left the rest of it. Pull over. He should have pulled over, but he didn't. Pull over. Pull over near the next exit. Pull over. Whatever you do, don't pull over.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine, and today we're talking about a very important day in a couple's life.
That's right, we're going to a wedding, and but this time, it's not going to be so romantic because actually the groom is having second thoughts about the wedding.
Okay, that means he's nervous and he's not positive he wants to get married today. So remember, the groom is the man, the bride is the woman. Let's jump right into this dialogue, listen to what's going on, and when we come back, we'll be talking about some of the words and phrases you've heard.
Man, I'm freaking out. You gotta help me.
Whoa, take it easy, relax. Jeez, you're sweating like a pig. What's going on?
I can't go through with this. I just can't. I'm not ready for marriage. What was I thinking? I'm only 35 years old. I've got my entire life ahead of me. Adventure's waiting. I can't settle down yet.
What are you talking about? It wasn't more than a month ago that you were rambling on about how you are tired of living the life of a bachelor and how you envy your friends that have a family.
I know.
Let's think this through. First of all, you cannot leave Amy at the altar. Not only will she be humiliated and kill you, but she is the woman that you love and the woman of your dreams. Why would you want to end that or jeopardize it like this? Second of all, you were just getting cold feet. You know deep down inside that you'd want to marry her. So cut the crap and do it.
You're right. I'm being crazy. Okay, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Great. Whew. That was a close one. You had me going there for a minute. I thought I was going to have to slap some sense into you. All right, we're back. So he almost didn't get married, but luckily you have a good friend to help you out.
Exactly. So this friend really saved the day, made sure that the groom didn't get too nervous, and had some really positive words. So let's take a listen to some of these marriage words in today's language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, so as you mentioned, we have this word marriage. Now, marriage is the noun form, right, of actually getting married or to be married.
Right. Marriage is the noun, the word that describes the relationship between two married people. Okay, and so you have a relationship, maybe you're dating, but once you get married, the thing between you as a man and a woman, that's your marriage.
Your marriage, okay.
So you could say, our marriage is in danger.
We need to work on our marriage.
Exactly. Or we have a happy marriage.
All right. Okay, so that's marriage. Now, if you get married, and this guy, he mentioned a phrase, which was to settle down.
To settle down. This is a very important phrase. To settle down means to get serious, mature, and to stop living like a child. It means really to have a house or to start having kids. It's a time in life.
So to settle down is to become more stable, right? As you say, to buy a house, to have a family, to stay in one place and not be so adventurous or stuff like that.
Exactly. So it's to calm down and to be more fixed in life.
All right. Now, the opposite of this would be to be a bachelor.
Right. So bachelor is a single man, someone who's not married. And you often hear this term when we talk about apartments. So bachelor pad is an apartment that's specific to a single man. Usually there's lots of video games and a fancy TV and a pool table.
Yeah,
exactly.
All right. So bachelor, we had a lesson about this called bachelor party.
Right, which is a party for a man right before he gets married.
Okay.
And bachelor is a special word for a man who's not yet married.
Okay, very good. And now, as they were talking about not getting married, he said that you can't leave Amy at the altar.
So you often hear this in movies. She got left at the altar, or you can't leave her at the altar. This word altar is actually religious. Altar is the table in a church where the priest does all of his work.
Right.
All right, so an altar is a special religious table.
So usually two people will stand in front of an altar and get married, right? With the priest who is doing his thing there.
Exactly. He says, do you, Joe, take Samantha to be your bride, blah, blah, blah. So that happens at a special place called the altar.
Okay, very good.
It's also common in the normal mass, like on Sundays.
Right. Okay. And for the last word or phrase today, it's to get cold feet. You're just getting cold feet.
Okay, so this is a very funny phrase in English because it doesn't actually mean that your
cold.
feet are cold,
right?
So cold feet means you're nervous about something. You might change your mind.
Okay.
Okay, so people often talk about men and women getting cold feet before a wedding.
But you can also relate it to any other situation, not only getting married, right?
Yeah, for example, I'm going to go jump out of an airplane tomorrow. Okay, fast forward tomorrow. Oh no, I have cold feet. I don't think I want to jump out of an airplane.
Okay, so that's to get cold feet, to have second thoughts or doubts about actually doing something.
Exactly, cold feet.
All right, so why don't we listen to our dialogue again? Let's keep a lookout for all of these words, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Man, I'm freaking out. You gotta help me.
Whoa, take it easy, relax. Jeez, you're sweating like a pig. What's going on?
I can't go through with this. I just can't. I'm not ready for marriage. What was I thinking? I'm only 35 years old. I've got my entire life ahead of me. Adventure's waiting. I can't settle down yet.
What are you talking about? It wasn't more than a month ago that you were rambling on about how you are tired of living the life of a bachelor and how you envy your friends that have a family.
I know.
Let's think this through. First of all, you cannot leave Amy at the altar. Not only will she be humiliated and kill you, but she is the woman that you love and the woman of your dreams. Why would you want to end that or jeopardize it like this? Second of all, you were just getting cold feet. You know deep down inside that you'd want to marry her. So cut the crap and do it.
You're right. I'm being crazy. Okay, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Great. Whew, that was a close one. You had me going there for a minute. I thought I was going to have to slap some sense into you. All right, we're back. So now why don't we take a look at 4 key phrases that we found in this dialogue on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
This first one is a really great phrase because it's very, it's easy to picture this, what we're describing. Sweating like a pig.
To sweat like a pig. Okay, you're sweating like a pig.
All right, this is a way to say that someone is sweating a lot.
A lot.
Okay, and it's really gross or disgusting.
Now, do pigs actually sweat?
I don't know if pigs actually sweat, but you imagine someone smells bad and they have, sweat on their face and their back and their arms.
All right, well, sometimes don't you say you're sweating like a dog?
You could also say that. I guess we like animals in English, but this is just a really great way to say that someone is really sweaty.
All right. And, well, he was sweating and he was really nervous because he said, I can't go through with this. What does he mean, go through with this? With what?
To go through with means to actually do something, okay? So maybe I say, I don't want to jump out of an airplane. I can't go through with this. Okay, I can't jump. So it depends on what we're actually talking about.
Okay.
If we're talking about a wedding, you say, I can't go through with this. I can't get married.
So if you're planning a robbery, you say, well, in the last minute, I couldn't go through with it. I backed out.
Right, I can't complete what I talked about doing.
Okay, And now the friend, he finally gets kind of angry and he says, cut the crap.
Oh man, this is a very common phrase.
All right.
This is someone says this if they don't want to listen to you complain anymore, okay? Marco, cut the crap, okay? I don't want to hear your excuses. I don't want to hear your complaints. I want to just hear
Solutions,
ideas, positive things.
So to cut the crap is no more complaints, no more excuses, or no more talking nonsense.
Exactly. And this is common among teachers and, well, parents. Yeah.
All right, so cut the crap. Now, it's not very polite, right? So you wouldn't really say it to your boss or like a friend.
Cut the crap is kind of rude, and it's very spoken language, so I wouldn't write it down. And I would not use this with someone who is like a teacher,
yeah, like an authority.
You don't use it with them. They might use it with you.
Okay. And for our last phrase, he said, whew, you had me going there for a while, or you had me going there for a minute.
Okay, so this is a really interesting phrase. We use this a lot in English, but it's not clear from listening to it what it might mean. So you had me going there in this sense means, oh, I was really nervous for a minute.
I really believed what you were saying.
Exactly. So maybe we could give an example, Marco.
All right.
Did you know that yesterday I won the lottery? I mean, I won like $1 million and I had the perfect numbers.
Oh my God, really? Can I have $1 million?
I would love to help you out, man, but no, I didn't actually win $1 million.
You had me going there for a minute.
You believed me.
I did for a little while.
You believed me. Okay, maybe not. He's not that gullible.
That gullible. All right, but that's what it means, right?
To believe someone's story or to think that something's going to happen even though it doesn't.
Right.
You had me going there. That means what you thought was going to happen didn't happen.
So you can use it in the third person. Is like, yeah, I was telling him this awesome story and I really had him going for a while.
He really believed me.
Right.
And then I told him it wasn't true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great phrases. Now let's listen to our dialogue for the last time and we'll be back to talk a little bit more about getting cold feet.
Man, I'm freaking out. You gotta help me.
Whoa, take it easy, relax. Jeez, you're sweating like a pig. What's going on?
I can't go through with this. I just can't. I'm not ready for marriage. What was I thinking? I'm only 35 years old. I've got my entire life ahead of me. Adventure's waiting. I can't settle down yet.
What are you talking about? It wasn't more than a month ago that you were rambling on about how you are tired of living the life of a bachelor and how you envy your friends that have a family.
I know.
Let's think this through. First of all, you cannot leave Amy at the altar. Not only will she be humiliated and kill you, but she is the woman that you love and the woman of your dreams. Why would you want to end that or jeopardize it like this? Second of all, you were just getting cold feet. You know deep down inside that you'd want to marry her. So cut the crap and do it.
You're right. I'm being crazy. Okay, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Great. Whew. That was a close one. You had me going there for a minute. I thought I was going to have to slap some sense into you. All right, so this is a popular scenario, right? Somebody at on their wedding day, they get cold feet and they back out.
TV, movies, books, everyone loves the situation.
Have you ever actually heard of or experienced or maybe known of somebody who actually left the bride at the altar or the groom at the altar?
I don't know anyone who did that. Luckily, I think it's really sad.
Yeah, me neither. I don't think it's really that common.
No, but there was a movie just about this. So there's a woman, Julia Roberts, who tries to get married but never can. So it's called Runaway Bride.
Right.
Because every time she goes to the altar, she gets nervous. She gets cold feet and she runs away.
Right.
So they call her the Runaway Bride.
I can't imagine this actually happening to someone. I mean, you have all your family there, your friends.
I know, it'd be so embarrassing.
It's amazing.
And expensive.
Exactly, because you've already paid for everything.
So do you get to eat the cake if you're the one who's left behind?
I think so. Everything's paid for, right?
Exactly.
And drink all the liquor. All right.
Oh.
So that's all the time we have for today. If you have any questions, any comments, you can come to our website at englishpod.com and we'll see you guys there.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
A party of people at a wedding. Wedding party. Become nervous and reconsider a decision. Get cold feet. Lose one's nerve. Freak out. Long and careful examination of one's thoughts. Soul searching. Remind someone to stay calm. Slap some sense into.
Let's try that faster.
Long and careful examination of one's thoughts. Soul searching. Become nervous and reconsider a decision. Get cold feet. Lose one's nerve. Freak out. A party of people at a wedding. Wedding party. Remind someone to stay calm. Slap some sense into.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Wedding party. They planned their crime, but couldn't go through with it. Wedding party. You can't go through with this. We are going to be arrested. Wedding party. He had his doubts, but in the end, he went through with the divorce. Get cold feet. I was going to tell him, but I got cold feet. Get cold feet. I can't believe he got cold feet on his wedding day. Get cold feet. I was about to complete my work, but I got cold feet, and I came clean. Freak out. I'm sorry I freaked out in the last moment. Freak out. Don't freak out on me like that again, please. Freak out. It's normal to freak out a little bit the moment before your wedding. Soul searching. I envy people that don't have to work for a living. Soul searching. I think that envy is the worst feeling a person can have. Soul searching. Everyone envies your new shoes. Slap some sense into. Don't make me slap some sense into you. Slap some sense into. I wish someone slapped some sense into her. Slap some sense into. Thanks for slapping some sense into me.
Hello
everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine, and today we have a very exciting elementary lesson for you.
That's right. We are going to take our clothes to the dry cleaners.
Okay, so that means we have some dirty clothes. They need to be cleaned. Let's listen to this dialogue one time, and when we come back, we'll be talking about the words and phrases that you hear in it.
Thank God you were open. I have an emergency.
Hello, Mr. Henderson. What can I do for you?
I need this dress and this suit dry cleaned ASAP.
Okay, I can have it ready by the end of the week.
No, you don't understand. I need this tomorrow morning. I accidentally spilled beer all over my wife's dress, and we have a wedding to attend tomorrow. She's gonna kill me.
Okay, I can have it ready tomorrow afternoon, but this suit is also very stained. I can't guarantee we can remove it completely.
Fine. Can you also iron and starch this shirt?
Certainly.
Great. This is our secret. If you see my wife, say nothing to her about this.
All right, we're back. So now there are probably a couple of words that you didn't understand. So why don't we look at those now in language takeaway?
Language takeaway.
Marco, you already told our listeners about one phrase, to dry clean. So dry cleaned.
All right, so that's when you take your clothes to a professional who doesn't only wash them, right? You don't just put water and soap on it. They actually put some special chemicals and use special machines to get very hard to remove stains from it.
Exactly. And so this is often what we use when we clean coats or fancy shirts and dresses,
right,
because you don't want to clean those yourself.
Right. You can't put those in the washing machine.
No. So this is the dry cleaner. That's the name of the place. And the action, what they do is they dry clean clothes.
Okay. Very good. All right. Well, I mentioned that we take them to the dry cleaners because we want to remove stains.
Okay. So a stain is a mark or some color that does not come off, does not go away.
All right. So, for example, sometimes you can have a wine stain.
Ooh, wine stains are the worst. They're red and they never come off. Or blood stain.
Or blood stain.
Ooh.
Right. So a stain is a noun, but you can also use it as an adjective. My shirt is stained.
Okay. So it's stained. My pants are stained and I can't wear them again.
Again, now you can also use it as a verb. I stained my pants.
All right.
So it's a verb, it's a noun, and an adjective all in one.
Easy to remember. Well, there's another word that's, related to this word. We spilled something, okay? So I spilled wine and it stained my shirt.
Okay, so to spill. And that means that you took some liquid and you put it onto your clothes.
Or you dropped it and it made a mess. Okay,
right.
So I spilled some milk.
Okay, spilled. Now, it's pronounced differently from spell, right?
That's right,
it has
spill.
an I, spilled. All right, now our next word is also a noun and a verb, to iron.
To iron means to make something flat with no lines, okay? To smooth it out. So we use an iron to iron.
Exactly.
It's a metal electronic object.
It gets very hot. So you wash your shirts, for example, and your shirts are wrinkled because you just washed them. So you need to iron them.
That's right. And so you smooth them out, you flatten them with this object, an iron.
Okay. And, well, usually, if you take them to the dry cleaners, they will iron them and also starch them.
Okay, so to starch something means to use some powder or chemical to make something stiff or hard.
So the noun or the chemical is also called starch.
Exactly. So you think of a shirt with many buttons that a man wears to work. He has a collar around his neck, and that needs to be high and tall. It can't be flat and wrinkled. And so a dry cleaner will use starch to make sure that this stands up.
Okay, very good. So those are 5 key words for the dialogue today. Let's listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back with Fluency Builder.
Thank God you were open. I have an emergency.
Hello, Mr. Henderson. What can I do for you?
I need this dress and this suit dry cleaned ASAP.
Okay, I can have it ready by the end of the week.
No, you don't understand. I need this tomorrow morning. I accidentally spilled beer all over my wife's dress, and we have a wedding to attend tomorrow. She's gonna kill me.
Okay, I can have it ready tomorrow afternoon, but this suit is also very stained. I can't guarantee we can remove it completely.
Fine. Can you also iron and starch this shirt?
Certainly.
Great. This is our secret. If you see my wife, say nothing to her about this.
All right, we're back now, so let's take a look at Fluency Builder.
Thank God.
Thank God. All right, what is this phrase, thank God?
Okay, this is a phrase we use in English to say that we're happy about something or that we're relieved. Okay? So maybe I'm nervous that the mail isn't going to come today. And then the mail comes, and I say, oh, thank God, the mail came. Yeah, okay. I'm happy. I was hoping it would come.
So you're relieved. Thank God. Now, is it? We are using the word there, God, but it doesn't really have a religious connotation that much, right?
Not anymore. No.
It's usually just a phrase.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, what about this acronym ASAP or ASAP?
ASAP. So as soon as possible.
Okay.
It's an acronym. So the first letter comes from the word. It means as soon as possible, very quickly, right away.
You always hear that in an office setting as well. I need those papers ASAP. I need those reports ASAP.
Exactly. So you can say it either way, ASAP or ASAP, and it means immediately.
Okay. And he said that he needed the suit ASAP, and he said, I can have it ready by the end of the week.
Okay, so that might not be fast enough for the client, for the person here who has the stain, but the end of the week is a very, very useful phrase because it means that maybe today's Monday or Tuesday, by Friday or Saturday, we'll have this ready for you. Okay. Because we think of the end of the week as Friday, maybe Thursday, Friday.
So I can say the end of the week or the end of the day.
Exactly, the end of the month.
Or the end of the year.
Exactly. So the end of is usually
the
last time. So thank goodness it's the end of the week. I'm ready for my weekend.
Very good. Okay. So great phrases there as well. Let's listen to the dialogue for the last time.
Thank God you were open. I have an emergency.
Hello, Mr. Henderson. What can I do for you?
I need this dress and this suit dry cleaned ASAP.
Okay, I can have it ready by the end of the week.
No, you don't understand. I need this tomorrow morning. I accidentally spilled beer all over my wife's dress, and we have a wedding to attend tomorrow. She's gonna kill me.
Okay, I can have it ready tomorrow afternoon, but this suit is also very stained. I can't guarantee we can remove it completely.
Fine. Can you also iron and starch this shirt?
Certainly.
Great. This is our secret. If you see my wife, say nothing to her about this.
All right, we're back. So now, dry cleaning, ironing, are you good at this, or do you get a lot of your clothes dry cleaned?
I'm pretty good at this, actually. I don't like to wash clothes. I get really bored with the washing machine, but I actually really like ironing.
Really?
Yeah, I find it very relaxing.
Really? I usually find it very frustrating.
Really? Why is that?
Because I can't really iron well because I start on one side and I'm getting all the lines out and then the other side gets wrinkled or lines appear where I don't want them to appear. It's very frustrating for me.
It is frustrating. It takes some practice. My suggestion is to use the spritzer. In the iron, there's some water that can come out like that. Well, if you spray the water, it makes the lines go out for longer. Right? Because if you iron over that, it's more permanent.
I've also seen some sprays sometimes that you can spray your clothes with some special chemical that's not actually starch, but it helps remove the wrinkles quicker.
Exactly. I don't use that. I use water generally, but they're all available.
All right. So that's all the time we have for today. If you have any questions or comments, you can visit our comment section on englishpod.com, and we'll see you guys there.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Way to clean clothes without water. using chemicals. Dry clean. To allow something to fall from the container. Spill. Marked or dyed or discolored with foreign matter. Stained. Stiffen, clothes, etc., with starch. Starch. To smooth clothes with a heated iron. Iron.
Let's try that faster.
Marked or dyed or discolored with foreign matter. Stained. To allow something to fall from the container. Spill. Stiffen, clothes, etc., with starch. Starch. Way to clean clothes without water using chemicals. Dry clean. To smooth clothes with a heated iron. Iron.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Dry clean. I need to dry clean my skirt. Dry clean. I picked up your clothes from the dry cleaners. Dry clean. The tag on this shirt says dry clean only. Spill. She spilled her juice all over her homework. Spill. He was in such a hurry that he spilled his coffee all over the front of his shirt. Spill. There was an oil spill just off the coast. Stained. Her children had grass stains on their pants. Stained. I'm never going to be able to get the stain out of this shirt. Stained. The wine he spilled stained his pants. Starch. Can you starch my shirt? Starch. He starched his dress shirts so that they were nice and crisp. Starch. You can starch your jeans as well. Iron. He irons his shirt before putting it on. Iron. I need to iron the laundry. Iron. Every night, my mom does the ironing while watching TV.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine, and today we have a cold lesson.
That's right. It's the winter season, and of course, it gets cold in a lot of different places around the world, and so we're going to talk about heating.
Okay, this is very important, but before we do get started, we have a very important word to preview in Vocabulary Preview.
Vocabulary Preview.
All right, so we're going to preview the word freezing.
It is freezing today, by the way, so this is very appropriate. Freezing means very, very, very cold.
Okay, it is freezing. Okay, so it's very cold. It's freezing today.
It's so cold, in fact, you can't have water outside because the water will become ice.
It will freeze. Okay, great word. So let's listen to our dialogue for the very first time.
It's freezing in here. Can I turn up the heat?
Don't touch that thermostat. You don't pay the bills around here.
Dad, are you serious? What's the point of having central heating if we can't use it? Look, I can see my breath.
Put on a sweater. I'm not going to let you run up my heating bill just because it's a bit chilly.
Dad, I'm going to catch a cold.
When I was your age, my parents didn't have central heating like you do. We had a furnace in the center of the living room, and that was it. We used it to cook, heat the house, and even dry our clothes. We never caught a cold. You should be grateful.
All right, we're back, and this is actually what a lot of dads are like, I think, around the world.
Yep, my dad definitely liked to keep the heat low
really?
in our house. Yeah.
All right, so we'll talk about that a little bit later, but let's take a look at some 4 words on language takeaway today.
Language takeaway.
Well, this first word is important for anyone who has a home with heating. It's called a thermostat.
All right, a thermostat. What is a thermostat?
A thermostat is a dial or a
device.
A device on the wall that tells you how hot or how cold the house is. It's like a thermometer for your house.
Okay. So you can move the thermostat, the temperature, to make the house warmer or colder, right?
Right. So if it says it's 20 degrees and I think that's too cold, I can turn the thermostat up to 23 degrees.
All right. And, very much related to a thermostat and what this device does is our next word, central heating.
Right. So if you have central heating, you have a thermostat. That's the way to control the heat. And central heating means that you have one heater for the whole house. And so the air comes into all the different rooms. So not many places in China have this, but for example, in the United States and Canada, it is very common.
Okay, so your house or your apartment building will have central heating, and then you can control how cold or warm the house is with thermostats.
Exactly.
Very good. And well, our next word is related to temperature, and it's chilly.
Chilly. Okay, so there's a big difference between chilly and freezing. Freezing means very, very, very cold. Chilly means a little cold.
Right. So it's a little cold. It's a bit chilly.
Right. So it's a bit chilly today. I'm going to wear a hat. Okay. If it's freezing, I'm going to wear a hat and mittens and a scarf and coat and boots.
All right. So if it's a bit chilly, it's not very cold. And well, moving on, the dad mentioned about him having a furnace when he was young.
That's right. The dad had a furnace in his house, and the furnace is a way to heat your house. It's like a stove.
So yeah, just consider it like a big oven, right? Maybe you've seen it in the old movies where you would have to throw firewood into the furnace to make it heat up the house.
Exactly. And so this is very common in older homes and not very common in apartments.
Right. And well, that's all the words we have for language takeaway today. Why don't we listen to this chilly dialogue again?
It's freezing in here. Can I turn up the heat?
Don't touch that thermostat. You don't pay the bills around here.
Dad, are you serious? What's the point of having central heating if we can't use it? Look, I can see my breath.
Put on a sweater. I'm not going to let you run up my heating bill just because it's a bit chilly.
Dad, I'm going to catch a cold.
When I was your age, my parents didn't have central heating like you do. We had a furnace in the center of the living room, and that was it. We used it to cook, heat the house, and even dry our clothes. We never caught a cold. You should be grateful.
All right, we're back. So now we have prepared for you 3 key phrases on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
Okay, so this first phrase is related to thermostat, okay? So thermostat, like we said, is like a thermometer, but we can control the temperature. So if we want to make the temperature hotter, we turn up the thermostat.
Okay, so this is a phrasal verb, to turn up the heat.
You could say this about heat. You could say this about noise, too. Can you turn up the radio?
Turn up the volume.
Mm-hmm.
So it's to increase.
To increase, to make bigger or warmer or louder.
All right, and if we wanted to decrease the temperature in the thermostat, you would say...
Turn down.
Turn down the heat.
Exactly. So it's too hot in here. Can you please turn down the heat?
All right, very good. And our next phrase is, the dad was talking about the bills and how expensive it is to use the thermostat. And he said, I'm not going to let you run up my heating bill.
Okay, so a bill is like, something that you pay. It's money. And so in this case, I don't want you to run up the bill. That means to increase the amount of money I have to spend.
Mm-hmm. So maybe if you leave your television on all night, you're running up your electricity bill.
Exactly. Or if you talk on the phone 10 hours a day, you run up the phone bill and your mother kills you.
Right. All right. And the daughter was complaining about her catching a cold. To catch a cold.
All right. So remember this. A cold is when you have maybe a runny nose and a cough and a sore throat. It usually happens when the weather changes, but we don't get a cold. You catch a cold.
Okay.
And remember, like in baseball, you throw and catch. It's something that's fast.
All right. So you catch a cold. What about the flu? Do you get the flu or catch the flu?
So you can't catch a flu, but you can catch a cold. Just remember this phrase, to catch a cold. I caught the cold. Mm-hmm. No, to catch a cold, or I caught a cold. It's almost like if I have it, I could throw it to you, Marco. Achoo! And you catch it.
Right, because it's in the air, the virus.
Yeah, it passes very quickly.
All right, very good. So an interesting dialogue. Let's listen to it one last time.
It's freezing in here. Can I turn up the heat?
Don't touch that thermostat. You don't pay the bills around here.
Dad, are you serious? What's the point of having central heating if we can't use it? Look, I can see my breath.
Put on a sweater. I'm not going to let you run up my heating bill just because it's a bit chilly.
Dad, I'm going to catch a cold.
When I was your age, my parents didn't have central heating like you do. We had a furnace in the center of the living room, and that was it. We used it to cook, heat the house, and even dry our clothes. We never caught a cold. You should be grateful.
All right, we're back, and you mentioned about thermostat and your dad actually controlling the heating at home. Was this the case like this in this scenario?
It was. Sometimes would have to wear more clothes because we didn't want to run up the bill. But we had a special situation in my house because I'm from Chicago and it's very cold in the winters in Chicago, but we had a fireplace. Okay, so even if it was very cold, we always had firewood and we could put on the fire in the fireplace to keep warm. So everyone would stay in the living room and read and listen to music and just, relax.
Now, I heard that because, when you're burning wood, it causes some pollution. In some cities, it's banned, right, to actually turn on to have a fireplace.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but in Chicago, you can still do it.
Absolutely. And in most of the states, you can. Although a lot of people in new houses, they don't have real fireplaces. They have electric fireplaces. And so you can use a light switch to turn on your fire. It's not a real fire. It's just a glowing
fancy
light. Yeah.
All right. Well, very good. This is an interesting lesson, especially because the winter season is coming up and, everyone is cold. So we hope you enjoyed it. And if you have any questions, any doubts, you can come to our website, englishpod.com.
We hope to see you there. Happy studies and stay warm.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Acquire bills or debts. Run up. Increase the intensity of a device. Churn up. Very cold. Chilly. Become infected with a cold. Catch a cold. Thankful. Grateful.
Let's try that faster.
Acquire bills or debts. Run up. Increase the intensity of a device. Churn up. Thankful. Grateful. Become infected with a cold. Catch a cold. Very cold. Chilly.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Run up. He ran up a very expensive tab at the local bar. Run up. The new heating system they installed ran up their electric bill. Run up. They were running up huge bills with his new spending habits. Churn up. Honey, could you please turn up the heat? It's freezing in here. Churn up. I need to churn up the heat or I'll freeze. Churn up. I wish I could turn up the heat, but I don't have any control in this hotel room. Chilly. It's starting to get a little chilly in here. Chilly. He said that it was so chilly that he had to put 2 sweaters on. Chilly. It is very chilly in this room. Catch a cold. You will catch a cold if you don't put a sweater on. Catch a cold. My friend Amy caught the flu and had to stay home for a week. Catch a cold. He caught a cold last week, and now we all have it too. Grateful. I am so grateful that the police came just in time. Grateful. He was so grateful that he could finally see his daughter again. Grateful. She was very grateful to have such wonderful friends.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
And my name is Catherine, and it is the holiday season. That means we're talking about Christmas and Christmas shopping. We've got a great lesson for you today.
Exactly. So we're going to be looking for a Christmas gift. And so let's listen to our dialogue for the first time, and we'll be back to explain some words. Bill, you gotta help me.
What's wrong? Slow down or you're gonna give yourself a heart attack.
Tomorrow's Christmas and I haven't bought my mom anything. I'm such a bad son.
Take it easy. Let's go to the mall, window shop a little, and see if there's anything she might like.
That's just it. I don't know what to get her. Last year I got her a ring that was 2 sizes too big and a pair of shoes 5 sizes too small. I suck at getting presents for people.
That's where you're making a big mistake. You can't just guess people's likes or sizes, especially with clothes or jewelry. On top of that, I think that you should get your mom something that shows how much you love her. At the same time, you should show her that you took the time and effort to look for something that she would really like.
Yeah, you're right. When it comes down to it, I can be pretty tacky.
Yeah, tell me about it. I know. Your mom is trying to learn Spanish, right? Why don't you get her a gift certificate for this great website I saw called Spanish Pod?
Now that's a great idea. All right, we're back. So now why don't we take a look at language takeaway?
Language takeaway.
Okay, so there are a lot of interesting words in this dialogue. Some of them have to do with Christmas and some of them have to do with shopping. So this first one has to do with neither. It's actually a phrase. It's a medical term.
Right. He talked about a heart attack.
Okay, so you know what a heart is, but a heart attack is when there's no more blood going into your heart and your heart stops beating.
Okay.
It's a very, very dangerous situation.
So the person actually said this because the other guy was like, Bill, you gotta help me. He was all very excited. So he's like, whoa, slow down or you're gonna give yourself a heart attack. So it's not literal, right?
Yeah, it's not a real heart attack. He's saying, calm down.
Calm down.
Okay.
All right. And well, he was very upset because he hadn't bought a gift. And he said, I suck at getting presents for people.
I suck at getting presents for people. Well, suck is not a very polite word. My mom used to get angry at me when I used it, but it's a way to say that I'm very, very bad at doing something. Okay.
Right.
So I suck at playing tennis.
All right. Or you can say, I suck at math.
All right. But again, this is not something you should use on a test or in an essay because it's very spoken colloquial English.
Right. Exactly. And this other word is actually okay to use. And when you're talking about presents or you're talking about decorations, you say something is tacky.
Okay, well, if you call something tacky, this is an adjective, so something is tacky, it's really a matter of opinion.
Right.
Okay, so I think this is tacky, but you don't. Maybe that's a problem. So let me give you an example of tacky. I think that clothing with lots of bows and glitter and shiny things are very tacky.
Okay, so it's something that you don't really like or you think that is a little bit strange.
That's right.
So as you say, it's an opinion because you think that clothes with bows and teddy bears on it is tacky. Well, somebody else can think, no, it's cute. It's nice.
Exactly. You can also describe things that people do as being tacky. So for example, he gave me a present, but he left the price on it.
Oh,
That's so tacky.
Right, that is tacky. All right, so the word is tacky. And moving on, we talked about a gift certificate. You should get your mom a gift certificate.
Well, a gift certificate is a very popular form of gift giving now. You know what a gift is, but a certificate is a piece of paper. Okay, so you could have a birth certificate, for example. It says when you were born, where you were born. But in this case, a gift certificate is a piece of paper that you give someone to say, you have this much money to spend at this store. So I could give my mom a gift certificate for a bookstore for $50, and she can go with this piece of paper and spend $50 for free.
Okay.
Because I already paid.
Yeah, so it's kind of a very popular thing to do because sometimes, as in the dialogue, you don't know the person's size or you don't know if they like this color. So you're just like, look, here's, a gift certificate for $100. Go to the store that I know you really like and get yourself whatever you want, something nice.
Exactly.
But it's less tacky than giving that person cash, right?
Right. Cash is considered a tacky gift.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure why. It just is. It's a social custom, but very popular right now are these gift certificates or even gift cards. They look like credit cards.
Very good. All right, so why don't we listen to our dialogue again, and we'll return shortly to take a look at Fluency Builder. Bill, you gotta help me.
What's wrong? Slow down, or you're gonna give yourself a heart attack.
Tomorrow's Christmas, and I haven't bought my mom anything. I'm such a bad son.
Take it easy. Let's go to the mall, window shop a little, and see if there's anything she might like.
That's just it. I don't know what to get her. Last year, I got her a ring that was 2 sizes too big, and a pair of shoes 5 sizes too small. I suck at getting presents for people.
That's where you're making a big mistake. You can't just guess people's likes or sizes, especially with clothes or jewelry. On top of that, I think that you should get your mom something that shows how much you love her. At the same time, you should show her that you took the time and effort to look for something that she would really like.
Yeah, you're right. When it comes down to it, I can be pretty tacky.
Yeah, tell me about it. I know. Your mom is trying to learn Spanish, right? Why don't you get her a gift certificate for this great website I saw called Spanish Pod?
Now that's a great idea. All right, we're back. So now why don't we take a look at 4 key phrases on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
Okay, I like this first phrase. Sometimes I have to use it about other people. Sometimes people use it on me. You say, take it easy.
Take it easy. Hey, take it easy. Relax.
This is a way to say, hey, be calm.
Be calm.
Yeah.
So there's you can't really translate it, right? What take what easy?
You can't, but
so it's just a phrase.
There are 2 main contexts, okay? There are 2 situations where this is really popular. One is this. Oh my God, Marco. Oh my God, I'm freaking out. I really need your help on this, and I really need you to just be involved.
Take it easy, all right? Relax. Take it easy.
Okay. All right, so that's someone who's upset, and you're telling them to calm down. The second situation is when you're saying goodbye to someone. This is a very kind of, again, spoken language, very comfortable way of saying, hey, see you later.
Right, so it's like, all right, bye, take it easy.
Yeah, take it easy, have a good one.
Yeah, have a good one is another good phrase.
Take it easy, that means
take life easy. Don't
rush.
Don't rush.
Yeah.
Enjoy your life.
So if you try this with your English-speaking friends, you're saying goodbye, you say, hey, take it easy.
Yeah, bye, take it easy.
It's a nice one.
Very nice. All right, and our second phrase is actually, it's interesting because when he talked about the ring that he got for her mom that was 2 sizes too big and a pair of shoes 5 sizes too small. So the construction there, 2 sizes too big, 5 sizes too small.
This is a very important construction, and it doesn't quite make sense when you hear it, so that's what we're going to explain right now. Let me try to explain this using an example.
Okay.
If I have a size 7 shoe, and my brother gives me a Christmas present of size 9 shoes, I say, Peter, these shoes are 2 sizes too big.
Right.
Okay, that's the number 2. 2 sizes, T-O-O, too big. That means they're too big for me by 2 sizes. Because the difference between 7 and 9 is 2.
Right.
But if he gives me a size 5 shoe, I say, Peter, these shoes are 2 sizes too small. That means that, 5 is 2 less than 7. So this is a very popular construction.
So you're saying specifically how much bigger or how much smaller the shoes are. In the case with the ring or shoes or anything that has a size.
Exactly. But the funny thing is you can also exaggerate. You could say, oh, this sweater is so ugly. It's 10 sizes too big for me. It's not really
It's
10
not really
sizes.
10 right. So, but you can use this construction, right? Using one size too big, etc. Even when you're buying something to the store, to the lady in the store, you can say, "Oh, I think this shoe is 2 sizes too big. Can you give me a smaller pair?"
Exactly.
All right. And our third phrase for today, when the person said, "Yeah, you're right. When it comes down to it, I can be pretty tacky." So we looked at tacky, but what does he mean when it comes down to it?
Okay, well, it is very confusing sometimes when we talk about phrases in English, but when it comes down to it is a way to say, in reality, or actually, or the truth is, yes. So it's a way to say something is truthful.
Okay, so I can say, when it comes down to it, Catherine is a good friend.
Oh.
Right? So when times are tough, or in the end, or actually, maybe you have your small faults, but you are a good friend.
Right. Or when it comes down to it, Marco is a really hard worker. So sometimes he likes to play video games, but when it's really important, he will work really hard.
Very good. So very good uses of this phrase, and you can use it in many different contexts. And for our fourth phrase, when the person said, "Yeah, tell me about it." What does it mean, tell me about it? Tell me about what?
Okay, well, this is a really very popular phrase. You hear this all the time, and it's a way to say, "Yeah, I agree.
I understand."
Okay? I understand. So this is a phrase that means agreement. Okay, so I could say, "God, I really hate winter because when I leave work, it's always really dark."
Yeah, tell me about it. It's always dark and it makes me feel lazy.
Right, and so Marco is agreeing. He says, "I don't like it either." Yeah. So this is a very, very spoken language way of agreeing with someone. So you say, "Yeah, tell me about it."
Right. So it's very natural. It's a very natural way of agreeing with someone, right?
Exactly.
All right. So great phrases. Why don't we take a look at our dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back to talk a little bit more. Bill, you gotta help me.
What's wrong? Slow down or you're gonna give yourself a heart attack.
Tomorrow's Christmas and I haven't bought my mom anything. I'm such a bad son.
Take it easy. Let's go to the mall, window shop a little, and see if there's anything she might like.
That's just it. I don't know what to get her. Last year I got her a ring that was 2 sizes too big and a pair of shoes 5 sizes too small. I suck at getting presents for people.
That's where you're making a big mistake. You can't just guess people's likes or sizes, especially with clothes or jewelry. On top of that, I think that you should get your mom something that shows how much you love her. At the same time, you should show her that you took the time and effort to look for something that she would really like.
Yeah, you're right. When it comes down to it, I can be pretty tacky.
Yeah, tell me about it. I know. Your mom is trying to learn Spanish, right? Why don't you get her a gift certificate for this great website I saw called Spanish Pod?
Now that's a great idea. All right, great. So now that the all right, so as we said, gift certificates are a good idea, but what else do you like to give as Christmas presents?
Personally, I like things that people really think about and spend their time doing or making. So I like, for example, my mom is a beautiful quilter. She makes these big blankets and quilts them. And sometimes she even quilts names of people and stuff. And so those are really wonderful gifts because they're, the person thinks about you and who you are and what you want. And so I like to be able to give gifts like that, but I'm not necessarily that creative. So, I think it's nice to give gifts like tickets to a music show or things like that where the person will go and have a good time and enjoy themselves.
Yeah, I think that's really important because sometimes people just give gifts because you have to. But
stuff.
Like stuff. And you're like, oh, great, a tie. It's like kind of impersonal.
Yeah.
At the same time, if your dad or your boyfriend or somebody loves ties and has 50 of them and you get them another one that's really interesting or unique, then great, but it is good to take the time to get somebody something they really like or they would really use or enjoy.
Exactly. So what kind of gifts do you plan to give this holiday season? Do you celebrate Christmas? Let us know on our website, englishpod.com.
Right. We'll see you guys there. And until next time.
Bye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Examine the shop windows. Window shop. In addition to something else. On top of. When I look at what the whole situation amounts to. When it comes down to it. Looking cheap. Having bad taste. Tacky. I agree. I understand. Tell me about it.
Let's try that faster.
Looking cheap. Having bad taste. Tacky. Examine the shop windows. Window shop. When I look at what the whole situation amounts to. When it comes down to it. I agree. I understand. Tell me about it. In addition to something else. On top of.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Window shop. My sister and I like to go window shopping every once in a while. Window shop. When my friend goes shopping, she never actually buys anything. She only window shops. Window shop. He finds it so hard to window shop because every time he sees something he likes, he wants to buy it. On top of. On top of everything else that is going on, you expect me to take care of you as well? On top of. There is no way I am going on a date with her. She is obnoxious, prejudiced, talks too much, and on top of that, she wears way too much makeup. On top of. On top of taking care of their kids, they expect me to clean the house for them as well. When it comes down to it. When it comes down to it, I guess I was really mean to her. When it comes down to it. When it comes down to it, everything she's done for us has benefited us, even though it didn't seem like it at first. When it comes down to it. You know, when it comes down to it, you're not such a wimp after all. Tacky. Her outfits are always really tacky. Tacky. That was a tacky thing to say. Tacky. I love tacky Christmas decorations. They make me smile. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. She's so annoying. She never stops talking. Tell me about it. Yeah, tell me about it. I had to sit through 2 lectures today with that professor. He's so boring. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I couldn't believe it either when I heard that her parents had bought her a new car for Christmas.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and we are your English language guides here at English Pod.
That's right, and today we're going to be taking you to Christmas morning. It's Christmas Day.
Oh, one of the best times of the year. You wake up, you smell the good smell of delicious eggs and bacon, and there's presents.
Yeah, I guess that's when you're a kid, though. I guess when you're an adult, do you really get excited when you wake up for Christmas?
Hell yeah. Sure do. Yeah, I sure do. I love Christmas morning, even as an adult.
Especially, I think, because of the special breakfast you get, like pancakes, scrambled eggs.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, we're going to be taking a look at a situation here where a kid is opening Christmas presents and we're preparing a meal for Christmas because that day people are going to come over. So let's listen to this dialogue for the first time. All right, we're back. So there were a couple of different and interesting words there. So let's take a look at them now in Language Takeaway.
Language Takeaway.
Okay, this first word is not a very happy word. It's a word that we try not to use too much around the Christmas season, but sometimes you're just tired of people because the holidays is all about people and doing stuff.
Family.
So someone who is not being very happy, someone who's a little bit grumpy is called a grouch.
Okay, so a person that's not very happy, not very friendly is a grouch.
I don't want to open presents. This is stupid. Okay,
right,
that's a grouch.
Okay, so a person is a grouch, or you can act like a grouch, or be a grouch.
Don't be a grouch.
All right. And, well, they were talking about heading to the market to buy something for dinner. So, to head to.
Okay, to head to is a way to say to go towards someplace or to go somewhere.
All right, so if I'm driving my car and you ask me where I'm going, I'm saying, oh, I'm heading to the bank.
Right, so to head to means to be on your way somewhere. I'm going somewhere. It's a way to say that you're in the process of going. You can't say, next year I will head to Alaska.
Okay.
It doesn't make as much sense. You usually say, I'm heading to the bank or
let's head to
the market.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, they were talking about heading to the market because they are hosting Christmas dinner. So, to host.
To host is it's a very important holiday term. It's a verb. You do it. And it means that you are the person who has the special dinner and your friends and family, they come to your house.
Okay.
Okay, so we could say, this Christmas, I'm hosting the dinner at my house.
Okay.
So I want everyone to come to my house and eat.
All right. And it can also be a noun, right? You can say, I am a host.
Exactly.
I'm the host of this dinner.
Right. And it doesn't have to be holidays either. You could say, hey, Marco, how about you host a dinner next week? I'll come.
Right. Okay.
I'll bring wine.
All right. So to host a dinner or to host a party, etc. And our fourth word for language takeaway is probably the most popular drink during the Christmas season, eggnog.
Okay, it sounds kind of disgusting.
Yeah, a drink with egg.
Ugh. But it's a very popular creamy, eggy drink. It's very thick and it's cream colored. And normally you add a little bit of rum.
Okay,
to
so
make
it's
it
alcoholic.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And you drink it warm. And it's kind of just a thick, warm alcoholic beverage that's very, very popular. And my dad loves it.
During Christmas, right? Usually
During Christmas.
You don't have it like in any other day.
No, you wouldn't want to. It's too heavy.
Okay.
But it's very, very popular like the days before Christmas and on Christmas.
Okay, so eggnog. Very good. So I think we should take a look at the dialogue again, and we'll be back soon with Fluency Builder.
Dad! Wake up! It's Christmas!
Timmy, it's too early for this. Look, it's 6 a.m. Go back to bed.
No way! Santa already came and left all our presents. Can we go open them, please? Please?
Of course we can, honey. Bill, come on, get dressed.
Fine. Not like Santa brought me any gifts.
Bill, honestly, you can be such a grouch sometimes.
Look at all these presents under the Christmas tree. Awesome!
All right, Timmy, knock yourself out. We should get ready and head to the market to buy everything for Christmas dinner tonight.
Yeah, you're right. It's the first time we're hosting Christmas dinner at our house, so everything has to be perfect.
I got the list right here. Ham, turkey, mashed potatoes, ingredients for the gravy, and of course, yams.
My dad offered to bring the eggnog, so we should be set.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at a couple of phrases on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
Okay, so this first phrase is a phrase that I often heard as a child because I never wanted to go to sleep. So I'd go downstairs and then my parents would say, Catherine, go back to bed.
Go back to bed.
Okay, go back to bed. So this is just a very common, colloquial, spoken way of saying, go back to sleep.
Go to sleep.
Don't be awake.
So you can say go to sleep, or you can say go to bed. Or if somebody has gotten out of bed, you say go back to bed.
Exactly. And so parents often use this with their kids because they want their kids to sleep. But you can also say it about someone who's, up at night worrying and you say, come on, go back to bed.
Relax.
Go sleep, relax.
Okay. And then we also saw this phrase, knock yourself out. All right, Timmy, knock yourself out. So what is this, knock yourself out?
Well, I'm not really sure where this phrase comes from. I mean, to knock is like to knock on a door, right? But to knock yourself out, if I think about it, it probably means that you hit yourself in the head and you fall over. But the real meaning of this is go have fun. Okay? Have as much fun as you can have.
Right. Have as much fun as you want. Go knock yourself out.
So the parent is saying, hey, Timmy, go have as much fun as you want. Just go do it. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, like go open all these presents. Have all the fun you want. All right. And then we saw another phrase when they finished talking about dinner and all the things they have to buy. They said, we should be set. We should be set, or we are set.
Well, this is funny because she says, well, my dad's going to bring the eggnog, so we should be set, which means we should have everything we need.
So we don't need anything else. We're ready. Everything is good.
Exactly. So we can say we are set. I'm set. Are you set? It's a way to say, are you ready? Are you prepared? Do you have everything you need?
Okay.
So I often use this when I'm going on a trip. I say,
right.
Are you set? Did you pack everything? Are you all set?
Are you all set? Yeah. Or I finished packing. I'm all set. I'm ready to go.
All set and ready to go.
All right. Okay. So some interesting phrases there as well. Why don't we have a look at our dialogue for the last time?
Set.
All right, we're back. So as you mentioned, Christmas morning is great. You open presents and, breakfast, and it's a time to be together with your parents, your family. But As in this case, you can be a little bit of a grouch because you're just kind of tired because you had Thanksgiving in November and then Christmas and now you're having New Year's, so you're kind of just like, ugh.
Yeah, the holiday season can be exhausting, and I know a lot of families have a special dinner on the 24th. That's Christmas Eve. And then by the time it's Christmas Day, the 25th, you're exhausted, you didn't get any sleep, you might have had too much to drink last night. And so it can be very tiring. Also because the kids always get up way too early, like 6 o'clock.
Right, to open their presents, right? And then they'll be playing with their toys all day and you'll have a headache. But it's a great season to spend time with the family. And well, we want to know how you spend your Christmas Eve and your Christmas morning. So why don't you come to our website, englishpod.com, and leave your questions and comments there as well.
We're looking forward to hearing from you. Again, happy holiday season, and until next time.
Bye.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
A bad-tempered person. Grouch. Go ahead. Do as you please. Knock oneself out. Go directly to. Head to. Hold an activity. Host. Ready for something. Set.
Let's try that faster.
A bad-tempered person. Grouch. Ready for something. Set. Go directly to. Head to. Go ahead. Do as you please. Knock oneself out. Hold an activity. Host.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Grouch. That old man is such a grouch. He yells at anyone who even steps into his yard. Grouch. My friend was really grouchy today after they lost the football game. Grouch. I was really grouchy because I hadn't eaten all day. Knock oneself out. Here we are, the amusement park. All right, kids, knock yourself out. Knock oneself out. You guys are going to have a great time at the zoo. Knock yourself out. Knock oneself out. Knock yourself out at the dance tomorrow night, all right? Head to. I need to head to the corner store to get more milk. Head to. She headed to the church for the Christmas Eve service. Head to. You need to head to the doctor's office right now and get that cough checked out. Host. I'm hosting a games night at my house on Thursday nights. Host. He decided to host the party at his parents' place. Host. My sister is hosting a birthday supper for her friend. Set. Once I get the ribbon, we should be set to start wrapping the presents. Set. We should be set to go as soon as my friend arrives. Set. With this new job, I should be set for life.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have an elementary level lesson for you.
That's right. We are going to talk about winter, but specifically about the clothes you wear during winter when it's very, very cold outside.
That's right. And I hear you're not too familiar with some of these practices because where you come from, you don't really have winter.
We don't have winter. We have dry season and rainy season, but same temperature.
Well, Chicago definitely has a snowy season, so I'm very familiar with these things. So let's jump right into today's dialogue. We'll be hearing it one time, and in a minute, we'll be back to talk about it.
Bye, Mom.
Wait, Jimmy, it's cold outside. Put a hat on.
Okay, bye.
No, wait, you'll be too cold without mittens.
All right, see ya.
Hold on, with that wind, you're going to catch a cold. Wear this scarf.
Okay, see you after school.
Oh, and earmuffs. Put these on. Here we go.
Mom?
Yes, honey?
I can't breathe.
All right, we're back. So there were a couple of different items of clothing that we saw in this dialogue. So let's look at them now in language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Okay, well, first of all, we have Mom and Jimmy. Jimmy is a boy's name. He's a little boy. And Mom is saying goodbye to him, but first she wants him to put on clothes. So the first item, the first thing she asks him to put on is a hat.
A hat. Now, you probably have seen like a baseball cap or many different types of hats. And sometimes in other languages, they have specific names for a hat for winter, right? But in English, it's a hat.
Anything that covers your head is a hat. That's kind of like the category.
So maybe this one is a warm wool hat, but in the end, it's a hat.
It's a hat.
Okay. So he's put on the hat. Now what else is he going to put on?
Well, we need to keep our fingers warm. Okay. So there are two kinds of ways to keep your fingers warm. And the way in this dialogue that the boy keeps his fingers warm is with mittens.
All right. So mittens you put on your hands. Now, what's the difference between mittens and gloves?
Okay, gloves have special places for each finger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on each hand.
Right.
And mittens, there's 2 spaces, one for your thumb and one for all your other fingers.
Okay.
Okay, so that means you can't really hold things.
So you kind of look like a penguin or something like that.
Yeah, you look like exactly, like a penguin. And it's mostly for children. Adults don't wear mittens because adults need to hold things like keys and phones and car steering wheels. So in this case, mittens is usually for children.
Okay. So mittens, and well, the mother is still a little bit worried, so she tells him to wear a scarf.
Okay, a scarf is a long, usually made of wool, a long piece of fabric that you put around your neck to keep your neck warm.
Okay, so a scarf.
A scarf.
Okay, and he's put on the mittens, the scarf, the hat, and he's missing some ear muffs.
Okay, this is a little funny because usually if you're wearing a hat, you don't need earmuffs. But earmuffs are like headphones, but they keep your ears warm.
Right.
And we wear these. They don't cover your head. They just cover your ears. And usually they're just 2 round circles over your ears.
So as you say, exactly, they look like big earphones. And they keep your ears warm. Now, as you say, you usually don't wear this if you're wearing a hat because, well, you would put your ears inside your hat, right?
So it looks pretty silly if he's wearing all of this together.
All right. And so those 4 key items, those 4 key pieces of clothing are for our language takeaway today. Why don't we listen to this dialogue again? And we'll come back soon to talk about Fluency Builder.
Bye, Mom.
Wait, Jimmy, it's cold outside. Put a hat on.
Okay, bye.
No, wait, you'll be too cold without mittens.
All right, see ya.
Hold on, with that wind, you're going to catch a cold. Wear this scarf.
Okay, see you after school.
Oh, and earmuffs. Put these on. Here we go.
Mom?
Yes, honey?
I can't breathe.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at 4 key phrases on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
Okay, this first phrase, as I said before, has to do with the mom and the boy saying goodbye to each other. So he says, all right, see ya.
See ya.
Yeah.
Okay, so see as in to look, to, right? You see something. And what about Y-A, yeah? See ya.
So this is a very spoken language way of saying you. So we could say, see you later. But if you want to make it shorter, you can say, see ya.
See ya. Bye.
Bye. Goodbye.
All right, so see ya. And then what's our next way of saying goodbye?
Hold on.
Oh, wait, that's...
We're not there yet. No. Hold on is our next phrase. And this is a way to say, wait.
Wait, hold on. So you just say hold on, it means wait. It's not really rude, right? It's just a little bit more casual.
Exactly. It's very casual. So you cannot say, hold. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
You have to use these 2 words together. Hold on. Like I said before with Marco, who wants to go fast, I could say, hold on.
Hold on.
Wait a second.
All right. Okay, so hold on, see ya. And now you got to be careful because you're going to catch a cold. To catch a cold.
Okay, so a cold is when when you cough, you have a sore throat, it's starting to get cold outside and you don't feel well. Okay, so you have a runny nose. It's a illness. And most people get this every year. It's very common. But you don't get a cold, you catch a cold. Okay? So catch is the same word we use for when we talk about sports, like throwing and catching.
Okay.
It's almost like it just hits you. It's so fast. You just catch a cold.
So that's really important what you just said, because you don't use the verb get. You don't get a cold. You catch a cold. Or if you say that you were sick last week because you had a cold, you would say, oh, I caught a cold, or I had a cold.
Exactly. So remember, present tense, I catch a cold. Past tense, I caught a cold last week.
Okay. And our last phrase for Fluency Builder is here we go. Here we go.
Okay, so when do we hear this phrase? The mother says to the boy, put these on. Here we go. So she's doing something with him. She's helping him put his earmuffs on. And here we go is a way to say, okay, I've finished. Okay, I'm done. Okay, your earmuffs are on you now.
So you're ready. Here you go.
Here you go.
Right, so we say here we go, like everything is ready, your earmuffs are on.
Exactly. So maybe I'm on my computer and I have a problem and I'm waiting. And you know when the bar's loading and finally, ding, it's ready. Here we go.
Here we go. It's
now
ready.
I can start. It's ready.
Or sometimes a waitress will come and serve you food and say, here we go. Here's your order.
Exactly. So this is a way to say what you've been waiting for is ready now.
Okay. Great. So I think it's time for us to listen to this dialogue one last time before we come back.
Here we go.
Bye, Mom.
Wait, Jimmy, it's cold outside. Put a hat on.
Okay, bye.
No, wait, you'll be too cold without mittens.
All right, see ya.
Hold on, with that wind, you're going to catch a cold. Wear this scarf.
Okay, see you after school.
Oh, and earmuffs. Put these on. Here we go.
Mom?
Yes, honey?
I can't breathe.
All right, we're back. So as you mentioned, in Chicago, it's very, very cold. So I imagine you had all of these winter clothes, right?
That's right. And it's funny because I remember being a small child and my mother doing this to me, putting on snow pants and boots and earmuffs and hats and gloves and scarves. And all of a sudden, it's so hot inside because you're wearing everything. And so you can't even walk. Like you were saying, you look like a penguin walking out the door. And then you get to school and you're sweating, right? And so in school, we had a special room and we had to take everything off because there's snow everywhere.
Right.
And snow can be very dangerous because it melts and it turns into water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have very strong memories of all of this, putting them on, taking them off, and just being warm all the time.
Yeah, when it's cold or you live in a place with cold weather, you have to have these items of clothing because otherwise you might catch a cold.
Exactly. So I hope that no one out there catches a cold, but if you want some suggestions, wear a scarf, cover your neck. That's the most important. Your head and your scarf are the most important.
All right. And if you guys have any other questions or comments, you can visit our website, englishpod.com, and we'll see everyone there.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Hand covering, separating thumb from fingers. Mitten. Stop. Wait. Hold on. A long, narrow piece of cloth worn around the neck. Scarf. A warm, tubular covering for the ears. Ear muff. Name you call someone you love. Honey. Head covering. Hat.
Let's try that faster.
Hand covering, separating thumb from fingers. Mitten. Name you call someone you love. Honey. A long, narrow piece of cloth worn around the neck. Scarf. Head covering. Hat. Stop. Wait. Hold on. A warm, tubular covering for the ears. Ear muff.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Mitten. For Christmas, his grandmother gave him a pair of mittens that she made herself. Mitten. I like mittens more than gloves because my fingers can keep each other warm. Mitten. My friend has a pair of mittens with snowflake designs on top. Hold on. Can you hold on a second while I tie my shoelaces? Hold on. Hold on. Are those cookie crumbs I see on your sweater? Hold on. Just hold on a minute. I just need to check my emails. Scarf. His scarf was so long that he could wrap it around his neck 3 times. Scarf. Some people wear scarves in the summer or indoors as a fashion accessory. Scarf. My mom wears silk scarves when she gets dressed up, and wool scarves when she needs to go out in the cold. Ear muff. When I was a child, I used to wear earmuffs all the time. But now that I'm a teenager, I don't wear them because they are not cool. Ear muff. I was in a store the other day, and they were selling rainbow earmuffs and leopard print earmuffs and all kinds of other neat designs. Ear muff. My best friend has a pair of earmuffs that he wears all the time. Honey. Hey, honey, I'm home. Honey. Evan, honey, can you deliver this plate of cookies to the neighbors? Honey. Honey, what's wrong? Why are you upset?
Hello everyone and welcome back to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today Marco and I have an elementary level lesson for you.
That's right. It's a new year, and so we have a lesson for you where we are going to make new decisions and have a new opportunity in the new year, right?
That's right. So the new year is the time to change parts of your life, maybe. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Let's listen to this dialogue 3 times. And when we come back, we'll be talking about the words and phrases in the dialogue.
Now that it's the new year, I've decided to turn over a new leaf.
Yeah? You finally decided to wipe the slate clean?
You got it. I have a new job. I'm living in a new city with new friends. This is my opportunity to make some small changes in the way I live my life.
So what are you going to do? Take up an art class or something?
Well, first of all, I've decided to stop smoking. It's not that I'm pinching pennies or anything, it's just that I've been smoking since I was 16, and I think it's time to stop.
I'm with you on that one. Anything else you're planning on doing?
One last thing. I've decided to come out of the closet.
It's about time.
All right, we're back. And so if you notice, the dialogue has actually a lot of really, really rich phrases in there. So today we're going to change the format a little bit and we're going to do Fluency Builder in 2 different sections. So starting out with the first one on Fluency Builder Part 1.
Fluency Builder.
So the new year, we think about new things, changing things. We have a great phrase in English to describe starting fresh, starting anew. And we say, turn over a new leaf.
Okay, so you turn over a new leaf. So that means that you are going to maybe make a radical change, right? Some completely new.
That's right. So if you think about it, it's a new chapter in your life or a new adventure or something like that. Maybe you're going to quit your job, turn over a new leaf, start a new job.
Okay. So you can say, I'm going to turn over a new leaf, or Sarah turned over a new leaf and quit smoking.
Let's turn over a new leaf and forget the past.
There we go. All right, so to turn over a new leaf. So just imagine that you have a leaf on the ground and you turn it over and it's nice and clean. All right, and talking about cleanliness, our second phrase is to wipe the slate clean.
Okay, when I think about this phrase, I think about a chalkboard, okay? So a slate is like a chalkboard, and all of the things that you've done, good and bad, are on that chalkboard. And to wipe the slate clean means to erase those words, erase those things. So perhaps Marco and I fight all the time, and we're angry at each other. Finally, I say, listen, Marco, let's wipe the slate clean. Let's forget the past. Let's forget the things we said and start again.
And start a new leaf. To wipe the slate clean is to just start over. You know, just to erase everything. Let's forget about it and start over.
Exactly.
All right, and so we're starting over, and his friend is asking, you decided to wipe the slate clean, and the friend said, you got it. You got what?
What? It.
What is it?
In English, we love the word it.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, you got it means you're right, exactly. You understand what I'm talking about.
Okay, so if you agree with me or I understand what you're talking about, you would say, you got it.
You got it.
You got it. Okay.
All right, so I'm trying to explain to you, maybe, Marco, something very difficult, like, if you add 4 and 10, you get 14, but what if you add 10 more?
It's 24.
You got it.
All right.
Okay, so he understands math.
Yes. Okay, so that's the way you would use you got it. It's a really popular phrase. I mean, you can use it on pretty much anything, not only if you're right, but also if somebody agrees with it or you promise something, right? So are you going to pick me up today? Yeah, you got it.
Okay,
no
so it's a way to agree or to show that you're saying yes.
Yes. Okay, so why don't we listen to our dialogue again, and we'll come back shortly to look at Fluency Builder Part 2.
Now that it's the new year, I've decided to turn over a new leaf.
Yeah? You finally decided to wipe the slate clean?
You got it. I have a new job. I'm living in a new city with new friends. This is my opportunity to make some small changes in the way I live my life.
So what are you going to do? Take up an art class or something?
Well, first of all, I've decided to stop smoking. It's not that I'm pinching pennies or anything, it's just that I've been smoking since I was 16, and I think it's time to stop.
I'm with you on that one. Anything else you're planning on doing?
One last thing. I've decided to come out of the closet.
It's about time.
All right, we're back, so now let's continue with our Fluency Builder. And, they kept talking, and the guy mentioned that he's going to stop smoking. But it's not because he is pinching pennies.
Oh, pinching. That sounds painful.
Right.
Okay, pinching is something you do, especially when you're a child. You squeeze the skin. Pinch, and it hurts. So to pinch really is to hold something with two fingers. To pinch pennies means to try to spend very, very, very little money. Okay, so if we say, if I say, hey, Marco, you want to go to dinner tonight? There's this really nice Italian place. It's a little expensive, but...
Oh, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm really pinching pennies these days because I'm kind of broke.
So maybe we'll go somewhere cheaper.
Yeah. So actually, pennies are 1 cent. 1 cent coins, right? They're called pennies in the United States.
That's right. And it's the smallest kind of money that we have in America. So if you're pinching pennies, if you're saving pennies, it means you really don't have much money.
Right, you're really, really saving.
That's right.
Okay, so pinching pennies. So he decided to quit smoking, and his friend agreed with him and said, you know what? I'm with you on that one.
Okay, so you quit smoking, Marco, and I quit smoking. I'm with you on that. I think it's a good idea. If I'm with you on that one, it means I agree with you. You're doing the right thing.
So you can say, I'm with you on that one, or you can just say, you know what, I'm with you. Do it.
I'm with you.
I'm with you, I agree, or I'm with you, I support your decision.
So you are going to go skydiving in a couple weeks. That means you're going to jump out of an airplane. I'm not with you on that one.
You don't support my decision.
I think it's okay for you, but I would not want to do it personally.
All right. Right. So you can do it in that way or just anything. You support somebody's decision. I'm with you. I'm with you on that one.
Exactly.
All right. And our last phrase, to come out of the closet.
So who's in the closet?
Why is somebody hiding in the closet?
Okay, someone's not really hiding in the closet. This is a phrase we use to describe someone who is gay or lesbian, who has a secret about being a gay or lesbian. So when they come out of the closet, they're telling their friends and family for the first time that this is how they feel.
So it's basically a phrase that's kind of a metaphor to say, you know what, I'm going to tell everyone that I am gay or lesbian, right?
That's right. Well, it's because in English, oftentimes a closet is a place where we keep secrets. Okay, and so to come out of the closet means to share your secrets with people.
So sometimes in English you say you have skeletons in the closet.
That's right. This is a little different. Maybe I killed someone and it's a skeleton in my closet. It's a secret that I keep.
But a skeleton in your closet can also be a very big secret, like you were once married and you never told anyone.
Yeah.
Right?
Or I have 2 kids and I never told you guys.
Right. So those were the skeletons in the closet. But in this case, it's to come out of the closet. And that's always related to telling somebody for the first time that you are gay or lesbian.
That's right. And we don't say it about being straight, which is the opposite, which is men who love women and women who love men.
Right.
You don't say it about coming out of the closet there. You say it about being gay or lesbian.
Okay. So very interesting. And so I think we should listen to this dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back to talk a little bit more.
Now that it's the new year, I've decided to turn over a new leaf.
Yeah? You finally decided to wipe the slate clean?
You got it. I have a new job. I'm living in a new city with new friends. This is my opportunity to make some small changes in the way I live my life.
So what are you going to do? Take up an art class or something?
Well, first of all, I've decided to stop smoking. It's not that I'm pinching pennies or anything. It's just that I've been smoking since I was 16, and I think it's time to stop.
I'm with you on that one. Anything else you're planning on doing?
One last thing. I've decided to come out of the closet.
It's about time.
All right, we're back. So this is very interesting, and these phrases are so common because if you have a fight with somebody, you say, you know what, let's just wipe the slate clean and start all over again, or let's turn over a new leaf, let's stop fighting. And especially in New Year's, right? Everyone makes a promise to start fresh.
That's right. Well, the new year, you can use a new calendar. You can take a fresh perspective on your life. It's refreshing. And I think it's good that we do this. We evaluate the things that make us happy and we evaluate the things that make us unhappy. And part of that means turning over a new leaf. Part of it also means apologizing to people.
Right.
Or trying to make the relationships in your life healthier. And I think it's very healthy that the person in this dialogue says, listen, I'm finally going to come out of the closet. I'm going to be honest with my friends and family.
And that's really interesting because, as we said, to come out of the closet is a phrase used in English and mostly related only in this context. So you might see it in TV shows or in a movie. And but it's an interesting topic, still debatable all over the world about, gay marriages and things like that.
That's right. So we're curious about your New Year's resolutions. Are you going to be wiping any slates clean? Are you going to be doing anything differently this year? Let us know on our website, englishpod.com. We look forward to hearing from you, and until next time.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Start anew. Turn over a new leaf. Start over. Wipe the slate clean. Chance. Opportunity. Start. Adopt the study. Take up. To be thrifty. Pinch pennies. Support you. With you. To state openly or publicly one's homosexuality. Come out of the closet.
Let's try that faster.
To be thrifty. Pinch pennies. Chance. Opportunity. Start. Adopt the study. Take up. To state openly or publicly one's homosexuality. Come out of the closet. Start over. Wipe the slate clean. Start anew. Turn over a new leaf. Support you. With you.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Turn over a new leaf. The dragon decided to turn over a new leaf by opening a new bar and grill restaurant instead of burning and eating humans. Turn over a new leaf. My sister has really turned over a new leaf since the last time I saw her. She doesn't get angry easily anymore and is more thoughtful. Turn over a new leaf. English Pod decided to turn over a new leaf and offer learning English in Chinese to its users. Wipe the slate clean. I was unhappy with the way I was living, so I decided to wipe the slate clean and start again. Wipe the slate clean. By wiping the slate clean, he was able to forget the troubles of his past and go on with living his life. Wipe the slate clean. She hoped that by starting this new business, she could wipe the slate clean and be accepted back into the community. Opportunity. Now that I've graduated, this is my opportunity to make a difference in the world. Opportunity. When it was his turn to sing karaoke, he jumped at the opportunity to show his friends how good he was. Opportunity. When they were finally alone on the beach, watching the sunset, he took the opportunity to tell her that he loved her. Take up. I decided I wasn't good at the piano, so I took up guitar instead. Take up. Are you going to take up dancing this year? Or are you going to stick to gymnastics? Take up. I am going to take up learning Chinese as my New Year's resolution. With you. You think he was guilty? I'm with you on that one. With you. Were with you to the death. With you. I'm with you when you say that life's not fair, but I don't agree that we should just sit around and feel sorry for ourselves when life gets tough.